Saga Egmont presents Missing by Monty Marsden and read by Leighton Pugh. Introduction. Claps was already at the table when Sensi entered the restaurant. He stood up as soon as he saw the police commissioner walking towards him. "Please sit down, my friend," Sensi said. He shook his hand. "How are you?" Once a month the two would meet in the Italian cafe almost opposite the central police station. They both enjoyed the time spent there, talking like old friends, and each time Clapp showed considerable progress with his speech. Up until 3 years ago, his life had been very different, completely different. Psychiatrist, criminologist, expert in psychological profiles of violent criminals for the police department. His help had often been crucial to the police when solving apparently obscure cases. He had never taken part in the operative part of the investigation, except for the last time. The criminal's knife had pierced his femoral artery. He had a massive hemorrhage. His heart had stopped twice, the second time for a prolonged period. He was still alive because the ambulance had arrived quickly and the hospital was nearby, or perhaps simply because of a miracle. The cardiac arrest that he endured caused a shortage of oxygen to his brain, resulting in permanent brain damage. He would recover from it to a certain extent, but he would never return to his old self. Aphasia, noun. An alteration of the brain's ability to comprehend and use words and verbal expressions. After Claps had woken up in the rehabilitation department, it wasn't like returning to his old life. It was a nightmare. Despite trying very hard, he couldn't turn his thoughts into words anymore. It was almost as if he had forgotten how to. Similarly, he didn't understand a word of what others were saying to him. "How are you today?" Sensi asked him. "Fine. Thanks." Fine. Could anyone in his condition ever say fine? Sure, he was much, much better than he had been since they had discharged him from the hospital. A long time ago, in his previous life, every single word had a specific meaning, and it became immediately apparent as soon as he heard it. Each word was a living part of his world. He built his world with hundreds, thousands of words. Each of those words triggered a range of emotions. Mastering words meant being able to awaken memories, to understand things, to conceive ideas. To put it shortly, it meant to have a life. Then everything had vanished out of the blue. It had all been cut off by a criminal's knife. Rehab had been long and atrocious. He had forgotten the simplest words, and he had been encouraged to strive to remember their meaning by sounding out his own memory. It was as though he had been thrown into a pitch-dark room, and he had been forced to get familiar with it by blindly touching every single object in it. He had slowly regained, day by day, the ability to understand language, but speech had been much more difficult, despite the doctors believing that his case of aphasia had had an inexplicably positive turn. He struggled to articulate complex phrases, and the correct usage of grammar was still a massive hurdle for him. Sometimes, when the sentence was long and complex, he wrote it down on a piece of paper he always carried with him. "Fancy a chat?" That was the usual start of their conversation. They talked about everything, except for the cold cases Sensi was investigating and Morphy's story. They had both agreed this. Neither of them wanted to remember. "Okay, but no money for you. I'm already having speech therapy." That was his standard answer. A year ago, Claps wouldn't have been able to say it. That night, however, Sensi was acting a bit differently. He was forcing himself to smile, and his eyes had a darker shade to them. Claps had immediately noticed the difference. "I thought you would defer tonight," he said. "Some important things happened. Sensi looked away and pretended to read the menu, which he knew off by heart. No, you know that I really enjoy meeting up with you. Also, he spoke very slowly. He lifted his eyes towards Claps again. I want to talk to you about what happened. He looked away again. I mean, if you want to, of course. Then he remained silent for a while. Ever since the Morphy case was over and Claps had undergone rehab, they'd never even mentioned the cold cases Sensi was investigating. Claps had been okay with this. He was a man with a severe disability who still had many personal hurdles to overcome. He felt like a veteran who was thankful for still being alive. What was the point of being interested in his old job, a job that he could never return to? Wouldn't it just be an excuse for him to pretend that he couldn't still lead his old life? Wouldn't it just create the illusion that he was still alive? That night was different. A spark, a sudden subliminal flash of lightning, had given Claps unusual interest in his colleague's investigation. I'll listen. Sensi took off his glasses and laid them carefully on the table. He began to speak in a calm voice. As I'm sure you remember, it all began a little over 3 months ago. Part 1. 100 days earlier, late November. Elaji Demba had been in Italy for around 20 years. He had arrived as an illegal immigrant from Senegal when he was about 20. To survive, he had been a street trader over the summer and had done any type of underpaid illegal job that he could find during the winter. Elaji was a strong man. He was tall, with a well-built body, solid like a baobab. He was proud of his family. His father, his grandfather before him, and his ancestors too, were highly respected in the village where he had lived as a child. Elaji was an honest, calm man. He didn't like to speak much. Those who always speak will always know less than those who keep calm and ponder. After a while, he had managed to legitimize his stay in Italy and had found a job in this little town in the north. He lived near a river that looked very different from those of his homeland. In the winter, it would get colder than he ever could have imagined when he was a child. Elaji's life hadn't been easy, but a baobab thrives whatever the weather. His jom, the essence of his education, had guided his heart and his footsteps. His ngor, the art of being honest, had always been an obvious quality. His yakute, his willingness to improve himself, had never worn out. He'd been married only once, to Rama, something which was unique in his family. She had given him 2 daughters, Alisa, who was 7 years old, and Aminata, his 14-year-old elder daughter, commonly known as Ami. If necessary, he would have given his life for his 2 daughters. Elaji owned the house he lived in. The mortgage would take another 10 years to pay off. For this reason, he liked to work long hours so that he could save some money. That evening in late November, a thin fog brooded over the river, and he returned home a few minutes after 7. Rama wouldn't be much longer. She had gone into town to do the laundry, as she did every day. Only Alisa ran to him. Chapter 1. Elaji, are you sure? Everybody in town knew Elaji Demba. The agent talking to him that night had never seen him so upset. Maybe she decided to sleep over at a friend's. No, she's disappeared. We looked for her everywhere. Rama called one of my daughter's schoolmates. Ami wasn't at school this morning. Did you try to call her on the phone? Ami doesn't have a mobile phone. Listen, Elaji, does Ami have a boyfriend? Maybe they just... No, Elaji roared as he banged his fists on the balcony's balustrade. She's a baby. A little girl. Somebody kidnapped my little Ami. Okay, Elaji, relax now. We'll find her. Trust me. I'll ring the police commissioner. A quarter of an hour later, Elaji Demba told Lieutenant Korbi, the police commissioner and head of the central police station, of the events of the day. As on every other day, Ami had left the house early in the morning to catch the school bus to Crema. Initially, Rama hadn't wanted her daughter to commute so far to school, but there were no high schools in town, and Elaji had made a decision. Ami was a promising student. She was well behaved and she loved studying. She had a right to her yokute. That day, school had finished around 4 p.m., and Ami should have been back home by 6 p.m. At that time, both Rama and Elaji were still at work. That night, Ami hadn't come home. That morning, she hadn't turned up at school. Somebody kidnapped her, Elaji repeated. Somebody kidnapped her. Within a few minutes, the police commissioner verified that no black girl had been admitted to any neighbouring hospitals, and none of the local police stations had issued a report concerning anybody of Ami's description. It had been an hour since Elaji Demba had made his appearance at the central police station. Lieutenant Korbi pulled a grim expression, then decided to call a number at the police headquarters in Milan. Police Commissioner Sensi's mobile phone vibrated at 9 p.m. He was following, with little interest and some irritation, a talk show on TV, while slumped in his armchair. An underage girl has been reported missing. For cases like this, a new European protocol of intervention had been introduced a few months earlier in order to extend the search to a national level as quickly as possible. This protocol acknowledged that the first few hours are paramount to the investigation and instructed the police to spread a message across the country on displays at harbours, airports, motorway services and train stations. Furthermore, the information should be broadcast on radio and television, internet websites and by telephone providers. A little later on, if the gravity of the situation justified it, for almost all suspected kidnappings were usually resolved in a matter of days, the police would form an interforce investigative unit to coordinate the search. Sensi had been charged with the coordination of the project for the Lombardy region. Aminata Demba, commonly known as Ami, 14 years old. The first thing that Sensi had to decide was whether he had to activate a crisis unit, together with the standard warnings according to the protocol. We have been unable to trace any sightings of her since 7:30 a.m. today when she left home to go to school. It's been 14 hours already. We received a notification from the local police station. They carried out the first investigative steps with no results. The policeman on the telephone had written a short report of all the information known to date. We've gathered enough information about the little girl, he concluded, and she doesn't sound like somebody who would leave home out of the blue. This sounds like a serious case. Yes, send out the notifications immediately. I'll be at the office soon. If we don't solve the case by midnight, we'll activate a crisis unit. Call Inspector Maezza. I want to talk to him as soon as possible. 14 hours, Sensi mumbled to himself as he drove through Milan at night. It had been a long time already. Elaji Demba's house had become increasingly more crowded. The small Senegalese community in the town had gathered to support the family. Friends and neighbours had also gathered outside their house. It was clear that the Demba family were well known and respected by the whole town. The women were gathered round Rama, who was crying quietly while they prayed for and consoled her. The men were standing around with expressions of impotence mixed with blind rage for an injustice that nobody had the courage to call by its proper name. Every now and again, Elaji repeated to himself, "They kidnapped her. They kidnapped her." The opening theme tune of the late-night news on television attracted everyone's attention. Following the headlines, the anchorman announced in a serious tone, "During the evening newscast, we announced that Ami Demba was declared missing. She's a young girl of Senegalese origin who was born and brought up in Italy. Her family haven't had any contact with her since this morning. We can now show you a photo of this young girl." Ami's beautiful face appeared on the screen. "She still looks like a baby." The anchorman's tone had become much more fatherly. "Ami is 14 years old, and she's about 1.4 meters tall. When she walked out of her house to catch the school bus this morning, she was wearing a light blue coat, the same one that you can see on this other photo." Another photo appeared on the screen. It portrayed Ami holding hands with a friend, smiling and waving at the photographer. "Ami goes to a secondary school in Crema. Every morning she catches a bus to get to the city from her town. Investigators are attempting to find out whether Ami did actually get on the bus this morning. She was not seen at school." After the photo had disappeared from the screen, the anchorman paused for a moment. "If you have seen or heard news about little Ami, please call the number below. We hope that the girl will be found sooner rather than later." The anchorman smiled. "We hope that it's only one of those pranks that are typical of adolescence. Let's move on with the following news." Somebody turned off the television. Inspector Maetza, who'd been sent by Sensi to coordinate the investigation on the spot, had arrived about an hour earlier. He had already realized that the situation wasn't one of the most promising. The girl was too young and had never shown any signs of rebelling against her family. The hope that everything was just caused by the girl's whim and would result in only a bit of a scare for her parents was diminishing. The inspector approached Elaji. "Mr. Demba, we expect journalists and cameramen to appear on the spot pretty soon. Please make sure that—" "I don't want any journalists at home," Elaji interrupted him abruptly. "I don't want to see anybody, no one at all. I just want to find Ami." "Mr. Demba, this is what we're all here for." "I've nothing to show here. This is not a show. I don't want anybody here." "I know how you feel, Mr. Demba. Believe me, but you have to try to be practical. Let's hope that everything will be over by tomorrow morning. If not, the more the news about Ami's disappearance spreads, the easier it will be to find somebody who has some information about her." Elaji remained silent and stared at the floor. "They might be able to help, Mr. Demba. You won't have to let them into your house. You might only have to go out and have a few words with them. Our policemen will be on duty to protect your privacy. They'll make sure that their presence isn't too invasive." Elaji lifted up his eyes. "Somebody kidnapped her. I'll do anything to get her back, anything. I'll talk to them." Inspector Maetza would have liked to add something to comfort him, but a policeman entered and signalled him to follow. They walked out of the house to speak. "We managed to contact one of the people who took the bus to Crema this morning." "What did they see?" "Ami wasn't on the bus. He was sure about that." For the investigation, ironically, this was good news. It narrowed the focus of the search down considerably. Maetza had followed Ami's route to the bus stop in the morning. Her house was only a 10-minute walk away from the bus stop, so it had to be in those 10 minutes that everything had happened. "We need to recover any CCTV recordings," he said decisively. "We'll focus firstly on any CCTV footage of the path between the house and the bus stop, and then that of the whole town. Shops, traffic lights, banks, I mean everything. We'll have all the recordings by tomorrow morning." "For fuck's sake, tomorrow morning!" Maetza was furious. "We have to be quick. Call all the policemen who are available. Pull them out of their beds and get the recordings from the traffic lights. Same for the banks. I've noticed one on the way from the house to the bus stop. Call the manager. Let's not waste any time. Let's get on with it right away." The policeman nodded and turned round to walk away. "What about the telephone line?" the inspector asked. "It's been monitored for over an hour. Do you really think it's kidnapping? Will anyone want a ransom?" Maetza stretched out his hand to point out to the Demba family's humble dwelling. "Do you think there's much here to raise a ransom with?" Chapter 2. The investigative unit met at the Police Commissioner Sensi's office at 11:30 a.m. the following morning to discuss the disappearance of Ami Demba. Apart from him, there were 6 more people in the team: Inspector Maezza, Police Commissioner Berni, Lieutenant Corby, and 3 other officials. Ami had been missing for 28 hours now. The atmosphere was tense. Nobody believed anymore that it all may have been caused by the girl's whim. 2 farmsteads, which were relatively close to the town, were searched during the night. At the first light of dawn, the police had begun to search all the neighbouring fields inch by inch with the help of many volunteers. So far, they had found no trace of Ami. Nobody had rung the green number to report any sightings, but the police were expecting several calls in the near future. They were hoping that there would be at least one valid report among all the false alarms. Sensi looked visibly annoyed. "Any news from the recordings?" he asked Maezza. "There are 3 cameras on the route that Ami should have taken yesterday morning." Maezza began his official report. "All of them filmed the girl. The last camera is at the end of the road about 60 meters from the bus stop. Ami walks past it at 7:33 a.m. What time did the bus pass?" "It comes from the National Highway, and the reason it's not caught on camera is that it's due to arrive at 7:35 a.m., and the bus driver said that he was on time yesterday. Ami didn't get on board, though. We found and interviewed 5 individuals who were at the bus stop yesterday morning, and they all agree Ami wasn't there." 2 minutes to walk 60 meters. Sensi muttered to himself. "That's more than enough. She may not have wanted to or been able to take the bus." "Ami has never skipped a single day of school in her life," Lieutenant Corby chipped in. "We all know each other here in this town. She's a good, well-behaved, shy little girl." Sensi made a noise that almost sounded like a groan. "Go ahead, Maezza." "There's no image of Ami on any other CCTV during the following hours. We've looked at all possible recordings. She never returned into town." Sensi looked thoughtful for a few seconds, then spoke to Corby. "What do you think about this? Is it possible that Ami came back into town from a different road that's not monitored by CCTV?" "It's possible, but she would have had to detour through the fields around the town. The town is really small. She would have been filmed by some cameras in town anyway." Are there any buildings she could have sneaked in to avoid being recorded on CCTV? Corby paused for a while to think. Then he replied, "Yes, there are a few." "We might have to investigate, then. We can't afford to overlook anything. Fuggiano, you take care of this, please." "I've noticed something on the recordings," Maezza said. "Yes, go ahead." "Ami walks past the first camera at 7:21 a.m. Then she walks past the second camera, which is that of an ATM nearby, at 7:23 a.m. As we saw, the third camera records her at 7:33 a.m., which is 10 minutes later." "What are you suggesting, Maezza?" "It takes about 4 minutes to walk the distance between the second and third cameras at average speed. Ami took 10. Sensi paused for a moment. He looked thoughtful. Ami had disappeared between 7:33 a.m. and 7:35 a.m., at which time she should have caught the bus she never reached. She would have had plenty of time to reach the bus stop. "Did somebody convince her to follow them?" Sensi asked. "Maybe they offered her a lift, or maybe they, But how would it be possible that nobody noticed anything? What happened during those 2 minutes?" Sensi paused to think. "Does it have a connection with anything that may have happened during the 6 extra minutes that she took to walk from one camera to the other? We need to reconstruct Ami's walk all the way from her house to the bus stop. We have to understand what happened during those 6 minutes. Walk around town, ask anybody, shop owners, passers-by, citizens. As for the recordings, we'll have to view them again and analyze them frame by frame. Did anybody follow Ami? Find the number plates of all the cars that passed by the CCTV that morning. Question the drivers. Ami may have been in one of those cars. We also have to question all those who were waiting at the bus stop again. We need to know everything that they saw and noticed that morning. Sensi glanced at his watch. Let's do this, he concluded. He stood up from his chair. It's already been 28 hours and 6 minutes since she disappeared. Elaji and Rama didn't sleep that night. They kept staring at the telephone. At dawn, Rama had snoozed for a few minutes on the armchair. She almost carried on crying silently during her sleep. Elaji couldn't even feel tired. He wanted to take part in the investigation, but he was eventually convinced otherwise. He was sitting before Rama, the pain and anger his heart was burdened with, triggering involuntary twitches in his face and chest. The first troop of journalists had arrived at 10 a.m. and consisted of just the bare essentials, a cameraman and a journalist. It still wasn't clear how they should label Ami's disappearance, and the producers didn't want to waste money on a case that could well be solved easily in a few days. April Fools don't attract an audience. They recorded around town and near the house. They didn't ask to interview Elaji or Rama, but asked a few quick questions of the neighbours. They drove away after a few minutes. Elaji watched them with an expressionless gaze from a window. Try to focus, try to remember something. Any detail could be essential. Maetza repeated that sentence 1,000 times. They had interviewed all of the people who were standing at the bus stop that morning. He had repeated that sentence to them all, many times. He wanted to find some different words. They sounded like an empty phrase from a cheap thriller on TV. Was there anybody else at the bus stop? Anybody who didn't take the bus? His eyes were burning with tiredness. He felt his eyelids becoming increasingly heavy. I don't think so. I'm not completely certain, though. I'm sorry. Maetza grumbled. You don't need to be sorry, he said to the witness. You just need to remember. From the night when Ami had disappeared, he had only managed to snooze for a couple of hours. Okay, he said more kindly. Were there any cars parked near the bus stop? Maybe a car that passed by a few times in front of the stand? There was a car parked somewhere. It wasn't exactly in front of the bus stop. Where was it? There's a parking space for the supermarket customers on the other side of the road. It's a small shopping area. It's not really in front of the bus stop. It must be 20 or 30 metres to the left-hand side of it. Was the car there then? Yeah. Were there no other cars in the parking area? No, the shops are still closed at that time of morning. The man was struggling to remember. I can't remember seeing any other cars. Could you tell the make and type of car? It was black. I'd say a Golf, but I'm not completely certain. The number plate? The man spread his arms. I was 30 metres away from it. It was a bit foggy, and I had no reason to observe the number plate. Okay. How was this Golf parked? I'm not following. Maetza groaned again. With reference to the bus stop, did you see the bonnet, the boot, or the side of it? His tone was irritated. The bonnet was facing the bus stop. Okay, was there anybody in the car? Try to remember. Think carefully. The man remained still for a few seconds, thinking. He was trying to recollect all of his memories from the previous morning. Then he spread his arms again. I'm really not too sure. Maetza got rid of him without ceremony. He was busy thinking about something else. Including this last witness, 4 people had noticed a black Golf. This could be a lead, albeit a very small one. There are less than 3,000 people in this town. Almost 10% of them are immigrants. Among them, 1/3 are from Africa, and Senegal is the most highly represented country. Mrs. Ferrari was a schoolteacher who had retired a few years ago. Now she volunteered enthusiastically at the social services office for the town council. She was familiar with most of the immigrants in town. She had been a volunteer for years, she was in touch with numerous associations, and she was familiar with the African culture and the African population. She had travelled far and wide across the continent, and she was confident she could give Corby some useful information during the interview. Lieutenant Corby tried to make himself more comfortable on the small chair in the tiny office of the police department. "Okay, let's talk about the Senegalese community." "They're very united. They're all hard-working people. They're well integrated, but at the same time they maintain their individuality." "Is there any rivalry within the community? Anything to do with religious or racial issues?" "Do you mean ethnicity?" Mrs. Ferrari raised her eyebrows to emphasize her slight disappointment. "Africa is a very complicated continent, you see," she continued. "Many countries are still home to wars among different ethnicities, which turn into massacres. That's not the case in Senegal, though. That is a reasonably peaceful country, and mixed marriages are not uncommon. Eladji, for example, is a Wolof, and his wife, Rama, is a Mandingo. I believe that their open-minded attitude depends on their culture, their education, Jom, which is based on honesty, Ngor, tolerance, Mun, work, Ligei, hospitality, Teranga, and obviously Dina, religion." "Are our people from Senegal all of one religion?" "They're all Muslim, but their Islam is adapted to the traditional animist religions of their country." "No integralism?" "Mun, tolerance. No integralism. The Senegalese community is very pacific." "So do you exclude the possibility that Eladji and his wife Rama may have experienced tensions with a member of their community for religious or ethnic reasons?" Mrs. Ferrari didn't think for a moment. "Absolutely." "What about the other immigrant groups?" "The town is small, and from what I know, Eladji is respected by everybody, and they all like him, including the natives." A satisfied smile appeared on Mrs. Ferrari's face when she said, "the natives." "They all like him," Corby repeated thoughtfully as he closed the office door behind him. That's exactly what Eladji and Rama's co-workers and managers had told him a little earlier. At 5:30 p.m, Sensi was at the public prosecutor's office. He was accompanied by Police Commissioner Fuggiano and a tired Maezza. The search for Ami in the neighbouring fields hadn't been fruitful and had been suspended because night had fallen. The search would have to be resumed the following day at the first light of dawn. In the meantime, several sightings had been reported to the free number. Somebody had called all the way from Sicily, saying that they had seen Ami eat an ice cream somewhere in Palermo. All of them had quickly turned out to be a waste of time. "We'll carry on searching the fields tomorrow morning with the help of the K9 unit. However, we'll have to tick off the possibility that the girl hid away in the fields for some reason and had an accident or fell ill." "Are there any pits in the area?" the magistrate asked. "There are a few, but they're all shallow, and there are irrigation gates. We would have found her immediately. We've inspected the irrigation system within a 5-kilometre radius, just to be certain." "What about the wells?" Sensi nodded. "We've also inspected all the abandoned farmhouses." The public prosecutor sighed. "I believe that we have to resign ourselves to the worst now, the most heinous crime, the kidnapping of an underage girl." "There are no alternatives at the moment." "Motive?" "I'd exclude a kidnapping for money. The Demba family are not rich." "Revenge? A feud within their community?" "That's possible, even if the first investigation has shown that Eladji and his family are respected and liked by their community. We're still doing research on this aspect anyway." "Do the Demba family have financial problems? Perhaps they turned to a loan shark to borrow some money?" "We spoke to their bank. Small transactions, sometimes small overdrafts, but never any requests for loans apart from the mortgage, which they're paying regularly. There's one last hypothesis. The public prosecutor seemed reluctant to even pronounce the word. Sensi did it for him. Pedophilia. He said it with a flat tone, and his stomach closed up in a knot. He felt like he'd known Amy forever now. For a few seconds, complete silence reigned over the office. You could have heard a pin drop. Nobody has had any criminal record of that kind in this town. It's one of the few details that we checked almost immediately, Sensi continued. We're verifying all of the individuals on file, but I'd like to extend the search on different fronts. For cases of paedophilia and abuse of underage people, it's statistically more common that the danger comes from nearby, relatives, friends, acquaintances. I'd like to tap a number of telephone lines, both mobile and landlines. I suppose this could provide useful information, even if it's a case of kidnapping for vendetta or because of a blood feud. Are you talking about the people close to the Denvers? Sensi nodded. Okay, let me have a list of them. I'll sign all the necessary permits immediately, the magistrate said without hesitation. We'll do all that we can. After a brief pause, when nobody spoke, Sensi took off his glasses with a gesture that expressed tiredness. Right. Here's what we know. Ami goes out punctually to go to school. She is a well-behaved young girl, a good student. She's a down-to-earth type of girl. She's a little shy. She walks past the first 2 CCTV cameras at the right time, and apparently nobody follows her until then. She takes 6 extra minutes to walk past the 3rd camera. Commissioner Fuggiano? She stopped at the bakery to buy focaccia to eat at school, Fuggiano explained after he was called upon. She did it every morning. The bakery owner told us that she had other clients to serve yesterday before Ami. She stayed at the bakery for about 5 minutes. So we can account for the missing minutes now, Sensi replied. We see her again at 7:33, a few meters away from the bus stop. The bus to Crema would have passed punctually at 7:35 a.m. Even though she was so close to the bus stop, Ami didn't catch the bus, and none of the passengers saw her at the bus stop. We checked the bus tachograph, Fuggiano chipped in again. There's a delay, slightly longer than 2 minutes between that and the camera time. In other words, when it's 7:33 a.m. according to the camera, the bus tachograph indicates 7:35 a.m. Sensi put his glasses on again. That means that Ami was late. When she walks past the last camera, the bus for Crema has already left the stop. Ami may have made it in time to see the bus leave the stop, but definitely not in time to get on board. She missed it because of a long queue at the bakery. We know something else. There's a van that went out of town at 7:40 a.m. It's a city council van, and it stopped near the bus stop for a bit of road work. The 2 council workmen are certain that Ami wasn't there anymore. Sensi paused for a moment before carrying on talking. It was almost like he wanted to emphasize what he was about to say. Between 7:33 a.m. and 7:40 a.m., Ami disappeared in those 7 minutes. She was taken. Once again, nobody spoke for a few moments. The atmosphere grew heavy in the room. Is it possible to figure out whether somebody was following the girl from a distance? Sensi shook his head while looking at the magistrate. All of the people who appear near Ami are subsequently followed by other cameras. Silence again. Some cars passed by during those 7 minutes. Sensi carried on talking. We followed up the plate number of each of them. Our colleagues have interviewed them already, and nothing noteworthy has emerged. Just to be certain, I've marked 3 of the interviewees in the list of those whose landlines and mobile phones will be regularly monitored. There's also something else. Maezza? There's a black Golf parked almost in front of the bus stop. At least 4 of the people who were at the bus stop noticed it. When the council workmen arrived, both Ami and the car had disappeared. No black Golf has been recorded on CCTV at the town entrance, Sensi concluded. It came from out of town to stop at the parking lot of a shopping centre, and it went out of town again before the shops opened. The public prosecutor sat up in his chair. It could have been parked there since the previous evening. No, Fuggiano broke in. When cars are left overnight, they're full of dew in the morning, if not a layer of ice. All of the witnesses agree. The Golf looked fairly clean. It clearly hadn't been there for long. It might be just a coincidence, Sensi continued. Anyway, our agents and street police are stopping every black Golf within a 50-kilometre radius. It's been 36 hours now, and it could be anywhere, but it's still worth trying. We're also working to get a list of the owners of this type of car. We've investigated residents from Ami's town and the neighbouring villages, and will extend our investigation if necessary. You think it's a coincidence? This one car in the parking area of a shopping centre still closed right before the girl disappeared. A car that vanishes at the same time that Ami disappears? It might be, but it's the only thread that we can follow right now. Let's try to find that Golf, and we'll evaluate whether or not it was a coincidence. The magistrate paused thoughtfully for a moment before continuing. Now, let's suppose that it's a case of premeditated kidnapping, vendetta, feud, paedophilia, you name it. Would you ever go and do anything like that in your own car, Mr. Sensi? We're verifying all missing car reports, and, just to be certain, the car rental companies. Let's find this car. Outside the public prosecutor's office, Sensi addressed Maezza. Go and get some sleep. You look exhausted. What do you think about this case? I don't have a lot to think about. I just know that a girl's disappeared, and that we have to do our best to find her. A paedophile? The knot in the stomach again. It was almost 36 hours since Ami had disappeared. After 48 hours, the chance of finding her statistically dropped down to 3%. Go and get some sleep, Maezza. It'll be a long day tomorrow. Elagi squinted as the beam of light was pointed at his face. Rama, at his side but half a step behind him, didn't have to squint. She was keeping her eyes down to the ground. After the morning visit, more journalists and cameramen had turned up in the evening, this time in large numbers. Elagi and Rama were outside their house. They were surrounded by a flock of people who had been arranged meticulously by the interviewer, by mixing roughly equal numbers of black and white people. It was the evening newscast of the most popular national news show. A red light turned on next to the camera, and the journalist began to speak into the microphone. What you see in the background is the small, humble house where Ami lived with her family, her parents Elagi and Rama, and her sister Elisa. As you know, Ami disappeared yesterday morning as she was going to school. The investigation hasn't been successful so far, but the police are using all their means and are getting support from several volunteers. The journalist spoke to Elagi. Mr. Demba, I know that your wife doesn't want to speak. Would you like to tell us anything about Ami? Elagi grabbed the microphone. He held it so tightly that he was almost crushing it. His strength equaled his anger, which in turn equaled his pain. After a moment of hesitation, he found the courage to speak. Ami's good. She is a good girl. She brings joy into people's hearts. She has to be found. The journalist took back the microphone. Everybody knows Ami here in town, and, as you can see, they're all around the Demba family as a sign of support. The journalist made a gesture to indicate the crowd near her and the Demba family. Then she continued. Without hesitation. In the meantime, the police are carrying out investigations in every direction. We have some breaking news. It's a detail that might turn out to be extremely important in this case. Some witnesses noticed a black Golf where Ami was last seen. This car vanished soon afterwards. The police are trying to trace the car owner. If anybody has any information, they can call the free number that you can see on the screen. That's it for now. We hope to be able to interview little Ami with her family very soon. The lights were turned off. Rama broke into tears. The previous day. The grey of the sky mirrored the grey of the asphalt. At 7:30 a.m., the darkness had slowly dissolved, but the sun was only a cold, distant circle, as it often was during those cold winter days in northern Italy. The black Golf had been parked for a few minutes already at the edge of the town. Its outline was barely visible in the floating fog that morning. The bell tower emerged from the mist and stretched itself above the brown house roofs. The man sitting inside the car turned on the engine and then, nervously, the windscreen wipers to clear the condensation that his breath had formed on the windscreen. It had been the third time that he had inadvertently switched the wipers on, but that wasn't his problem. If anything, this weather was perfect for what he had in mind. He couldn't have wished for any better. He had been there for about 10 minutes. Same time, same place every day. He often waited at that isolated parking area, which was out of the range of any CCTV from the nearby shopping centre. At that time in the morning, the shopping centre was still closed. The bus stop was about 30 metres away from him, on the other side of the road. The bus route, which linked the town with Crema, passed there. The man couldn't stop staring at the bus stop. One more sudden windscreen wipe. The time had almost come. He breathed in deeply. He had learned to recognize the handful of people who gathered every cold weekday morning at that stand, waiting for the bus to Crema. There were 3 or 4 adults, most likely office workers and shop assistants, and maybe a nurse, he guessed. The rest of them, and they were who he focused on, were school kids. Only one of them was really of interest to him. She still hadn't turned up that morning. It had been an unwise decision to choose her, perhaps even a mistake. He had planned everything, and that had to be the day. She had to turn up. The man adjusted his heavy-framed glasses with a clumsy gesture. In the meantime, the bus had appeared from around the corner. He finally saw her. She was far away. She was later than usual and out of breath. Her heavy blue coat almost hid her completely, and her school bag bounced on her back. Najla. He had decided to call her Najla. She was clearly struggling to walk fast with her heavy bag on her back. Her breath condensed in the air every time she breathed out. She was wearing a multicolored wool hat. She hid her hair under the hat. He was sure that he had noticed her hairstyle before. He kept his eyes on her. Najla. She went to a secondary school in Crema. She had to be 14, 15 years old, but she looked way younger than that. She was a petite girl, and her facial features and her movements were still childlike. Najla. Her dark skin, her sweet face. He'd chosen her the first time that he saw her. The bus stopped and the people began to get on board. The girl had started to run, but she was too late. It was obvious that she wouldn't make it. When the bus door closed and it pulled back into the road with a burst of black smoke, the girl was still about 20 meters away from the bus stop. The man in the car sat up straight in his seat. He had planned everything. He knew what he would have done in Crema, and now everything was going pear-shaped because the girl was late. He didn't have much time. That day. It had to be that day. The girl was still. She was panting. She was staring at the bus while it was driving away. The man looked around. The road was deserted. The bus had taken everybody with it. Maybe Maybe he shouldn't act instinctively and without a plan. Najla. He had to get her. The man turned on the engine and selected a low gear. The car moved slowly away from the parking area. Professor Trevis had woken up reasonably early on that cold November morning. As usual, he had gone to the bar for breakfast before 8 a.m., and, as he did every morning, he had gone to the same bar. It was this same bar where, 20 years earlier, when he was still a lecturer in psychology at the University of Milan, he had met someone. With this person, he had also encountered the nightmare that would change his life forever. Maybe it was his way to fight the memories that took over his inner self every now and then. They were vivid and sorrowful, despite the long period of time which had passed, and they crept up suddenly, without warning. That morning was no different. He sat at a table al fresco, enjoying his coffee whilst looking at the first light of dawn illuminating Follonica. The sea was as flat as a pancake. Trevis resisted the temptation to stretch, then began to read the newspaper. The bus had disappeared down the road. The girl was near the bus stop, on the verge of crying. She hadn't noticed the black Golf that pulled out next to her. The man didn't open the door. It wouldn't have been a good move. He half lowered the window from the passenger side. He leaned over, wearing a friendly smile. "Excuse me, do you know if this is the right direction to get to Crema?" Najla. He'd never seen her that close before. The girl lifted her eyes to him. They were big and moist. She nodded shyly. "Thank goodness, I was afraid I was lost." Another friendly smile. "You're crying. What happened?" "Nothing." "Nothing? You look distressed. I think I know the answer. You had to go to school and you didn't do your homework." Najla. Her eyes were incredibly big compared to her slim, small face. A wave of excitement and desire overwhelmed the man, but he kept the kind, reassuring smile on his face. "I can't go to school. I missed the bus." The little girl put her hands on her face and began to sob quietly. "Will your mum be angry with you?" The little girl nodded. He glanced at the rear-view mirror. Still nobody around. "Was it the bus to Crema that you missed? Do you go to school there?" "Yes." "Then stop crying. I'll take you there. I'm going to Crema." The little girl stood in silence. She took her hands away from her face. "We'll get there before the bus. You'll get to school on time, and your mum won't be angry with you." Again the little girl stood still in silence. She stopped crying. The man glanced at the rear-view mirror again. That was the right time for him to open the door. The man leaned over a little more to pull the door handle. The cold air of the morning touched his face. "I'll give you a sweet and a lovely orange juice, too. Is your name Najla?" After a short moment of hesitation, the little girl got into the car. Nobody had seen anything. "My name's Ami." Trevis folded up the newspaper carefully and took his mobile phone from his coat pocket with a lazy gesture. He intended to reply to a text that he had received the previous night. "Have a safe journey. You're doing a gig in Siena tomorrow. I'll be there for work. We'll come to gig. We can talk later about person you care about." Trevis typed in the addressee. It was listed under the name of Bench. A few moments later, a message of notification confirmed that his text had been successfully delivered. About 20 minutes after Ami had got in, the Black Golf reached an isolated detached house in the district of Milan. The man had rented the house for 3 months a few weeks earlier. He'd found the house on the internet, on a property rental website. It was a 2-story house which had definitely seen better days. The living room and the kitchen were downstairs. the bathroom and 2 bedrooms upstairs. A wild garden surrounded the building. There was a large cellar in the basement, and there were no other houses within a 200-metre radius. It was ideal. Amy was still unconscious when the man laid her on a bed covered in cellophane. He locked the girl in the room and then went to the bathroom. His movements were slow and precise. They were the result of rigid discipline. In reality, he felt a ravenous fire burn inside him. His skin was burning. First of all, he took his glasses off. The frame was so heavy that it had hidden some of his facial traits. His blue eyes had gazed through clear lenses, which were not corrective lenses despite looking like them. They were just plain glass. With a few quick movements, the man took out his coloured contact lenses and uncovered a much more common pair of brown eyes. He took off his ginger wig and moustache and saw his real face in the mirror again. The friendly face had disappeared now. The mirror reflected the image of a man with a rough face and a feverish light in his eyes. The night had overtaken the last few days of dusk. Trevis was walking slowly to the chess club meeting in town. The promenade was practically deserted at 9 p.m. on a cold November day. In the summer, the same place would have been packed with people. He enjoyed his weekly chess club meetings, which had been a habit ever since he moved to Follonica a few years earlier. He knew his opponent for that night very well, and he was sure that he would attempt to win the match with his queen. Consequently, he had decided to lure him into the insidious territory of the Benko gambit. He would let him take one of his pawns on the queen's wing, so as to have a more open, aggressive match. Trevis liked using gambits. He had learned enough to allow for any kind of opening into the enemy's army. He liked Benko and Mora, the king and the woman gambits. He knew that his way of playing chess wasn't just pure strategy. It was a way for him to express his anxiety, to force a situation, to rapidly get to a fierce battle which ended the match in one way or the other. Was it a mark, a legacy, a scar left by events in the past? Inevitably, even though he was used to sweeping away those thoughts, his mind began to zone off and wander through his long-lost memories. The young face of Denise emerged in his memory. What would she be like today? He surprised himself by asking. How old would she be? 52, 53? He didn't love her enough. He didn't protect her enough. He didn't help her enough. He couldn't save her. The man began to breathe more slowly. His body was still shivering, however. He was sitting on the floor, naked, leaning against the wall. He didn't know how long he'd been in that position. He was staring at Amy, who was laid on the bed. His mind was almost free of any thoughts, and it had been like this for the last few hours. He began to stand up slowly. He still had work to do. When the chess club meeting ended, Trevis wrapped himself up into his large coat, ready to face the cold air outside. The Benko gambit had revealed itself to be a disaster. It had made the match very long, and he hadn't been able to make use of the advantage he thought he would have by sacrificing one of his pawns. It had been a slow defeat, like being strangled. Now the sense of fatigue was still hanging over him. He walked the short distance to his house slowly. He had finished much later than he anticipated, and he would have to travel to Siena early in the morning. He had been invited to a conference. The day would be intense, and he would meet Bench in the evening. He had to talk to him in person. He wouldn't be able to get back till late at night. Trevis cursed himself for having agreed to such an onerous day. On the promenade, the air felt colder than ever on that moonless night. A fisherman had planted his rod on the beach near the water's edge, and was waiting patiently for the glowing bait to attract his prey. Trevis observed him for a while, and without warning, his mind filled with fresh memories. Denise. The night was dark and veiled by the mist. The man ensured for the last time that everything was in order. Ami was in the car. The man was wearing his glasses and wig again, trying to control the slight tremor in his hands. He had done everything that had to be done. There was only one thing left. The black Golf disappeared down the road. Chapter 3. Only 3 black Golfs were registered on rental company books for the whole region of Lombardy. 2 of them were still rented out, and the third one had been returned to the Hertz depot in Malpensa the previous morning. The local police squad at the airport had been asked to investigate that car. Police Commissioner Fuggiano received a call a few minutes after 10 a.m. The car was hired by a British citizen 6 days ago. He returned it yesterday morning as agreed. Did you inspect the vehicle? Yes, I'd say there's nothing suspicious. The car has been washed after the last client, however. What do you mean by nothing suspicious? There are a few stains here and there on the upholstery. They're probably very old stains, maybe coffee or coke. The car has been driven by many clients. Police Commissioner Fuggiano reflected for a few moments. Let's do what we can, had been the magistrate's order. Okay, he said almost unwillingly. I'll send out somebody from the forensic department. I want to understand what the fuck those stains are made of. It must have been 11, half 11 at night, no later than that. We spent the night at the bar with friends, and before going home we wanted to, have some private time to ourselves. The girl lowered her eyes when her boyfriend said this. Along the river, about 200 metres down a dirt road, there's a large open space. There's nothing there. What happened? About halfway down the road, we crossed paths with another car, a black Golf. Wait a minute, the agent interrupted him irritably. It was dark. How can you be so sure of the type and colour of the car? That part of the dirt road is very narrow. 2 cars struggle to pass at the same time. You have to drive on the grass and fold back your wing mirrors so you don't hit the other car. The car drove slowly by me. I could recognise a Golf anywhere. One day I want to buy one myself. Right, the agent said. He was trying to sound calmer than he really was. So you crossed paths with this black Golf as you were going to park somewhere more private. Do you know how many cars like that there are around? If all those who saw a black Golf on the road came here, we'd have a never-ending queue. Yeah, but, the girl said. But when we saw the car, the boyfriend resumed speaking, and we slowed down to let it pass, we began to joke about who could be driving the car. That's a place where one could go if they wanted a little privacy. At the bar, we joked about the owner's wife, who is somewhat notorious in town. When we crossed paths, we glanced into the car to see who was in it. It wasn't the owner's wife. No, there was just a man behind the wheel. That's something odd that got us wondering. As I said, only couples go there at that time of the night. Also, the girl added, he kept his head down and turned towards the other side, almost as if he wanted to hide his face from us. I mean, maybe it doesn't have anything to do at all with the kidnapping, but we thought it would be wise to let you know about this. Are you sure the man was alone in his car? Definitely. He was all alone in his car. Maybe the bar owner's lady was hunkered down to hide away from you? We drove very slowly and we almost bumped into each other. No, there was only a man in the car. And you didn't see his face? We didn't see him well. It was dark, but we saw something. He wasn't young, the girl said. It must have been a man in his 40s or 50s. He had dark hair and wore glasses. He had a moustache too, the young man added. And you didn't recognise him? No. Could you read the number plate? They shook their heads. The agent stretched out on his chair. More useless forms to fill in, he thought. All right, let's get your statement typed up. You can go after signing it, he said, and he repressed a yawn. Blood? Maetza, who had rushed to Sensi's office, nodded. "Not on the seats, Mr. Sensi. 2 small stains were found on the boot's upholstery, and there's more. 3 thick, curly black hairs. Black and curly, like those of a black girl." Sensi tried to keep his cool. "This doesn't really prove anything. How long will it take for the DNA results?" "We'll need a few hours to make a profile and compare it, and then a few more hours to verify the results. We'll have to be certain before making any claims." "Did you say dark, curly hairs?" "Yes, just like Ami's hair." "Blood in the boot," Sensi said gloomily after a short silence. "If the analysis results are positive. You know what that means, right?" Maetza clamped his jaws closed and nodded. Ami's blood in the boot could only mean one thing. "I'm hoping that this is not the Gulf that we're looking for. We'll know in a few hours. For now, let's focus on who may have rented the car." "His name's Philip Beattie. He's a British citizen. That's all we know for now." An hour later, all the members of the crisis unit were reunited at Sensi's office. Maetza had found out a lot more about Philip Beattie. "He's 46 years old and he lives in London. This," he said, as he distributed some photocopies, "is the scanned copy of his driving license which they took when he showed it to the Hertz staff. The document is authentic. We have checked the license number against the national database. The document has not been stolen or lost." The driving license photo portrayed a middle-aged man with heavy glasses and dark brown, almost ginger hair. His moustache was quite thick. His eyes were barely visible, but they seemed to be of a light colour. It was difficult to tell what exactly. "He didn't book the car in advance. He popped up at Hertz 6 days ago at the airport and filled in the papers to rent the car. He didn't leave any contact number with the rental office." "What flight did he take? And where did he go straight after returning the Gulf?" "That's the strange thing about it. No Philip Beattie has been recorded in the list of passengers arriving at Malpensa on the day that the man rented the car. No Philip Beattie had booked a flight for or left yesterday either. There aren't any flights booked in his name for the next few days." "Are you sure, Maetza?" "I double-checked many times. We're still analysing the passenger lists to find out when he arrived." "Maybe he landed at a different airport or travelled by a different mode of transport," Fujiano said. "Then why bother going to the Malpensa airport to rent a car? Perhaps he lives or works nearby, or—" "It's useless to speculate now," Sensi concluded. "We don't even know if that is the Black Gulf that we're after. For now, let's try to find out whether Mr. Beattie is still here in Italy. Let's ask hotels, residences, bed and breakfasts, everyone. Let's hunt him down, at least until the DNA results turn out to be negative." Sensi was trying to convince himself that he should eat something after all. While he was thinking this, his mobile phone began to vibrate. "This is Corby. I hope I'm not bothering you at this time." Sensi glanced at his watch. It was 9:30 p.m. "I'm still at the office. Don't worry." "Right, I'm also at the office. I didn't talk about it during our meeting today because I wanted to double-check and be completely certain. There's one sighting of a Black Gulf that stood out for me among the many sightings that were reported. The description of the man who was driving the car seems to match Philip Beattie's photo." The lieutenant briefly summarised the young couple's report. "I asked the young couple to come to our office again. They recognised the man who was driving the Gulf in the driving licence photo." He paused. "Are they certain?" "Yes, as much as one can be certain by looking at a faded photo and glancing at a man who turns his face to the other side. Anyway," he carried on, "whether or not the man was Mr. Beattie, it's a bit strange for a man to be all by himself somewhere where couples usually go. It's a dirt road that stretches for kilometres along the Adda River and then branches out into multiple tracks towards the reservoir. There's nothing there, no bars, no houses, no farms. There's just a river, bushes and some fields." How far is this area from the place where Ami was last seen? About 20 kilometres. Here's my plan. I'd like to send out a squad to inspect at least the area where the car was seen. The area is large, but we could start from there. A car with only a man in it in an area where couples go to have some privacy. It's hard to draw much of a clue from such flimsy evidence. Sensi sighed heavily. Okay. Send somebody to have a look. It won't hurt. Sensi let his mobile phone slide onto his desk and leaned back in his armchair with his eyes closed. There was no way he could eat anything. His tense stomach wouldn't let a single mouthful in. It was now well over 48 hours since Ami had disappeared. Statistically, there was only a 3% chance that they would find her again, safe and well. There was still some hope that they would find her, maybe traumatized and tortured, but alive. Sensi flicked through some documents to find the statements of the Hertz staff on the day that Mr. Beattie's black Golf was returned. He flicked through the pages quickly until he found what he was interested in, the statement from the member of staff who had cleaned the car. The car was tidy inside. It's very rare for clients to take care of it, but everything inside the car seemed to have been cleaned recently. The outside, instead, really needed a wash. There was a lot of soil on the rims and underneath the body. Soil. He began to feel nauseous. It sounds like he drove through a dirt road. Sensi glanced at his watch again, then retrieved his mobile phone quickly. This is Police Commissioner Sensi. Can I talk to the manager? He waited for a few minutes. A man with an unfriendly voice answered. Good evening. Did you call for the DNA results? If so, we're doing our final checks. Can I have any information yet? Do you want some information now? Do you want the right information? His tone was almost sarcastic. Fuck, Sensi roared. Stop being so patronizing. We're not in a lab here, he almost shouted. We've been looking for a girl who disappeared almost 3 days ago, with very little result, and every moment that we lose could be fatal for her. Can you tell me anything, yes or no? Please don't take my comments as the final results. Okay, thanks. It'll take a couple of hours for the final results. Okay, now tell me, please. Tell me it's not Ami's blood, Sensi thought before the man answered. The blood seems to belong to Aminata Demba. Lieutenant Corby's phone vibrated 30 seconds later. Fence that area off completely. We need to inspect it inch by inch in the morning. This is a priority. Please don't let the journalists know about it. Is there any news? Ami was in the boot. The blood is hers. Sensi could feel his temples pulsing. Blood had been found in the Gulf. The car seen in a place that looks ideal to get rid of a body. The car returned punctually the following day. I also want the K9 unit to inspect the area in order to check for any human remains. Sensi struggled to keep his voice calm. I'm afraid we'll have to search for a body now. Bench was nearly 2 meters tall, and he was standing still on the stage. His arms were hanging down. His hands were crossed on his stomach to hold the trumpet. The rest of the quintet played along, intertwining notes from a piece of music by Tom Harrell. In his stationary pose, Bench didn't give an impression of stillness, rather of absence. His body was rigidly upright and seemed to adapt itself to an invisible weight in a series of sagging movements. His pelvis laid on his legs, his back on his hips, his neck on his spine, and his head was slightly inclined. His silver hair formed a quiff on his forehead, and his eyes stared at a spot beyond the floor. All of a sudden, almost by a miracle, it seemed that his body was invigorated by an electric shock. Bench slowly put the trumpet to his lips, and his attitude shifted from that of an absent man to that of a man who was hermetically absorbed by his own music. The jazz club audience, in turn, was also invigorated by a wave of renewed energy. They were all there for him. The first few notes of the solo music flew simultaneously, softly and clearly. It was almost like Bench was trying to dominate his huge strength while playing. He conveyed all of his energy to the fullness of the musical expression. His eyes were not blank anymore. They were expressing his own emotions. It was obvious that Bench wasn't playing for himself or for the audience. Bench was playing for the music itself. 40 minutes later, the members of the crisis unit were all assembled again at Sense's office. Those who had a day off had been called back into work again. Lieutenant Corby was the only one missing. He had remained in the area to organize the inspection for the following day. "Philip Beattie, we have to find him. We have to do it now. I know what we're all thinking, but we have to believe that despite everything, Ami could still be alive, wounded, but alive. We have to find Philip Beattie. We need more men, but that's not a problem. We'll have them. We have to find out when he entered our country, and if he's still here, or if he went back to England. Make his photo public. Get in contact with Scotland Yard and Interpol. Do everything that you can think of. Let's find that son of a bitch right now." Trevis sat at one of the tables, sipping his cognac. Bench walked towards him. His movements were rigid and his head was low. "Well done. Amazing gig. That's no surprise." "Thank you." Empty conversation. They both knew very well that Bench wasn't interested in the audience's opinion. "Did you go to Milan to record?" "Yes, they invited me as a special guest for a couple of album tracks. The band was skilled. A few days were all it took to do the job." Bench was keeping his eyes lowered towards the table. His quiff still covered most of his forehead. He looked exhausted. "Are you still following the therapy?" "I'm taking a smaller dose now. I always do when I have to do a gig. It's all good, though. I'll go back to the usual dose tomorrow." "Everything under control?" Bench lifted his eyes for the first time. "Everything under control." He had begun to play the trumpet 25 years ago, before his hair was silver and when his name was Tommaso Bencivenga. He was a lively, intelligent young man, and his talent was already well known to the director of the city orchestra. After a short period of indecision, his parents had finally decided to support his studies at the Musical Academy in Siena. His history of music lecturer was also a skilled jazz drum player and had an important influence on the young man's musical instruction. The young Tommaso had quickly made so much progress that at the age of 20 he gave his first concerts at a jazz club. He had amazed the audience with his perfect technique and his improvising skills. Each time the notes intertwined to make different musical phrases and explored new, surprising combinations. Bench, that was the name he had given himself as a musical artist, was clearly heading for a brilliant career. Then, when he was 22, he had begun to have some problems. His friends had been the first to notice. The joyful, extroverted young man had slowly turned into a silent, introverted musician. His enthusiasm for meeting friends had worn off, and he had become bashful. These problems rapidly became worse and worse. Shortly after, Bench had become completely absent-minded, uninterested in anything that happened around him. He had become incapable of feeling emotions, joy or pain. He had become very quiet, and often what he said didn't make much sense. He believed that he was surrounded by copies of himself, clones that echoed whatever he said and overlapped one another. Finally, voices and sounds had begun to crowd his mind. He would sit on the floor for hours in the same position, crouched down in the corner of his room, holding his trumpet in his hands. Then he would become hyperactive a moment later, and he would become agitated and aggressive towards anyone who was around him. He was diagnosed with schizophrenia and spent the following years in and out of hospitals and rehab centers. He never stopped playing the trumpet, but occasionally the heavy drugs that he had to take would sedate him to the point where he was unable to function properly. He only played when he was by himself, and he would compose surreal music. That was usually his best music. Things had changed a little for the better in the last few years with the arrival of new drugs, which didn't give him any more hallucinations. Despite the struggles and the general dampening down of his emotions, Bench began to connect timidly with the outside world again. His music, however, had not been the same. Then somebody introduced him to Trevis. At the end of 3 years of long and difficult therapy, Bench became independent and was able to convince his doctors that he didn't need such a high dose of drugs. He rediscovered his long-lost enchantment with music. Recently, he began to further reduce his dose before gigs on his own initiative. This worried Trevis. "Who did you want to talk to me about, Bench?"
"Elisa. She's from my town. She's the daughter of a family friend."
Bench lowered his eyes again. It seemed like he didn't have anything else to say. Trevis encouraged him to speak. "Tell me more about her."
"She's been ill for 5 years."
"Is it a clear diagnosis?" Bench nodded.
"Schizophrenia. Her father asked me if he could see you."
"You know that I don't take on new patients anymore."
"Yes, and he insisted I plead with you."
Bench paused again for a few seconds. "Just for a chat." Trevis stared thoughtfully into his cognac while he swirled it round in the bottom of the glass. Some time ago he decided to focus only on patients that he was still treating, and not to take on any more new ones. It was basically a decision to partially retire. A few patients, some papers to publish, a few conferences. "Did you say just for a chat?"
"Whenever you have time."
"I don't have a lot of time," Trevis lied. "I would be free tomorrow at 3 p.m. in my office in Follonica." He thought it would be best to get rid of this new patient soon. Chapter 4. It was raining heavily. He had begun working during the night and hadn't stopped since. The soil was muddy. The dirt road alongside the river was little more than a lane and had turned into a creek of mud. The area to be searched was immense. The dirt road stretched for kilometres along the river and branched out into several different paths towards the forest. There were hectares of fields and bushes through which the black Golf may have driven, assuming that it was the same car that Mr. Beatty was driving. The rain had erased every possible trace of tyre tracks. Sensi was standing about 100 metres away from the beginning of the dirt road, next to one of the police cars and under the shelter of his umbrella, which was being pelted by the constant rain. The police squad and the canine unit had begun to search the nearest areas. It was 7:30 a.m. The night before, they received confirmation that the blood found in the black Golf rented by Philip Beatty was Ami's. The river reflected the agitation that churned in Sensi's heart, for the rain was hitting the surface so hard it looked as though it was boiling. A police cruiser stopped behind him. Lieutenant Corby and the couple that had reported the sighting of the black Golf got out of the car. "Is this the place?" Sensi asked. "Yes, maybe a few metres down the track," the young man replied from the shelter of his girlfriend's umbrella. "I showed them our photo." Lieutenant Corby didn't mention Beatty's name and nationality. "So?" Sensi looked at the couple impatiently. "Well," the young man spoke hesitantly. "It was him," the young girl interrupted him. "Definitely." "Definitely?" "Well, let's say 90% certain." "You have pointed out that the man behind the wheel had his head turned away, almost like he wanted to hide his face, as you said. It was dark. Think about it carefully. Are you sure about it?" The young girl remained silent for a while. "Yes," she said eventually. "It was the man in the photo." Sensi felt his stomach close again in a cramp. "Right. When you saw the Golf, how far away was it from you?" We saw the beams. The car turned up from that curve down there. The young man pointed to a spot with his finger, just before the open space. It must be 200 meters, Corby pondered. Was the car moving when you saw it? Do you think the driver turned on the engine when he saw you? No, we saw it turning round. We thought it would stop at the open space to avoid crossing paths with us. Sensi walked away a few steps. He looked gloomy. He waved at Corby and called him to come nearer. Let's move our investigation 500 meters down the river. We'll have to move inwards from the bank. Do they all know what to look for, apart from, Sensi hesitated. A body. Areas where the soil has been moved recently. It won't be easy in this weather. We have dogs, right? Sensi turned round to look at the river. The rain became heavier. It was a storm now. The noise forced him to raise his voice. Let's alert the river unit. Perhaps he got rid of the body by leaving it to the mercy of the water. That morning, Elisa came back home. She had spent a couple of nights away from the crowd with family friends. The word tree, she told her father. Elaji pretended not to hear. The word tree, she repeated, speaking in the Wolof dialect. Elaji took her up in his arms. She was incredibly light. The word tree? Yes. He took her to the middle of the room and sat down with his legs crossed, still holding his daughter in his arms. He let her sit on his lap. There was a little space left which was sadly empty. Ami used to sit there. Then he raised his arms and closed them in a circle to give an impression of a tree. When he was a young man, there was a giant baobab at the centre of his village. The adults would meet there to discuss and take decisions for the community. The children would gather there to listen to the old griot as he told the ancient story of the Mali Empire and the heroic deeds of Sunjata, the Lion Prince, the forefather of the Jata dynasty. Which story do you want me to tell you? I don't want to hear a story. I want to talk. What do you want to talk about? Ami. When will she come back? She'll be home soon. They say that a bad man has taken her away. She'll be with us again soon. Can you not go and get her off the bad man? Elaji closed his eyes. The anger that he was fostering inside now seemed uncontrollable. We have to be patient. God, he spoke in Italian, has decided this. Ami will be back soon. At the end of the morning, Sensi gave up and decided to go back to Milan. The police would carry on the search until dusk. They would need a lot longer than another day to inspect the whole area inch by inch. At least the rain had stopped now. Sensi called Maedza while he was driving along the motorway. Any news on Beatty? We've made his photo public. All of the police departments have been alerted. What about the media? We've kept it quiet, don't worry. Okay. Did we find out exactly when he arrived? Early June, on a British Airways flight from London to Rome. Early June? Sensi repeated. That's 6 months ago. And we have no record of his return. Fuck, he's still around. It seems so, but he's not registered at any hotels. We're still looking for him. He's been in Italy for a good while. Maybe he rented a house. That's possible, perhaps near Malpensa. Why rent a car there otherwise? Sensi remained silent for a little while. Scotland Yard? The magistrate signed the international mandate a couple of hours ago and has sent it out to London and Interpol. Beatty is wanted all over Europe now. Okay. I'll be back in the office in half an hour. Call me immediately if you have any news in the meantime. I will do. And, excuse me. Yes? What about the golf along the river? The young lady is convinced that the man behind the steering wheel was Mr. Beatty. Maedza sighed heavily. Fuck. Let's find Philip Beattie." Sensi closed the conversation.
How realistic is it to hope that Ami's still alive? He asked himself gloomily.
Of course, the young girl might have been wrong when she identified Mr. Beattie as the man driving the black Golf. Maybe the blood that they had found in the boot was from a small wound, and Beattie had chosen to hide her in the boot to make sure that she wouldn't cry out for help during the drive. Perhaps Ami was still alive and was being kept captive somewhere secret. Perhaps she was being held in Beattie's Italian residence. If this was the case, however, why had he been driving along the shores of the Adda River the same night? That was an isolated place with nothing more than bushes, fields, and a river. The ideal place to get rid of a body. Why did he return the car the following morning? He kept wondering, was it because everything was over? Or perhaps he wanted to swap cars to avoid somebody recognizing him from when he picked Ami up from the bus stop. Police Commissioner Sensi accelerated angrily along the motorway. They had to find Beattie really soon. It was a few minutes to 3 p.m. when Police Commissioner Fuggiano threw himself into Sensi's office without knocking. "We got him. He rented a house." Sensi sprang up on his feet. "Son of a bitch." "It's about 20 kilometers away from where he picked up Ami, in a village near Milan. He rented the house for 3 months on the internet." "Fuck, are there any police departments in the area?" "The Paolo police district is only a few kilometers away." "Ask them to inspect the place and keep an eye on the house. Tell them not to give away their presence, for goodness sake. Let's go." Sensi tried hard to believe she might still be alive. "Let's go and get him." He had to be only a little over 50, but the network of wrinkles on his face was misleading and definitely made him look older than he really was. Trevis welcomed the man into his office. The glass windows rattled as they were buffeted by the wind. "South-west wind," Trevis commented. "Yes, it started last night. I walked along the promenade. There was a storm and the wind was sweeping the sand from the beach onto the road." His voice was as rough as his aspect, and hinted that this tall, robust man still had some strength. His eyes were brown and penetrating. His hair was thin and ruffled, but still incredibly black. Trevis wondered whether that colour was natural or he dyed his hair. "Please take a seat, Mr. Cellini." Trevis pointed to an armchair in front of his desk. "Have you known Bench for a long time?" Trevis asked. "I've known him forever. We're from the same village, Nicoletta. It's such a small village that we're probably relatives somehow." Cellini hesitated. "I noticed how much better he's doing thanks to your help." Trevis also hesitated for a while. "Bench may have already told you that I don't take on new patients anymore." "I'd like to tell you my daughter's story." The man's eyes looked darker now. The glass windows rattled again with the wind. Trevis thought for a moment that he could smell the stormy sea. "Elisa is 20 years old. She's been diagnosed as schizophrenic for the last 5 years. Cellini's eyes were clouded again. "She doesn't really have a normal life. She has a vegetative existence in a drug-induced straitjacket." "Risperidone?" "Yes, and high doses of quetiapine. Without these drugs, Elisa becomes aggressive. She has hallucinations and becomes delirious. Under the effect of the drugs, however, she's like a ghost, completely absent. She doesn't speak, she doesn't answer our questions, she doesn't seem to notice anything that happens around her." Trevis nodded silently. He knew well that the latest generation of drugs were able to suppress the active effects of schizophrenia, like Elisa's hallucinations and delirium, but they had no power over the negative effects. The absence of emotions, the indifference towards whatever is happening around, the absence of communication, all these problems remained. "We have to take care of her completely. We wash her, we dress her, we feed her at regular intervals.
We accompany her to the bathroom. Cellini sighed noisily. My wife passed away 3 years ago. I take care of everything with the help of a couple of people. Don't get me wrong, Professor, I'm not complaining about my life. I'm happy to do everything that I do. I just want a better quality of life for Elisa. I wanted to have a semblance of a normal life. Trevis rocked back and forth for a while in his armchair. Did it all begin out of the blue 5 years ago? Cellini hesitated for a while, then he answered. He gave Trevis the impression that he wanted to collect his thoughts before speaking. Bench didn't talk to you about it, right? Something caused her to fall straight into the illness. She'd only shown a few signs beforehand, and we never paid a lot of attention to them. She was 15 years old. That age can be difficult. What signs? She seemed unable to enjoy the little things, to have fun. She was obsessed with the idea that she didn't smell nice. Occasionally she was aggressive with her mother, and she would become very quiet soon afterwards. The wind shook the glass windows again, making them rattle noisily. What happened then, Mr. Cellini? Elisa isn't my only daughter. She had an identical twin. It was like looking at her mirror image. Cellini swallowed. He was struggling to carry on talking. She disappeared 5 years ago, during a barbecue. We never found her again. Neither of them spoke for a few seconds. What a tragedy. Trevis spoke, then paused again for a little while. I believe there is something we could try, Mr. Cellini. If you prefer, I can refer you to somebody who can see her regularly. I trust your abilities, Professor Trevis. Do you really not want to care for Elisa? Trevis smiled kindly, but said firmly, I'm sorry. He fumbled into one of his drawers and fished out a business card. He handed it over to Cellini. Dr. Marcone will be able to take care of Elisa just as well as me, probably even better. Cellini stood up. He looked older and more stooped than he had when he entered the office. Trevis accompanied him to the door. He asked the question casually by way of making conversation and showing empathy with Elisa's parent. What was the other twin's name? Denise. Trevis's soul broke apart in a moment. Denise. In a moment, 1,000 images, memories, and sounds filled his mind. Denise. His Denise. Her smile, her gestures, her way of speaking, her lips, the warmth of her body. Are you okay, Professor? Yes, he tried to pull himself together. Somebody very close to me had that name. It's over 20 years ago now. Someone I couldn't protect, he wanted to add. Somebody I wasn't able to rescue. Trevis breathed in deeply. He was overwhelmed by his emotions and chose to do the only thing that seemed reasonable at that moment in time. Denise, he muttered under his breath. I'll take care of your daughter. It wasn't the typical detached house that Sensi had imagined. It was, in fact, an old grey house. It was isolated and in the countryside. A small fence of rusty iron railings surrounded the house and separated it from wild, untamed undergrowth. It was impossible to get any closer without being noticed. A business van was parked about 50 metres away from the gate. Lieutenant Corby was sitting behind the steering wheel. Sensi was next to him, and Maezza and Fuggiano stood outside and pretended to be working on some electric cables. In the meantime, a squad had silently sneaked behind the house through the bushes. Sensi handed the binoculars to Corby. It seems to be empty inside, he sighed. There are no cars parked nearby. Maybe he's sleeping.
Sensi's emotions swung between the exhilaration of having found Beatty's abode, perhaps with Ami captive inside, to the fear and the fury that he might be too late.
"How long will your agent take to arrive?" he asked impatiently. "He should be here already. There he is."
A postman arrived from round the corner and stopped outside the gate for a few seconds.
"Get ready," Sensi ordered into his microphone. His voice had suddenly become shrill.
Maetz and Fuggiano walked to the other side of the road. They could charge to the front door in a moment if necessary. The other squad was ready to enter the house from behind. The postman approached the door and, holding a parcel in his hand, rang the buzzer twice. He had hidden his gun in the back of his trousers. It would have been impossible for anyone to notice that he was armed. Sensi grabbed the binoculars again and observed the house. There was no movement inside, no light switched on or off. The postman pressed the buzzer again, this time for a longer period.
"Nothing?"
Sensi asked as he addressed the squad.
"No signs."
The postman made one last attempt, then, following his instructions, he left a parcel delivery slip in the postbox and disappeared round the corner again.
"He's not in," Corby said. "Or maybe he's suspicious, a postman delivering a parcel in the afternoon. Maybe that wasn't a good idea." "Can you see any back doors?"
Sensi said into his walkie-talkie, addressing the squad.
"Yes, there's a back door and a window."
The daylight was fading. It would be dark very soon.
"Can we get into the house through there?"
"We can get in easily. If he's in another room, he won't hear anything. We'll wait for your order."
"Wait a few more minutes. Let's wait until dark. Let's see if and where lights turn on in the house."
The following minutes lasted hours, and nobody spoke. The daylight faded slowly. No lights went on in the house. "Now," Sensi ordered. 3 men from the squad jumped over the fence and ran silently towards the back door. They broke the lock in a few moments with barely a sound and sneaked inside. Another endless pause. Sensi realized that all of his muscles were taut. He tried to picture the 3 men. He hoped that sooner or later one of them would shout into the walkie-talkie that they'd found Ami alive. "Nobody," one of them shouted suddenly. "Nobody around. It's empty here." An hour later, the forensics department were analyzing the house in order to find any helpful hints or traces. Sensi walked around the rooms wearing plastic overshoes and being careful not to touch anything. Everything seemed perfect, like a hotel room ready for the next guest.
"Did you bring her here, son of a bitch? Where the fuck are you now? Where's Ami?"
His phone vibrated.
"I'll get you, son of a bitch. I'll come and get you. It's just a matter of time,"
Sensi thought as he picked up the call. "He's in London." The public prosecutor was a man of few words. "Scotland Yard informed us that they found Philip Beatty. An English judge will approve his arrest tomorrow, and then he'll be with us." A wave of shivers ran through Sensi's spine.
"Was he interrogated? Did he say anything? Where's Ami?"
"We only know that Mr. Beatty was found in London. I assume that our Scotland Yard colleagues will ask him a few questions soon. We'll have to wait. The English procedures are very strict. The case has to be considered at the Magistrates' Court in Bow Street. They will have to approve the arrest and OK the extradition procedures."
"Fuck, when are we going to be able to interrogate him?"
"It'll take a few days for the extradition, but I think we'll be able to ask him questions as soon as the arrest is approved. Get ready to fly to the United Kingdom." The TV show had been one of the most popular in the last few years. It was broadcast weekly on one of the nation's channels and dealt with missing people. That night's episode was all about Ami. The show began with a live broadcast from the Demba family's neighborhood. They had organized a march, and almost everybody had taken part in it. Elaji and Rama had preferred to avoid the cameras and to remain at home with little Alisa. They followed the march from their small TV. The journalist began to summarize the whole story. She emphasized some details, including the black Golf. Then, all of a sudden, she received a call on the desk telephone. "I'm sorry," she said as she interrupted a conversation between two of the guests. She drew the camera back to herself. "I'm sorry for interrupting you. We have some breaking news. Somebody has been arrested." Elagi thought that his heart had stopped for a moment. Rama brought little Alissa, who was fast asleep, closer to her chest, without realizing that she had done so. "In London," the journalist continued, "a British citizen was arrested after the manhunt had officially been made international. Investigators currently believe this man was involved in the kidnapping." Rama began to cry uncontrollably. Elagi's heart filled with hatred. He would never have imagined that he was capable of this feeling. For the first time in his life, he wanted to kill somebody with his own hands. Chapter 5. The morning had been very stressful due to the intrusion of the media. Together with the arrest of Mr. Beatty in England, some journalists had discovered that the police had entered the house where the Englishman had been staying in Italy. The journalists seemed to pop up from every corner and pestered everyone in town with questions. The public prosecutor eventually decided to request a news blackout during such a delicate point in the investigation. The search in the house had been carried out all through the night. All the latest technological equipment had been used. The results, however, had been fairly disappointing. It almost seemed as though a professional cleaning team had tidied up every corner of every room. There were no fingerprints, no organic material, no hairs, nothing at all. On one of the stairs that led from the first floor to the ground floor, microscopic traces of blood had been found. The traces were so small that it would be very difficult to recover a full DNA profile from them. At the first light of dawn, the search along the river had also resumed. Sensi was in his office together with Maetza. They were both pacing impatiently as they waited for permission from London to carry on with their investigation. Beatty had organised every detail well in advance. Nothing had been left to chance. When he felt that it was the right time, he had rented an isolated house from the internet, a house that guaranteed him some privacy. He had rented the Black Golf at the airport, pretending to be a tourist who had just arrived in Italy, and had taken Ami in that same car. Little Ami. He had to know her daily routine. He had taken her early in the morning while she was on her way to school. He had taken her to the house. Then Sensi closed his eyes. He must have put her in the boot at night and then taken her to the river. The following morning he had returned the Black Golf and made his way back to London. He would have felt that he was safe over 1,000 miles from trouble. Or at least he thought he was. Son of a bitch, Sensi cursed him, almost talking to himself. How did he return home if there's no trace of him on any flights departing from Italy? Maetza asked. Probably by train. Sensi put his hands on his tired face. He could have taken a shuttle from Malpensa to the central station in Milan, and then another train to London. He might have left a second car in the airport parking area as he was using the Golf. Maetza tried to hypothesize. Considering what he was planning to do, he must have thought it would be safer to return to his homeland in a car that nobody had seen on the morning of the kidnapping. It sounds complicated. It would have to be another rented car, considering that he arrived in Italy by plane. Anyway, we'll soon know everything. Elagi had decided to return to work. He felt that he couldn't stay at home any longer. He was tired of waiting for the phone to ring, and it was painful to see Rama crying and praying. He was currently working as an ironsmith in a small business with 4 other people. That day he had furiously hammered the white-hot iron non-stop to make a huge tractor ploughshare. That job would have been exhausting for anyone else, but not him. The night before, when he heard the news that Beatty was being held by the police, he had run to the police station in town. "Was it him?" he had shouted. "Does he have Ami with him? Where did he hide her?" "Elagi, I can't tell you much," Corby had said to him. "We were ordered to keep quiet about the investigation, but we're hoping that this man will lead us to Ami.
We'll be able to question him in a few hours. Trust us, Elaji."
Elaji lifted up a 2-meter iron bar as easily as if it was made of straw and laid it under the trip hammer. When the head fell violently on the bar, Elaji promised himself that if Ami didn't make it back home, he wouldn't rest until he had killed the kidnapper with an equivalent amount of force. The southwest wind hadn't let up overnight, and it had wiped the clouds away from the sky and blown the sand from the beach onto the roads. Trevis hadn't had a wink of sleep. He had been tormented by the memories and the anguish from years ago. He had accepted Elisa as a patient, overwhelmed by a sudden wave of emotion. Denise was the name of her sister. Another Denise, another tragedy. Why had he agreed to help her? Why had he read a sign of destiny in that name? Why did he think that by helping this patient he could redeem himself for not having saved Denise? Whatever the answer, it had been a mistake. But now Elisa was sitting in front of him. They were alone in his office. Her father had accompanied her hand in hand into the office and helped her to sit down in the armchair. Elisa was thin and tiny. Her facial traits were very gentle. Her face looked vaguely baby-like, despite her being 20 years old. Her thin blonde hair hung loose on her shoulders. She sat with her fingers intertwined and rested her hands on her stomach. "Elisa?" Trevis repeated. He waited for a whole minute before asking again. Elisa's face was expressionless. Her eyes were of a light colour but looked lifeless, and stared at an imaginary spot somewhere beyond the walls of Trevis's office. She was wearing a simple dress, which looked somehow old-fashioned, and the style and colour were more appropriate for a girl in her early teens. Her father took care of her. Trevis thought that dress represented the childlike image her father had still of her. "Elisa?" For a few seconds there was no apparent response. Then Trevis noticed a tiny, almost imperceptible change. She squinted a little. Trevis heard a noise. He leaned over his desk a little to see better. Elisa was peeing. "I don't have any good news, unfortunately." The beginning of the call from the magistrate froze Sensi. "The London Magistrates' Court has released Beattie. They didn't approve the arrest, and there won't be any extradition."
"How's that possible?"
The police commissioner was astounded. "And that's not the bad news. Philip Beattie is hemiplegic, and dozens of witnesses can confirm that he hasn't left his home for months."
"Hemiplegic?"
Sensi couldn't believe his ears. "He had a stroke months ago. His intellectual abilities are compromised, and he needs assistance at home. He's not our man."
"Fuck, maybe they got the wrong person. How many Philip Beatties are there in London?"
"No mistake, unfortunately. The driving licence recorded at Hertz was his."
"For fuck's sake."
"They obviously stole it from him, but he never reported losing it simply because he never noticed. Since he had the stroke, he's been unable to drive."
Sensi leaned back in his armchair. He felt as though his strength had suddenly abandoned him. "Yeah, if he'd reported it, we would have found his file number on our database immediately."
"And we would have avoided this misunderstanding."
The magistrate paused for a few seconds, then spoke again.
"The kidnapper isn't called Philip Beattie." Chapter 6. 3 months later. The sky of that bitterly cold March day was surprisingly clear. The clearing was about 300 metres away from the riverbank, no further than that. 2 men holding trowels were gently and carefully removing a clump of soil. They had been working for 3 hours already. At the end of the clearing there was a woman. She also had a trowel in her hand and was drinking water from a bottle. Then one of the 2 men froze for a moment before resuming working at a frantic pace. "Christina! Christina!" he shouted excitedly, without stopping to stare at the soil. The woman strode towards him. She dropped the water bottle on the ground. "Look, Christina!" The man spoke when she reached him. "Look at the cut." Part 2. Sensi and Claps remained silent for a long period of time.
You found little Ami eventually?
Sensi hesitated. He glanced to a spot far away beyond Claps.
It took us 3 months. We found her 4 days ago, near the river Ada. We'd spent such a long time inspecting the area where the golf sighting had been reported.
3 months,
Claps repeated.
The area was large. We carried on searching for so many weeks we must have walked over her many times. We used dogs that were trained to search out bodies, with no results. Eventually we decided to ask for the support of the Institute of Medical Investigation.
The LAFOD.
The Laboratory of Anthropology and Forensic Dentistry. Sensi nodded. They took aerial photos and spotted 6 areas where the soil may have been moved.
They started to...
Claps had to focus to utter the word that he had in mind.
Peel off.
Yes, peel off. They began to gently remove the first 5 inches of soil from the 6 spots.
To find a cut.
Yes, the edge between a filled pit and the unscathed neighbouring soil.
A cut is visible for long years. Many.
That's what I was told. The soil's consistency, the colour. In a nutshell, it's possible to easily identify the perimeter of any pit dug even months before if one peels off the first layer of soil. They began to work on the nearest site, which was easier to reach by car.
Yes. A body. Heavy. It's difficult.
This time Claps lowered his eyes. Then he spoke again.
But Ami was light.
Yes, they found a cut on the last site. They had lost any hope by then. It was the furthest away, right near the forest. Sensi took a sip of water. They dug almost half a meter down, he said. Then he paused again. He was struggling to carry on talking. Ami was there. She was wrapped in cellophane. Claps imagined the scene. He could almost smell the damp soil, the odour of decomposition wafting from Ami's body. For a moment everything around him disappeared, and he fell prey to the all-too-familiar vertigo. We still don't know much, Claps. Ever since we discovered that Philip Beattie is the wrong man, we've made no progress. The man who stole his identity is like a ghost.
Driving license. How?
Beattie was a university lecturer in history of art. This was a sabbatical year. He arrived in Italy at the end of June and travelled around. One day somebody stole his driving license, or maybe they just took it off him. We don't know when it happened. The reason he never realized is because during all that time he never needed it. He used public transport to move around, Rome, Naples, Venice, Florence. Then he suffered a stroke at the beginning of September. Once he had recovered enough to travel, he was sent back home on a Europe assistance flight, which is why he wasn't listed on any of the regular flights. We looked for him in Italy. When he returned to his homeland, his driving license remained here, in the hands of somebody who was up to no good.
The house given?
Rented, through the internet.
How? Paid?
It would have been great if he had used a credit card. Sensi smiled bitterly. He booked it from an internet site, then he went to the offices in person. He paid cash. We interviewed the person that spoke to him, and basically he described someone who looked like Beattie. We inspected his house but found no trace, only hair from a wig. The ghost dressed up to look like Beattie, or better, to look like Beattie's photo on his driving license. He's much bigger than Beattie. He's nearly 2 meters tall, according to the car rental assistant.
The cellophane? Anything?
Nothing that can be used to identify the DNA of that motherfucker, if that's what you were trying to say.
Glaps wrote something down on his notepad. He was very quick. Then he spoke, glancing at what he had written.
This ghost has an organized pattern of behavior. Evidently, he planned everything well. He probably had chosen Amy before. He paid attention not to leave traces. He was cautious. He must feel very proud of himself. He could do it again. He's a tall man, between 30 and 40 years old. He was in touch with Beatty, even for just a little while. You know this already.
Glaps lifted his eyes. He stared into Sense's eyes.
Why did you want to speak about it all with me?
Well, there's something that you still don't know. Something about Amy's body.
The police commissioner had to swallow down another sip of water. Then he carried on talking.
She was missing a finger. The little finger of her left hand. It was chopped off.
Sense remained silent. After a few seconds, Glaps understood.
It's not a one-off, right?
Sense nodded gravely. The first time was 3 years ago. Then the remains of 2 children were found last year. They were both buried in the forest. They found them by pure chance. They were both missing their left little fingers.
Glaps struggled to ask more precise questions.
More. Tell me more.
The bodies were not identified. They were African girls of about 11 or 12 years old. Nobody ever reported them as missing. The investigators believed that they were from families of illegal immigrants who were afraid to report their disappearance.
That's absurd. They would have received permission after report for tragedies like this. Nobody would have expelled.
They don't know our laws, Glaps. Don't forget that many of them are desperate and often terrorized.
Glaps remained silent for a few seconds.
That sad. Carry on talking.
The 3 bodies were all found in Tuscany. The first one was found 3 years ago, as I said. 2 young guys who were looking for mushrooms in a forest found them by chance. The pit originally had to have been quite shallow, and it had rained so much that some of the soil had been washed off. That's how they noticed something on the ground. The girl had to have been dead for 3 or 4 months already. The body was in very bad conditions, but the flesh was still there, except for
the little finger.
Sensi nodded. The second body was found a year ago. Again, it was found in a forest. The body had almost no flesh left. It was basically just a skeleton. Some wild boar had unearthed the lower part of the body, and it had been eaten away. The skull and the upper part of the body, including the bones of the arms, were found intact a few inches underground. The little finger was missing, though.
When she died?
Ages before. It wasn't possible to date it with precision, but it had to be between 4 and 7 years ago.
That's not possible. More precision?
The LAFOD didn't take care of the case, unfortunately,
Sensi continued. Where?
The oldest discovery was made in a forest in the vicinity of a national park between Siena and Grosseto. The most recent one was near the coast between the provinces of Livorno and Grosseto.
Claps pondered for a long time, then spoke again. Cellophane?
The reports say there were no traces of cellophane near the bodies.
How Ami died?
Sensi sighed. She was strangled. She was tortured before that.
Raped?
Sensi lowered his eyes. Yes.
The others?
We can't say much about the skeleton, but for the other body it was certainly a death by strangulation, and although we can't be certain because of the body's condition, she may also have been raped.
Claps closed his eyes.
The ghost. The ogre.
An evil shadow began to take shape in his mind, just like it would have done 3 years ago when he was still able to talk and express himself with no trouble. By analysing the extremely organised behaviour of the ghost in the most recent story of little Ami, it was obvious that the man would strike again. Ami hadn't been his first and only victim. Perhaps there were more than 3 victims. There may have been up to 7 years between the first murder and the last one, maybe too much time for only 3 victims. The ogre. He was from Tuscany, he was certain of it. The first murder was there, and usually they don't go too far from their local area the first time. The second murder had also been in the same region. There was no trace of cellophane in the pits. Why? He had used it with Ami to avoid leaving traces in the house. He must have laid on the cellophane to lay on her, like a beast. The first 2 bodies showed no trace of cellophane. Maybe he had a hideout where he felt safe, where he knew that nobody could have found the girls. Who would have found them anyway, if nobody had reported them missing? Certainly the monster had counted on that factor. Nameless, faceless victims with no justice. Tuscany was the region where Beatty, lecturer in the history of art, must have travelled several times. Florence, Pisa, Siena, probably also Volterra, San Gimignano, and God knows how many other places. The beast had met him somewhere and stolen his driving license. He lived in Tuscany, the ogre. A body in the forest, another one near the coast. Maybe his hideout was somewhere in between the 2 spots. Claps opened his eyes. He struggled to express his thoughts out loud. Yes, the police commissioner replied, after listening to him. It's all very likely. Why did he strike here now, though? One possible reason is that he recently moved to live in this area. Claps spread his arms. Possible. But here, now, no trace. I think that if we want to find the ghost that took Ami, we need to find the ogre who kidnapped the victims in Tuscany. Claps was trying his best to speak clearly. In the meantime, one question dominated his mind. Why Ami? She wasn't his standard victim. He couldn't have thought that nobody would miss her. He wasn't in his environment. He wasn't in his forest anymore. Then why Ami? Again, for a moment, the faint shadow of the ogre rematerialized in his mind. What will you do now? He asked. I'll think about it, and then I'll follow your suggestions. As always. We'll carry on our investigation in Tuscany. Chapter 1. I want to talk to the Demba family, and I want to go to Tuscany. Sensi had been at the office for only a few minutes when Claps had appeared in front of him.
Listen, my friend.
The police commissioner was trying to be careful not to offend Claps.
Maybe I shouldn't have talked to you last night.
He remained silent for a little while. He was trying to find the right words to say. I wanted to talk to somebody to sort out my ideas. I wanted to have some opinion, some new ideas. That's why I needed you. That's why I talked to you. But that's all that I wanted. It has to be all that I want.
Claps remained expressionless. He carried on staring into Sensi's eyes.
It's too late now to keep me out of it. I feel alive. You brought me back to work.
Sensi stood up and walked towards the window. He began to stare out of it. He had turned his back to Claps. Come on, it sucks to be back at work. You realized that the last time. Remember?
It didn't end that badly. We got him.
Morphy almost killed you. He almost
took away my speech. I move normally. I can walk, and I have very good health otherwise. I understand, and I let others understand me. Most importantly, I'm still able to think, just like 3 years ago. I feel the same.
Sensi turned round and looked at him almost with pity. I can't. I'm sorry.
Claps stared intensely into his eyes. It's true. I didn't want to work, but do you remember? You convinced me to. You had to insist. You were convincing.
Sensi lowered his eyes for a moment.
Then Claps spoke again. I wouldn't be like this now. You owe me something, Claps concluded. My previous life back. The police commissioner walked to his desk and sat down again. Then he raised his eyes again.
Even if I wanted to, it's not possible. You're retired now.
Retired? The law allows pensioned people to work. You can take me on as an external consultant.
Sensi remained silent for a few seconds. Why? Why do you want to come back?
Because, after all, I'm alive. I understood it. Last night.
Sensi knew Claps very well. Is that everything?
No. The man. He's now on my mind.
The police commissioner observed Claps's hands. They were clutched into fists. On your mind? And you won't rest until we've found him, right?
Until we've found him.
Neither of them spoke for a goodly while. Then Claps broke the silence.
Sienna is in Tuscany. Hospital. It's easier to steal. A driving license. There.
Sensi nodded. He'd already thought of that. He took his telephone and dialed an internal number. Police Commissioner Fuggiano replied immediately. Listen, I need a list, please. I want to know the names of the doctors, nurses, and patients who were in touch with Beatty when he was hospitalized in Siena following his stroke. Do a quick, detailed job, please.
Sensi hung up and looked into Clapps's eyes.
Okay?
That's a start. He opened a drawer and pulled out a heavy folder. He dropped it onto the desk in front of Claps.
There's everything about Ami we know here, and all that we know about the cold cases in Tuscany. There's also the Demba's family address, obviously. Are you going to drive your old wreck there and meet them?
I don't have that car anymore. I have an estate car now. Easier for my dog.
Brando, I haven't seen him in a while. How big is he now?
He's overweight. He's 80 kilos.
A Corsican shepherd of 80 kilos? You must be crazy. Sensi handed the folder to Claps. And I must be crazier than you.
Chapter 2. Trevis observed Elisa with a smile. She seemed uncertain about which crayon to use. Nothing had changed over the few sessions since he'd first met her. Every day her father took her to his office and then picked her up again after a few hours. He'd stopped asking whether there had been any progress. Elisa remained sitting solemnly for hours in the chair. She didn't say a single word. She didn't respond to any input, words, sounds, music, or anything else. Her eyes were fixed, expressionless, but it didn't look as though she was staring into the void. In his notes, Trevis had defined it as simply transparent, as if there wasn't anything to look at. After all, that's how it was. There was no surrounding environment for her. She existed only in her own world, inside her mind. Trevis had begun to modify the doses of the drugs that the girl had to take every day. For a few weeks, nothing changed. Then he began to decrease the doses with caution, progressively. Finally, one day after he shouted, "Elisa!" one more time, she turned her head towards him. It had been an instant, a moment. Elisa had perceived the world around her for the first time in a long while, right then. It was only a first small step down the long, rough path to a better life, and there was no guarantee that they would reach their destination, but it was the first step, a fundamental one. Trevis was hoping that Elisa would show some kind of break from her constant state of self-isolation and her obstinate rejection of the world surrounding her. He needed some kind of sign desperately in order to make a connection, to find a common ground where he could meet her. Eventually, Elisa chose the yellow crayon. She'd decided to begin colouring the hair. "I'm really sorry about Ami." He was struggling to speak that day. As soon as he'd woken up, he'd felt the same sense of alienation that had accompanied him for a long time during his recovery. He hadn't felt that way for weeks now.
Everybody says that.
Elagi's eyes were full of hatred.
It's useless, meaningless.
Claps felt unable to utter any words. He was searching for them in his mind. Perhaps it was impossible to find any words for that occasion. Claps and Elagi were sitting at the dinner table. Rama wasn't around. There was a background scent in that house: leather, wood, tears, pain, hatred.
"Do you also want to ask me questions about Ami? Do you want to see her room, her things? They all want that. I've always welcomed them all, polite to everybody. I've always worked, I've always paid my debts. And now, Ami won't be at home anymore. Never again."
Elagi stood up and walked towards the window. Claps could see that Elagi's solid body was crumbling, and his eyes were lost outside the window.
"I still can't see her body."
Claps remained silent. Even if he had been able to find some of the hidden words in his oblivious memory, what could he have said to Elagi? That he could bury Ami in a few days? That he had to be patient? That they would get the monster? that he had to be proud of his honesty and his efforts, and that he had to carry on that way with the same dignity, bearing his pain. Elagi turned and glared at Claps. "Leave my house. I'm not going to talk to anyone else. Not anymore." After that very small step, Eliza had made some progress during the following few weeks. More often, during her sessions with Trevis, she seemed to have moments where she knew what was happening around her, and others where her eyes looked alive and full of expression. Sometimes she looked amazed, sometimes desperate, as if an invisible tragedy materialized in front of her eyes. Trevis tried to make the most of those moments, with his words, some music, by standing in front of her and mirroring her movements. The results, however, had never been encouraging. As much as he tried, Trevis seemed unable to find a common ground to meet her. He had also been busy trying to reassure her father, for ever since he had reduced the drugs, Eliza had begun to show some signs of agitation. One morning, while he was sitting in front of her, as he usually did, Trevis decided to put a blank sheet of paper on his desk. As soon as Eliza looked self-aware, he drew a circle on the paper. Then he gave her the pen. For a few minutes the girl had shown no signs of understanding, and ordinarily would have returned to her absent state shortly. That time, however, she gulped, as if she'd been woken up unexpectedly. She grabbed the paper with anger, she crumpled it and threw it away from her. Then she sank into her inner self again for the rest of the session, until her father came to pick her up. With excitement, Trevis had written in his notes, "We have some kind of contact for the first time today, or, better, a contact refusal, a rejection of the possibility to communicate. A refusal denotes the patient's ability to evaluate the possibilities. It's a step forward." The same event occurred many times, until one day Eliza decided not to destroy the circle drawn by Trevis. She observed the drawing for a long time, and she remained present for an unusually long time. She moved her hand towards the pen. Trevis stood up and turned towards the window. His back was towards Eliza. He followed her movements from her reflection in the glass. Eliza grabbed the pen and scribbled frantically. She was trying to erase the circle drawn by Trevis. From that moment things began to change. Trevis would draw circles and other shapes, and Eliza drew lines on top which looked increasingly less shaky and angry. Then Trevis began to draw some lines using coloured crayons, one colour at first, then different colours for each line. A week later, Eliza had stopped drawing her lines on top of Trevis's drawing, and she had begun to use the same colours more regularly. Eventually, Trevis left her alone with some crayons and a blank sheet. Eliza began to draw. Chapter 3. 2 days later. The cross-country train stopped at the small station of Campiglia Marittima, exactly on time. 5 passengers got off the train. One, a woman, was wearing sporty clothes, her blonde hair tied up in a ponytail. She wasn't that young, but she moved with agility, and she acted younger than she looked. She had a red suitcase with her, and as soon as she landed on the platform, she began to search around, looking for somebody. As soon as Clapp saw her, he waved. "Christina!" She waved back and smiled. She had a beautiful smile. "Thank you for coming. You must have a lot of work to do for LAFOD. How can I reject an old friend? I have a lot of leave owing anyway." Claps had travelled to Tuscany the day before. He had gone immediately to the police station in Massa Marittima, for theirs had been the first team to visit the area where the unidentified skeleton had been found. Sensi had told him that the victim had died between 4 and 7 years earlier, but it was essential for the investigation to identify the time of death more precisely. A few minutes later, without saying any more, they left the train station and headed towards Clapps's car, which was parked outside. "Where's your lovely dog?" "I left him with a friend. For a few days. Greta? Yeah. They make a good match. Anyway, she said, she sounded happy, when are you going to take me to see the old pit? It's lunch time. Don't you want to eat something first? No, Christina said. She glanced at her watch. It was 12:30. We'll have the best daylight now. Let's go. Claps had known Dr. Cristina Manara for a long time. She was one of the pillars of the LAFOD. He had called her the morning before and had got straight to the point. He had asked her whether it would be possible to pinpoint a more precise time of death, even though the victim had been dead a long time. She had listened to the story, then replied, Maybe. We'll have to get lucky, and we need to know exactly where the pit was. There's always a hint somewhere in the wilderness. Of course, I'd have to see the place in person. Claps hadn't mentioned the fact that the body was missing the left little finger, exactly as Ami was. He told her when the car left the motorway and headed towards Massa Marittima. What? Dr. Manara almost bounced on the passenger seat. This could mean that... Oh, fuck, Ami. Wait, are we certain that the finger was amputated? The report says so. Who analysed the body? Somebody sufficiently expert? I want to see the bones. It might have been an animal. Glaps shook his head in disagreement. The chest and the arms were still buried when the skeleton was found. They were under a few inches of soil, but still buried. Therefore, no animals. I want to see those bones. How long will it take us to get to the pit? Not too long. A few minutes later, they turned onto a secondary road which bordered a dense, wild area made of tall trees, bushes, and entanglements of brambles. They continued up a dirt road for a little while. Clapp stopped at an open area which appeared suddenly amongst the overgrown vegetation. The sun was shining high in the sky. It was unexpectedly warm for the time of year. When Claps got out of the car, he felt the warm rays of the sun caress his face. The south-east breeze was carrying the scent of sea and salt from the coast. They walked along a small path for about 200 metres. It was so narrow and indistinct that they struggled to find their way through the wilderness. Eventually, they arrived at a smaller open area. It's here, Claps said. He pointed to a spot on the ground. They took me here yesterday. I marked the exact spot. Dr. Manara walked closer to the border of the small open area and hunkered down where 4 small boughs were rooted in the ground to mark the area. She pulled a trowel from her bag and slowly began to work on the soil. Yes, she said, it's here. I can see a fairly recent cut. That's where they dug to unearth the body last year. How deep were they? Less than 20 centimetres? Yes, centimetres. Only the trunk, arms and skull, you said? Glaps nodded. Which way were the remains facing? I mean, how was the skull positioned? Glaps pointed to a spot. Then we'll have to imagine a depth reaching 20 centimetres down, starting from about here. Dr. Manara made a mark on the ground. That is where the lower part of the body, which was unearthed and eaten by the animals, had to be. Cristina Manara remained silent for a little while. Well, she said eventually with her happy smile, it might take a couple of hours, but I need some of the tools I left in my suitcase in the car. 2 hours hadn't been enough. It was almost 4 p.m. when Dr. Manara shouted out to Claps, I'm done. She sounded tired and satisfied. All that time she'd been peeling the soil with consistency and delicacy to a depth of 20 centimetres, bit by bit. She had carefully isolated every root she had found. "Hollyoaks," she said after pointing out the trees. "The smaller ones are euphorbia and mastic trees. Their roots will help us date the death of the victim more precisely." Dr. Manara classified and numbered about 20 roots and quickly jotted down on her notepad the position of the roots in the pit. Then she chopped the roots gently and placed them in a box. "When the pit was dug to hide the body," she began to explain, "the roots of the neighbouring trees were cut off. However, they grew again and fed off the rotting body. If we analyse the root, we can figure out its age from the number of growing circles that it has inside." "1 circle per year?" "Exactly. So once we identify the regrowth spot, we can calculate with accuracy how many years have passed since the burial." "The pit was dug again last year." "Yeah, I'll most likely find regrowth signs from last year too, but I picked up a few roots to analyse and some of them seemed promising. With a little bit of luck, I'll be able to tell you the date." "That's important." "I know." Dr. Manara's face didn't reveal any joy yet. "You're convinced that Ami wasn't the first one, and that there was at least one more victim?" "Yes, at least. Listen, Christina, 3 years ago, found another pit here in Tuscany. Little African girl killed 3-4 months before. Little finger amputated." Dr. Manara remained silent for a while. She looked grim. "Claps, I'd like to see those bones. I want to analyse the amputation spot. Even if it was a long time ago, we'll still be able to recover some information." Claps nodded. "When will you be able to date it?" "I just need my lab." Dr. Manara glanced at her watch. "There's a train in an hour?" "You have not eaten yet, Christina." "Neither have you. Don't worry. I'm used to eating whenever I can. I'll get some food at the station." The sun was no longer high in the sky, and the air was getting a little colder now. Claps and Dr. Manara set off towards the car. Claps chased one of his thoughts for a moment. After a struggle, he managed to organise the words into a sentence. "Listen, Christina, I want to give, again, a face to the victims." "A facial reconstruction?" Dr. Manara nodded. "It's possible. We're able to reconstruct faces much more easily nowadays, and we're quite good at it. But I'd need the 2 skulls to do that." "The magistrate has already approved. You should have them with you at the lab tomorrow." "OK, then. We'll begin our work straight away. Do you think you'll be able to identify them like this?" Claps froze for a moment. He shrugged almost imperceptibly and lowered his eyes. "Don't know. Difficult." He remained silent and still for a few more moments. Then he lifted his eyes again towards Dr. Manara. "They're victims with no name, no justice. Let's give them a face." The 2 remained in silence until the car approached the motorway. "How long until—" "To reconstruct the 2 faces?" "Yes." "Dr. Portanova will take care of it. He's the best and the fastest." "How long?" "You said that the remains in the other pit weren't a skeleton, right?" "Died 3 or 4 months. Her body still had the flesh, cartilage, and hair then. Do you have any photos? Of course. You'll have everything tomorrow. OK, it'll only be a skull by now, but with the photos from back then, everything will be quicker and more precise. You know, if we only have the skull, features such as the ears, nose and hair can only be guessed at in facial reconstructions. This case will be different, and Dr. Portanova will have an easier task of it. You might have some very good results within the next 3 days. The other one? We'll do it right after. 5 or 6 days at most. Claps really struggled to make phone calls. When he spoke to somebody who was right in front of him, his speech was a lot better. The first few times that he had tried it, it had felt like he was regressing a few months in his recovery. He could hardly remember any words, and if he somehow tried to grasp them, they sounded foreign to his ears. It was an excruciating battle to decipher their meaning. He had learned to speak into a phone with his eyes closed. He would imagine the face of the person that he was speaking to and spoke as if they were standing in front of him. That was one of the many tricks that he had to learn to at least resemble a normal person. Yes, to resemble. Was it more like lying to himself? Claps dialed a number on the service telephone in his hotel room. As soon as he heard the beeps, he gazed out of the window towards the sea. He closed his eyes and imagined Sensi as he was about to answer the phone.
Claps, are you still in Tuscany?
Yes. I'll move on tomorrow.
How did it go with Dr. Manara?
Claps struggled to tell the story.
OK, we'll be able to get some more details, including the victims' faces. However, to be honest, I don't know how much use this will be in catching the monster.
We'll see. You?
We've recovered the names of the hospital staff who were in contact with Mr. Beatty while he was hospitalized.
And
3 of them moved elsewhere, 2 of them have retired. All of the remaining ones were on duty during the first few days when Ami was kidnapped, all but 4. We're working on that.
And other patients?
The search on the other patients was a little more difficult. Mr. Beatty was hospitalized for 32 days and then moved back to England. We'll have to verify one by one the records of all the patients during that time period.
You can select?
Sure, male, nearly 2 meters tall. That's still a lot of work, though. We're also assuming that Mr. Beatty's driving license was stolen from him while he was hospitalized and not at any other time. He spent 4 months in Italy. Anyway, we're focusing on the hospital staff for now. If necessary, we'll move on to the patients, and finally to their visitors.
I'll call you tomorrow. Good work.
Claps hung up and opened his eyes again.
Chapter 4. The pit where the second victim had been buried was about 40 kilometres away from the first one. There was a dirt road between the 2 areas which stretched through hills and wild areas towards Siena. Claps had set off from Follonica quite early and had arrived in the morning at the police station that had dealt with the case a few years ago.
There isn't much to say, really, the police commissioner had told him. The body was found by chance in the woods by 2 people who had gone to pick mushrooms. There had been a storm a few days before. The woods are on a slope and the rainwater probably carried a lot of soil downhill with it. The pit wasn't very deep. The guys noticed some small toes sticking out of the soil. There's a specific procedure to be followed in cases like this. We verified that the guys hadn't fallen victim to a prank. We isolated the area. We notified the coordinating officer, who in turn notified the deputy head. The following day, a team from Rome came over to unearth the body and to begin the investigation and the analysis procedures. You'll have read the report.
Claps looked away. Of course he had read the report. Female, estimated age 11 or 12 years. African ethnicity. Passed away about 3 months before her body was found. Cause of death, strangulation. Moreover, signs of rape had been found on the remains, and there was no organic trace that would allow the investigators to reconstruct the killer's DNA. The little finger on the left hand was also missing. It had been chopped off cleanly by a sharp, heavy weapon, an axe, a meat cleaver, or something similar, the scientific investigator had said. Back then, there were no reports of missing persons made that corresponded to the victim's profile in the whole country. We assumed that the victim belonged to a group of illegal immigrants from Africa. Perhaps she was the daughter of a family without residence permits. We thought about the causes, a vendetta, a feud, a mess within their own community. We looked for more information everywhere, even beyond our province, but it was like facing a wall. The few who didn't run away as soon as they saw us said that they'd never heard of a little girl disappearing 3 months earlier. However, Claps had echoed. In the Massa Marittima camp, a woman had some kind of reaction. She had begun to cry desperately and appeared to be asking where her child was in her own language. The 2 policemen may have got the wrong impression, though. Eventually, the few men from the community who had remained on site tried to take the lady away. They explained to the policemen that she was simply over-anxious. She thought that the police had come to arrest her. The following day, the police came back with an interpreter to ask further questions, but the lady wasn't there anymore. She had disappeared. The few people in the camp said that she had left for good. They didn't know where and with whom. She had simply vanished, and it was impossible to get in touch with her. Anyway, we attempted to gather some more information for a few weeks. The police commissioner spread his arms eloquently. Claps made no further comments and asked for directions to the community camp in Massa Marittima. He also asked to be accompanied to the site where the body had been found. The pit was about 100 meters away from the dirt road that let visitors into the woods. For Claps, this was déjà vu. The monster's method of disposing of the young bodies was basically the same everywhere. A tiny dirt path, difficult to even walk along in places, made its way through the undergrowth to a small open area where there was a pit. The young policeman who had accompanied Claps pointed silently to the spot where the victim had been found. Exactly the same method. Claps closed his eyes. He was suddenly overwhelmed by a feeling of vertigo, and eventually saw the whole scene in his mind. The panting man digging a pit at night, his wild breathing. Was the moon out that night, or did he have to use a lamp? How did he feel about the atrocity he had committed? He could see his back as he leant over to dig the pit, grunting with exertion. He could almost smell the odours, the pungent, horrible smell of blood and sweat, and death. He saw him straighten up. He lifted up the small body. It appeared very light. He laid it into the pit. "Are you okay, sir?" The young policeman touched his arm. The vertigo disappeared suddenly. Claps felt almost completely unable to speak. He asked to return to the car and drove to Milan. Elisa had taken 3 days to finish her drawing. It still looked childish, but it was one of the best drawings that she'd made so far. Above all, it was the first one that represented a human being. There was a young blonde girl at the centre of the page. It was as if she was suspended in the air. Her dress was light blue, her arms spread wide, her long hair was wavy and blown by an invisible wind. The little girl didn't smile. Elisa had drawn her eyes, but not her mouth. Around the little girl, it was all white. Yes, Trevis thought, Elisa feels like she's suspended, surrounded by emptiness, nothingness. You don't need a mouth to speak to the void. Clap's phone vibrated. He had just driven into Lodi. It would only take a few more kilometres on the motorway for him to finally reach the city. He slowed down and pulled out towards the right lane, then he pressed on the loudspeakers. "Hey, it's Christina!" Dr. Manara's cheery voice echoed inside the car. It was slightly distorted by the speakers. "What's this noise?" I'm in the car, almost in Milan. That's great. Still, your car sounds incredibly noisy. Claps pulled over and stopped in the emergency lane. He closed his eyes and tried to imagine Dr. Manara's face on the other end of the line. Any news? Do you still want to know a more precise date for that pit? Tell me. I had to work longer than expected on those routes, but we're lucky. We have no doubts. The pit was dug 4 years ago. Margin of error? Definitely not less than 4 years, and almost equally certainly not more than 4.5 years. 4 years before, the first victim had been killed back then. The following year, the second victim, only now, Ami. How many young bodies are still hidden away in the woods? Claps asked himself. 2? 3? More than that? Claps, are you still there? Can you hear me? An articulated lorry drove past and shook the car. Yes, I was thinking, a year between the first and the second victim, 3 years between the second victim and Ami. I know what you mean. Dr. Manara suddenly sounded very serious. There must be more pits somewhere. Yes. We must stop that motherfucker. We have to catch him. For a few seconds, nobody spoke. Then Dr. Manara broke the silence. She sounded a little unnatural. I have some news for you, Claps. LAFOD have received the remains. Dr. Portanova will begin working on the first skull early tomorrow morning. I'll ask him to focus on this case only. You'll see the victim's face in a couple of days. I'll need photos. You'll have as many as you want, from every angle. Let's be quick. I'll call you as soon as Dr. Portanova finishes his work. Goodbye for now, Claps. Goodbye, Christina. Oh, yes? Thank you. Better late than never. I'd lost hope of hearing those words. I don't know what to do with words of thanks. Let's just catch that motherfucker. Chapter 5. Dr. Portanova began work straight away. Christina Manara had been very clear. This case was the highest priority. Dr. Portanova was one of the best in the world in his field. He specialized in manual reconstruction of the face, which meant giving a face back to someone whose remains were only a heap of bones. He would create the face with modeling clay, layer by layer. This technique had been slowly replaced by software-aided reconstruction thanks to newer, more sophisticated, and yet easily accessible technology. The final results, however, were not identical to those obtained through the use of modeling clay. For this reason, Dr. Portanova was internationally renowned. As well as working at LAFOD, he attended conferences, took part in debates, enjoyed beer, and listened to rock music from the 70s. Dr. Portanova wore his MP3 earphones. He was staring at the resin cast standing a few inches away from him. It reproduced perfectly the skull of the unfortunate victim. He hung the photos from the day she was found on the wall. He glanced at the photos, then closed his eyes when Led Zeppelin began their Immigrant song with a loud scream. I'll have to give you a name, little one. He couldn't hear his own voice over the loud music coming through the headphones. As a first step, he would position some measuring needles to determine the thickness of the facial muscles. Then he would reconstruct them one by using modeling clay from the deepest layers. Aisha. The photos would be of great help to him in reconstructing the shape of the nose and the ears. Similarly, he would follow the photos to shape the hair. Aisha is a beautiful name. It means life. After this process, he would finally use a software tool to refine the soft tissues. It was going to be a long, difficult job, which required some excellent skills and an enthusiasm for art, but also sensitivity and a good dose of, sometimes painful, empathy for the person whose face he was modelling. This aspect of the job was miles away from a cold piece of software that created an expressionless, dull face in a few minutes, almost as cold as a mannequin or a flat photo kit. Dr. Portanova's faces were alive. "I'll work hard, Aisha. 2 days, and I'll see your face." Dr. Portanova began to insert the measuring needles. In the meantime, Black Sabbath began to play Paranoid. LAFOD dated the first. Pitt. Claps had called into Sense's office. 4 years. The following year. The second pit. Then Ami after 3 years. Yes. God knows how many other pits. Hidden. Sense nodded gravely. Do you have a better idea of the monster that we're dealing with? Do you have a profile of him? I wrote all here. Claps dropped a bunch of papers on the desk. They were filled with small handwriting. He made a quick gesture, almost to justify himself. Read. It will be easier than me speaking. In fact, writing wasn't any easier than speaking for him. If anything, Clapp struggled twice over, because, as usual, he struggled to find the words, and he had to retrieve the shapes of the letters from his mind before eventually finding their shapes on the keyboard. This process could take an extremely long time on occasions. However, he was free to take as much time as he wanted, and didn't have to contend with an audience's impatience with and wavering attention to his slow and sloppy speech. He had worked late into the night to write that report. Sensi began to read. There are 3 known cases. The victims' physical characteristics are recurring and similar to one another. They are all young girls of African origin in their pre-adolescent years. The killer's methodology is constant. He kidnaps the young girls, he rapes them, and then eventually strangles them to death. Of course, for cases where only bones were found, it is impossible to establish the cause of death, but strangulation still remains a likely cause. The killer amputates the little finger from the victim's left hand, and eventually hides the bodies in pits he digs in small open areas in the vicinity of a forest or a wild area, woods, bushes, or a natural park along a river. This organized, repetitive behavior reveals the nature of the killer. He is not a simple killer. He is not just a pedophile who gets carried away with sexual pleasure. He isn't someone who kills out of temporary foolishness or a sudden delirium, which would be unrelated to what would be his main goal, sexual abuse. Rather, death is the real climax, the apex of the possession of the victim. Paedophilia is only one aspect, yet it is a fundamental one, to his personality. We are dealing with a serial killer. Sensi stopped reading. A serial killer and a paedophile. It sounds like the title of a terrible, cheap film, you know, a bad one. Statistics demonstrate that children are the most popular target after women, but the tag serial killer sounds inappropriate to me to describe what he is. Best to use a popular term, that is, ogre. He's an ogre. Before carrying on reading, Sensi glanced at Claps above his glasses. Whatever we call him, we have to catch him.
His delirium is not limited to the hours during which he abuses the little victims and then kills them. It covers a much longer time span, which covers the individualizing of a victim and his fantasies about her. It doesn't end with the final amputation and the hiding of the body. He will always keep a trophy to touch and glance at to relive his pleasure over time. The horrible crime that he perpetrates, the sexual abuse, needs time, at least a day, to be completed. That satisfies his eager, selfish needs. In order to do this, he needs a place to take and hide his victims. He has a sick mind, but is not a stupid man. He knows very well what he does, and he is able to weigh its gravity and its implications. His extreme organization demonstrates how he feeds his pleasure in different ways at different times. Firstly, the individualizing of and the fantasies about the victim, with a dreamy pleasure that leads him to masturbate very frequently. Secondly, the organization of the kidnapping, where his desire to be powerful is gratified and pleased. Thirdly, the adrenaline of action, and finally, once he is alone with the victim, the outburst of his bestiality, the complete possession of the body and the life of his victim. The hiding of the body in the wilderness is not only an attempt to make finding the remains difficult, if not impossible, it is a way for him to act with extreme calm, without the fear of being seen. It is possible that the burial of the victims represents for him not only a necessity, but is also an emotionally important moment in the framework of his behavior. Sensi stopped reading once again. Do you mean kind of like a ritual? Why do you believe that?
The amputated little finger.
I don't understand.
He would like to keep the body with him forever. He wants to be able to look at it, touch it, whenever he wants, but he can't do that.
So he takes a small part that he can keep, is that what you mean?
Claps nodded.
Separating himself from the body is a huge sacrifice for him, and he has to find a way to celebrate that, right?
That's quite likely.
My word, Sensi sighed. Then he resumed his reading. He's cautious. He doesn't want to ruin his everyday life by getting busted. He has responsibilities, but I believe that he doesn't have family. More likely he's single or divorced. No sons. I would suggest he's devoted to his job or some kind of gratifying activity. Quite certainly, he leads a self-satisfying life and doesn't want to risk losing it. For this reason, he chooses victims whose relatives are unlikely to make a formal missing person report. He doesn't want the police or the media to know about it. Ami is a different case, a challenge. He feels powerful, almost invincible. He needs something that satisfies him more fully. He needs a challenge. The challenge will give him more power, a step forward which will demonstrate his strength. However, he's a sensible man. He acts only when he has an occasion to use a false identity, and he does so far away from his own environment. The man will most likely be over 30, probably nearer 40, quite tall with a gratifying job or activity, single or divorced, with no sons or daughters. He most likely owns paedophilic or pedopornographic material, but doesn't necessarily have previous criminal convictions for paedophilia. Perhaps he was a victim of sexual abuse in the past. He's a hunter. He knows the wilderness very well and hunts down his victims. He's a traveller. The choice of Ami had to be planned carefully. He most likely saw her multiple times. He familiarized himself with the place where she lived for a job or any other reason. He's far away now. He's in Tuscany. Do you believe that he still resides in Tuscany? Do you believe that Ami's murderer is a man who lives far away from the town she was from?
Ami was a huge risk for him in comparison to the previous cases. Investigation immediate and the media. He's far away. There, he feels safe and above suspicion. He's still there. Tuscany. Somewhere.
Where?
Yes, where? Claps was back home. He had been putting off the daily exercises that the speech therapist had recommended for him. He opened a large map of Tuscany and laid it on his kitchen table. He began to study it. He stared at the map for 2 hours. He was certain of the consistency of the ogre's method. He had to have somewhere to hide for the previous 2 murders, a hideout where he could carry on safely with his iniquities. The hideout had to be fairly close to his home, his daily life. It may have been possible to attempt to guess the location. In the case of Ami, the place of kidnapping and the place of the burial had to be roughly equidistant from the hideout. A few dozens of kilometers in different directions. He probably followed a similar pattern for the previous murders. For the first 2 cases, the first pit was located southwest and the other one northeast of the line between the sea and Siena. It could be assumed that the murderer wanted to bury them in different places, roughly equidistant from his hideout. When he had talked to Sensi about this, Sensi sounded very skeptical.
I'm sorry, Claps. I don't understand the equidistance problems. You make him sound like an engineer rather than a killer.
No, methodical, organized. He plans a safe distance for his risks. He must kidnap far away from his environment, and he must bury equally far away. But this also means 2 journeys with
the victim in his car, the first time alive during the kidnapping.
With her body after.
These 2 journeys are a risk for him. There's always a margin of error, an accident, a spot check from the police.
Yes.
Which is why he decides on a distance that allows him to kidnap and hide away from a distance, while still keeping reasonably close to his hideout to minimize the risks.
He's organized, methodical,
Claps nodded. Cautious.
He stared at the map for a few more minutes, this time using a compass.
Different directions, but more or less equidistant from the hideout, he thought once again.
Then he drew 2 circles on the map. He had circled 10-kilometer radius areas, but there were many cities and villages in the area they overlapped, way too many. A 3rd point was necessary to restrict the area where the ogre's hideout could be, the kidnapping spot. Had that woman from the Massa Marittima camp really cried for the kidnapping of her daughter? Claps decided to insert a 3rd point on the map, the kidnapping area for victim number 2, the Massa Marittima camp. He had decided not to draw that point until then. There was no evidence to support the idea that the young girl might have been kidnapped there. However, now that the 3rd point was drawn on the map, the hot area was much smaller. The area was so much smaller that Claps decided to extend the tolerance radius up to 15 kilometers. Within the circle there were now only 3 towns and a handful of villages. Claps closed his eyes. It's only a few thousand people, he thought, assuming that Massa Marittima really had been the kidnapping site anyway. Chapter 6.
Professor, I'm worried about Elisa.
Mr. Cellini had come to pick up his daughter after her session with Trevis.
She woke up screaming last night, and it took her a long time to calm down. It's not the first time that this has happened during the last 2 weeks.
Trevis turned towards Elisa. She was sat neatly as always, her eyes as transparent and absent as usual. That morning hadn't been productive at all. Elisa had zoned out for the whole time. No drawings, no signs of presence.
Did you give her some drugs to calm her down?
I gave her some chlorpromazine. It wasn't easy to give her anything. Chlorpromazine. It was a powerful sedative. This explained why Eliza was completely absent now. After a few moments of silence, Trevis patiently addressed Eliza's father. You see, there's a relation between your daughter's improvement and the appearance of some old active signs of the disease. There can't be one without the other. Cellini looked shattered. He smiled bitterly.
You talk about improvements. I only see drawings.
As he said this, he pointed to the wall where Trevis had hung one of Eliza's drawings.
The drawing is important. It doesn't necessarily suggest an improvement, but it demonstrates some effort from her to reach a state where I can actually help her. In other words, it's necessary for your daughter to be more, present for her to start therapy.
Less sedated. That's not all. Trevis tried very hard to simplify the concept, but that's the overall meaning, yes. We have to make sure that Eliza gets to the point where she can talk to me and listen to me, with any kind of language, even one other than speech.
Do you mean communicating through a drawing?
Trevis nodded. To talk to and to listen, that's why I've slowly decreased the dose. Cellini's eyes were framed by deep bags.
Eliza is suffering from distress. Sometimes I catch her standing still with an expression of pure terror on her face. It's almost as if she sees terrible things inside herself. It hadn't happened for a long time. Mr. Cellini, I can't help your daughter until she begins to recognize a world external to herself. You have the faculty to decide for Eliza, and you can interrupt the therapy that we're carrying out for her. You can give her back all the medication she used to take before. Your daughter won't have any more distress and will fall back into oblivion. She'll live in the cage that you so desperately wanted to free her from again. I don't want to interrupt the therapy, Professor. I trust you. It's just terrible to see her suffer, and...
Cellini paused for a moment. He wasn't sure whether he wanted to carry on talking. Go on, Trevis encouraged him.
I'm especially concerned about the possibility that she might hurt herself during these moments of distress. She could also hurt whoever's around.
Trevis became a little worried. He had forgotten that Eliza's health history described a tendency towards aggression. Did she act violently during these moments of distress?
No, not really.
After a few minutes of silence, Trevis replied, Mr. Cellini, I feel like we've talked about this before. It's a long, difficult uphill road. We have to be brave enough to follow it.
Are we going to achieve anything?
Again, as I've said before, there's no guarantee of that. Cellini lowered his eyes for a while, then looked back at Trevis.
Thanks for your honesty. See you tomorrow, Professor. We'll be punctual, as always.
Dr. Manara opened the laboratory door and let Claps enter the room before her. Claps, meet Dr. Portanova. This is his kingdom. Portanova, meet Mr. Claps. The lab was fairly small, but very tidy. A long work table was attached to one of the walls and stretched to the centre of the room. Computers and electronic tools were on one side of the lab, and the rest of the perimeter was filled with shelves and wardrobes. There were no windows. The neon light made a light buzzing noise, and the air was filled with a strange, unidentifiable odour. "Nice to meet you," Dr. Portanova said, and shook Claps's hand. "Lovely to meet the person that I've been working day and night for 2 days in a row for." Claps noticed immediately that the photos of the young girl's remains taken on the day she was found were hanging on the wall. "That's Aisha when they found her," Dr. Portanova said as he followed Claps's eyes. "Aisha. That's the name that I gave her. It's easier for me to work on the victim if I have a name. Anyway, I'm sure you're not here to waste time, and you must know the photos already. Let me show you something more interesting." Dr. Portanova walked to a locker and opened the door. At least 5 heads were lined up on one of the shelves, inside transparent cases at constant temperatures. Claps couldn't hold back a gulp of surprise. "Impressive, isn't it?" Dr. Manara said. The third one from the left was identified less than a month ago. She was a Moldavian prostitute. Her body was found by chance 7 years after her death. The first one is an archaeological facial reconstruction. The skull belongs to a prehistoric man and was found in a glacier in the Alps. He's the oldest one that we have. And here, Dr. Portanova took a case covered by a cloth and laid it gently on his work table. With the same gentleness, almost respect, he pulled off the cloth. "Aisha," he said with a sad note in his voice. Claps was amazed. The head in the case didn't look like an artificial reconstruction. It wasn't the wax museum face he had expected. "Wow, it looks real." "In a way it is. I mean, this is the real face of Aisha. As I'm sure Christina has explained to you before, we can see the shape of the nose, the ears, and her hair from the photos." "I told him," Dr. Manara interrupted him. "Would you like to tell him about the photos?" Claps was hypnotized. He couldn't take his eyes off Aisha's face. "Sure. I took some photos, front, profile, three-quarter, and other angles. The results weren't very satisfying, though. As you can see, I gave Aisha a light expression of childlike awe to avoid giving her a completely expressionless look like the head of a mannequin. The results were quite good, but photos steal most of the depth of her expression, and the results are flat. I can't find a better word. So I used my computer eventually, an advanced professional piece of software, kind of like Photoshop for professionals. I modified the photos to give Aisha different expressions: happiness, sadness, awe, and fear. The results were a lot better, and in 2 of the photos I'd say they were excellent. "Can I see?" Dr. Portanova ignored Claps. The results were so good that I had an idea. The best image was that of Aisha smiling very lightly, you know, that kind of expression that children have when you ask them to pose for a souvenir photo. I looked for a photo of a young black girl on the internet. I found a suitable one and downloaded it. I swapped the face with Aisha's and thereby gave her a body. Dr. Portanova opened a drawer and pulled out a photo. He handed it to Claps. "Here." Claps stared at the photo for a long time in awe. Aisha was barely smiling. She looked confused and perhaps a little scared. She was out in an open field. Her eyes were big. She was wearing a red tank top. The soil was dry. Some grass was scattered around. A black man was walking past in the background. Aisha. She was alive again. I worked on the colours and on the paper. I wanted the photo to look a few years old. "I studied the bone sections near the amputation on the microscope," Dr. Manara said. She was accompanying Claps as he left the laboratory. "It's likely to have been a voluntary amputation in both cases. However, it wasn't a single-cut amputation caused by a sharp, heavy weapon, like the official reports of the autopsy say." "How, then?" "The visible marks on the bones are clear. The finger was pressed heavily for a few moments before the blade reached the necessary force to cut the finger off. There wasn't just one blade, there were 2 opposite ones. The murderer used clippers." "What about Ami?" Dr. Manara lowered her eyes. "Again, clippers." "The same for all?" "There's no evidence to suggest that different tools were used, but that doesn't mean much. We can't tell whether it's the same clippers." It had begun to rain. They were just outside the front door. Claps wrapped himself up in his coat. "Will you keep me informed, Claps?" "I might need you." "You know where to find me. What will you do now that Aisha has a face?" "I'll try to find her." Claps touched the photo in the internal pockets of his coat. "In somebody's memories." Chapter 7. 4 years. That's a very long time for anyone to stay in the camp. The senior deputy head of the central police station in Massa Marittima frowned in reply to Claps's request. All we need to know is that he was at the camp at least 4 years ago, and that we can interview him. The old policeman thought about it for a few seconds as he massaged his grey goatee. Abedi Dua, that's his full name, I believe. We all call him Abedi here. 4 years ago, he was at the camp. He was there for a long time. It's all good now. He lives in an apartment. He has his permissions, and he has a job. They all know him well here. What job? He owns a stand. His goods are more or less legal, but we tolerate. The policeman pulled a face with the intent to justify himself. Abedi is a good man, and he has never hurt anybody. He's always happy to help with different things. He works in the fields, he moves furniture. Is it possible to meet him? I'll ask him to come over straight away, if you like. He'll be here in less than half an hour, I'm sure. Claps shook his head. He didn't want to worry Abedi by calling him into the police station with urgency. We should meet him in his environment. A casual kind of meeting, is that what you mean? You'll have to help me. It was pouring with rain. The clouds were grey and low. There was no ray of sunshine, no hope. Everyone in the town seemed to be gathered around Ami's coffin. Elaji kept Rama, who was visibly fragile, close to him. His heart felt like stone. He wished he could feel the pain, especially that day, that moment. He wished he could accompany Ami during her last journey on the earth by offering her his pain with love and not the endless anger that was tearing him apart. He wanted to be the Alaji that he'd always been, capable of being just and to give others what it was just for them to receive from him. His love for Alisa and Rama, his honesty and his pride in the world, and that day, his immense pain for Ami. But things had been different for a while now. There was room only for a violent pain, an acute, impotent anger that roared inside him, that caused his muscles to vibrate without being released. Elaji's cheeks were not crossed by any tears, only the rain. As much as he desired it, he couldn't abandon himself to the pain, not even for a moment. His dry, hardened eyes saw Ami disappear in a hole in the ground. Forever. Now that I think about it, Abedi. The old policeman acted wisely. He walked past the stand and greeted Abedi casually. Then he stopped, as if a sudden thought had crossed his mind, and turned back towards him. Were you still at the camp 4 years ago? Yeah, I lived there for a while, as you know. 3 years ago I finally got my own place. Your house is beautiful. It's not big, but it is certainly beautiful. I always pay my rent, and I have a fridge and a TV. And a satellite dish. I like my football. I can't live without it. Which team? Claps asked. He tried to feign interest in the conversation, for he had been silent for a while. Abedi smiled at him and showed a line of very white teeth. Among Italian teams, I like Juventus, but I support Chelsea. Michael Essien, my idol, and a football star from my own country, plays for Chelsea. You have a good life, then, the policeman spoke amicably. You only need a wife now. A wife? No, I have 2 back home already. I send them some money, but I'm okay by myself here. I might bring my sons over here to work in the future. Listen, Abedi, maybe you can help me. The policeman pulled Aisha's photo out of his pocket and handed it to Abedi.
They sent me a photo of somebody who may have been here 4 years ago. Do you remember seeing her anywhere, maybe at the camp?
Claps focused on every detail of Abedi's expression. As soon as he took Aisha's photo, his face and his body started sending out signs of distress. He frowned a little, wrinkling his forehead lightly. He raised his eyelids, and the white part of his eyes above the iris was more visible now. His lips opened a little, revealing his teeth. Surprise. A moment later, his eyelids lowered a little, the corners of his mouth drooped, his lips were reunited again. Sadness. Finally, his mouth shut, his eyes narrowed, the wrinkles on his forehead disappeared and then reappeared when he frowned again. Anger.
It's a young girl. Why do you want to know about her? Nothing in particular, Abedi, we're just checking. She never did anything wrong, nor did her parents. I've never seen her before. Are you sure, Abedi? Think again. It was 4 years ago.
Abedi made a quick gesture with his hand, almost as if he wanted to sweep away the problem, and handed the photo back to the policeman. His jaws were clenched, his body was rigid, his eyes looked opaque.
Yes.
Thank you, the policeman said, and took back the photo.
Were you talking about Chelsea? That's a good team, and I agree with you. Essien is a great player.
Claps was on his way to Milan for the second time in a few days. Now he was certain about 2 points. The first one, Aisha was at the camp when she was kidnapped, and Abedi remembered it very well. The second one, whatever Abedi knew, he wasn't going to tell the vice police chief himself, or anybody else from the police for that matter. What could Abedi know apart from the date and location of the kidnapping? Perhaps nothing, or he may be aware of details essential to the investigation. Claps had to find a way to make him talk. He couldn't help feeling excited. Now he could finally draw the third spot on the map of Tuscany. Sensi waited for a little while, then replied to the phone call.
I'm sorry, Claps, I'm at a meeting. Let's talk later.
I'm coming to visit you. I'm returning for 5 hours at most.
Any news?
Wait for me at the office. Clap stood on the accelerator and left Massa Marittima behind. The white and the black armies were locked in battle. Trevis was playing the white pieces and was clearly leading the game. The black pieces were struggling. The professor was playing well and patiently that night. No tricks or silly attacks. He was focused on how to win the game without making errors or taking useless risks. He wanted to win, and he knew he was going to. He glanced at the clock. His time limit was still far away, and he could think carefully about his next move. The thought of Elisa struck him suddenly as if it had sprung from nowhere while he was pondering the vulnerability of his opponent. Elisa. She was one of the most difficult cases that he had ever worked on. Schizophrenia was one of those illnesses that, according to most of his colleagues, could not be cured by psychotherapy. There was a knot in the mind of that young girl, a knot that had alienated her from the outside world and had distanced her personality from her body. The knot kept her anchored, protected, and enslaved at the same time in her crystal case. She was distant and inaccessible. Her illness had begun during her early years, but the disappearance of her sister had exacerbated its symptoms. That tragedy had tied the knot excessively, almost to suffocation, and yet her attempt to draw allowed Trevis to nurture the shadow of a hope. Trevis was lost in his thoughts. The chess table was a distant memory. Nothing had been easy in his career. In the beginning, Bench had been a lot easier. He'd been able to communicate with him early enough, but his patient had experienced extreme distress throughout. Bench would become extremely and unexpectedly violent, then calm down a moment later, as quickly as it had all begun. It was dangerous to be near Bench during those episodes. Trevis had definitely taken risks. He still wasn't happy about Bench's decision to reduce his medication before his gigs. He didn't find it safe. His opponent coughed, and he was catapulted back to reality. Trevis glanced at the clock again. He had wasted most of his time without even realizing. The position of the chessboard seemed different now. He saw his next move. He would destroy his opponent's right wing. He thought about it for another second, then moved his knight to the middle. He was preparing to attack. His adversary responded immediately. He moved a pawn from the other side of the board. The immediacy of his reaction made Trevis suspicious. Then he understood. In moving his knight, he had left his queen vulnerable to attack, and his adversary had taken advantage of that. The match was about to end soon. "He's here," Collapse pointed to the red circle that he had drawn on the map.
"Are you certain about this?"
Sensi was perplexed.
"I mean, your theory on distances. It's only a theory, after all. It's difficult to be certain about it."
"Yes, a theory. But tell me, if you were the ogre, if you had killed 2 girls in a year, where would you hide the bodies? Near your hideout? Or would you separate them as much as you can?"
"That's fair enough, but—"
"Would you kidnap near the place where you intend to dig a pit?"
Collapse didn't wait for Sensi to reply. He carried on authoritatively.
"Look at the map. It's a hilly area, almost fully covered in woods and forests, fields, hills and valleys, very few towns and villages. And above all, not many roads to move on."
Sensi observed the map once again. He looked closely at the road connections. "Do you mean that he didn't have many roads to choose from to separate his hideout from the kidnapping and the burial areas, respectively? Do you mean that, consequently, there are very few possible places that he could depart from?"
Collapse nodded. Then he pointed again to the red circle on the map. "The ogre is here."
"That's a fairly large area," Sensi pondered, doubtfully.
"There aren't many towns and villages, medieval villages on top of high hills. Very few inhabitants."
Collapse pointed to them on the map.
"Prata, Montieri,
Bocchegiano, Monterotondo," Sensi carried on for him.
"And smaller suburbs. No more than 4,000 or 5,000 inhabitants in total."
Sensi stared at the map thoughtfully for a while.
"Let's exclude women, the elderly, children. There must be 2,000 inhabitants, maybe less."
"Okay, we'll consider this. We'll follow this path together with others. We'll compare the data with the investigation that we're doing on the hospital staff where Beatty was hospitalized. I'll send Fuggiano to the area."
Collapse tensed up. "We need to be cautious with this investigation, and need someone with previous experience in similar cases to find him. He is not a regular murderer."
He stared into Sensi's eyes decisively.
"I'll go."
Sensi looked at him astonished. "Listen, this is too much for a retired policeman."
"Expert consultant." I can't let you go, though. The work that you did for us so far has been wonderful, but what you're proposing to do now is completely different from a consultation and a few questions here and there. Listen, Clapp stopped him. There's nobody else more suitable than me for this job. He paused for a little while. Then he carried on speaking. You know that I'll do it anyway. You can't stop me. This time, Sensei remained silent for a while.
Sooner or later, somebody will find out, and I'll get fired.
He sighed in the end. I will need logistic support. Search. We'll begin to investigate whether anybody from that area has any criminal records of paedophilia. Find out any histories of violence endured during childhood. It's a common feature among ogres.
Sensei nodded. Do you need any agents? Maetza would be happy to work with you again.
Maybe in a few days. For now, better alone.
When are you going to set off?
Tomorrow. I have to do something first.
Tomorrow.
First he had to find a way to make Abedi spit out what he knew. Claps had an idea or two of how to make that happen. Chapter 8. He had finally found it. He had followed the description in the report, and it was there, near the river, not far away from where they had found Ami's remains. Elagi hadn't turned up at work for days now. The sky was overcast and foretold of rain. The grey river flowed sluggishly.
Vous aussi struggled to speak.
It was an accident years ago, Clapp said. He was sat next to Elagi on a stone near the river.
With the voiture?
No, a knife. A murderer that I was hunting down. Elagi gave him a diffident look.
You don't have any scars on your throat?
He cut an artery in my leg. I lost too much blood for too long. Claps pointed to his head. My brain didn't get enough of it.
Did he run away?
No. We got him. We didn't let him hurt anyone else.
Vous paid a high price.
Yes.
Would you do it again?
Yes. Elagi stared into his eyes for a moment.
I'm not going to talk. I'll just limit myself to listening to what you have to tell me.
Claps glanced at the river, then he replied, I want to stop the man who took Ami. She wasn't the first one. Elagi stood up and felt each one of his muscles twitch violently. He will find other victims if we don't stop him. Clapp spoke slowly of the 2 victims in Tuscany and the Massa Marittima camp. Eventually he spoke about Abedi. He knows quite a lot. Maybe he could help us find the kidnapper. Claps looked into Elagi's eyes. They were lost in the horizon. He doesn't talk to us. He doesn't trust us. We are not his people. Elagi lowered his eyes to look at the slowly flowing water in the river. His face remained expressionless. A long pause. They sat still. After a while, Clapp stood up. He handed Elagi a business card, then walked towards the bank. "That's my number. Call me when you need me." A few moments later, Elagi looked away from the river and saw that Clapp was walking away. His eyes glimmered with cold, firm determination. It was the same determination that Clapp had counted on. The weekly market was exceptionally crowded, for Massa Marittima was bathed in warm sunshine. The man moved his hat lower down on his forehead. The big sunglasses concealed his eyes. The man was focused on one subject. She wasn't as pretty as Ami, but her eyes were big and beautiful. Ami. He had never desired anyone more than her. He drew closer, pretending to observe some of the items on display. He was standing next to her. Someone called her name. Jara. Jara. How old was she? 10? Maybe 11? Nobody had made him as happy as Ami had. The man turned his head a little to look at her. "Will you be better than Ami, Jara?" "Claps, have you left already?" "I'm leaving now," Clapp said as he opened the car door. "Listen, Claps, where were you 5 years ago?" Another one of Clapps's problems was that of being unable to identify a specific location for his distant memories. It was almost like the past had no dimension for him. 5 years earlier was an incredibly long time ago. It was back when everything was a lot easier for him. He thought about it for a while. "Claps?" "The United States. I lived there for a year and a half. FBI. I was specializing in the behavioral analysis in the context of violent crimes." "That's why you don't remember." "Remember what?" Maetza noticed it when he issued the order to identify any inhabitants who have been reported for paedophilia or violence to children within the area that you identified. The map that you showed me yesterday named only the main towns, and there are lots of suburbs and villages missing. "What did you find?" "Niccioleta. It's a mining town which used to be quite populated in the past. Nowadays, however, the mines have closed and there are only a few hundred inhabitants. Maybe it's only a coincidence, but a young girl was kidnapped there 5 years ago. It was a case of kidnapping and ransoming. She disappeared and was never found." "I didn't know." "It was a major piece of news back then. The media discussed the case for weeks. An investigation was carried out for a long period of time, but with no results. Some journalists have recently mentioned this case, together with others, since Ami's disappearance." "I guess I should pay more attention to the news." "Niccioleta is almost at the center of the area that you identified." "Was she black?" "No, her name was Denise Cellini. She was blonde and petite." "How old?" 15. "White? 15? "Yes, her characteristics don't correspond with those of the other victims. Plus, she was kidnapped for ransoming. It sounds like a whole different story." "Yes, but the place could mean something." "It's possible that this first kidnapping was the trigger for the sick man to begin hunting and kidnapping young girls." "Yes, possible." Claps remained silent for a while. "I would like to know more." "I'll send you all the documents." "Can you send them to the Massa Marittima
police station.
They'll be there before you.
Ami had been his obsession for months. When he had seen her for the first time, he knew he could never get hold of her. Too many risks. She was far away from his environment. The police would begin their investigation immediately. They would use all the means at their disposal to hunt for the culprit. He wasn't stupid. He knew that acting outside your environment causes you to leave behind some kind of trace, no matter how careful you are. He would have to find a car and a place to be with her. Too many risks. Then Lady Luck kissed him. The Englishman. The chance to steal his identity for a few days. If he had played it well, if he had done his research properly, everything would lead to Philip Beattie, not him. And well he had played indeed. Ami. She had been the most wonderful one. For weeks he had believed that his unquenchable and interminable thirst would disappear for a long time, perhaps forever. Instead, it was back, perhaps stronger than ever. Jara. Claps closed the files. He had been reading the documents for hours. It was late at night. He leaned back in his armchair and exhaled. He reclined his head and closed his eyes. Tiredness was taking over. Claps tried to resist it. Denise Cellini had disappeared on a September afternoon. She had gone to some kind of barbecue together with her twin sister and her father. Every now and then her father helped his brother, the owner of a cork factory, with routine maintenance of the factory building and a few hectares of cork oaks several kilometres away from Nicoletta. As usual, his daughters had come with him that afternoon and had played in the woods while he checked the health of the trees and classified the stages of the cork on the bark of a few trees in the woods. After about an hour, the other daughter had run to him looking extremely worried. Her sister had disappeared. They looked for her for at least 2 hours, then they went back into town and alerted the police. The search was resumed later that day with a lot more people and much more methodically. When the sun went down, they carried on searching with torches throughout the night. The following day, the police employed dogs trained to find missing people. They had sent a specialized unit from Grosseto. The dogs found traces of Denise up to the end of the woods, near a lake that separated the cork trees from the wilderness. Scuba divers explored the lake a few hours later, and the following day they began to dredge it, but found nothing. The investigators found fresh traces of wheels on a dirt road nearby. The Cellini family's telephone, which had been monitored, had remained silent. They hypothesized a family tragedy. A huge warehouse that was used for storing working tools, and the cork collected was inspected by a scientific unit for traces of blood or anything else noteworthy, but with no luck. The letter arrived on the 5th day. It was a ransom for the liberation of Denise. 1 million euros. The letter had been sent from Siena, and the message had been created with letters cut out from a newspaper. There were no identifiable fingerprints. In the envelope, together with the request for money, there was a Polaroid photo of the necklace Denise had been wearing the day she disappeared. The letter stated that further instructions would be issued once media silence had been declared and the police had ceased to investigate. But nothing arrived. There were no more messages despite the media silence and an apparently uninterested attitude from the police. During the following months, the investigation gradually ground to a halt. The investigators followed the wrong path, and all hope of finding Denise Cellini was eventually lost. 5 years had passed since then. Denise. Was it really a kidnapping with the goal a ransom, as it seemed? Claps had seen her photos. He tried to imagine her when she was alive. That feeling of vertigo again. How did Denise smile? How did she move and speak? His mind struggled to form any images. Was it really a kidnapping for a ransom? He wondered again. She was white, Caucasian, and 15 years old, so different from Ami and the others.
She was older than the other girls, and it was an age difference that is significant during that period of life. And again, the decision to choose her, the confidence on the kidnappers' part to expose themselves to the media and the police, that had been a very different approach to the one used with the other victims during that 5-year period. Claps opened his eyes again. Denise had been a very different victim, maybe too different. Perhaps it was too much to think about a link between the others and her. He struggled to rise from the armchair in his hotel room. He was exhausted. The room was too small, almost claustrophobic. And yet, the bed was only a step away. He lay on it fully dressed. He had one last thought before he drifted away. How did Denise smile? Alisa woke up in tears that night. She had dreamed about Ami. She had told her that she was in a beautiful place, but she couldn't be with her to play together yet. However, Alisa's sobs didn't wake Elaji. He hadn't closed his eyes all night. He had remained in bed, staring at the ceiling. He took her in his arms and tried to console her. He began to whisper in his Wolof dialect. "Do you want me to tell you a story?" "The word tree?" Elaji sat down on the floor and crossed his legs. He held his arms in a circle above his head. "Tell me about the Golden City," Alisa said. She sat down on one of her father's knees. A tear had crossed her cheek. "You've heard it many times already." "Again, please." "Timbuktu, that's its name. Its buildings were all made of gold and shone like the sun. And it was the richest and most beautiful city in the entire empire of Mali and in the whole world. And one of the tallest buildings had so many books in it that the entire human knowledge was stored in there." "More books than my school?" "Many more. 1,000 times more." "Who lived in the City of Gold?" "Doctors, lawyers, great warriors, and many wise men." "Was there a king, too?" "An emperor, the great Mansa Musa." "Was the emperor rich?" "He was so rich that one day he set off on a pilgrimage to Mecca with 10,000 people and more than 1,000 Arabian camels following him." "And then?" "During the journey he gave away so much gold in Egypt that everyone became rich." "Was the journey a long one?" "It lasted many moons." "Weren't his children sad because he was away?" "Only a little. They knew he would be back." Elaji remained silent for a while. He lowered his arms, which had formed the foliage. The tree of stories died. "Listen, Alisa. I will also have to set out on a journey soon." "As long as that of the emperor?" "Maybe. Will you be as good as the children of Masa Musa?" "Are you going to bring Ami back?" "Ami is in a beautiful place, but she can't come back." "Yes, you said that before. Where are you going to go then?" "I'm going to find the evil man who took her away." "What do you want to do to him?" Elaji looked away for a moment. He didn't want Alisa to see the hatred in his eyes. "I will punish him." Chapter 9. The central police station in Grosseto had investigated the case of Denise Cellini and had coordinated the investigation and search from the first few hours. Claps was welcomed into the police chief's office straight away. "Please take a seat. I had a call from Milan about your visit, and I'm at your disposal for any information regarding Denise Cellini's kidnapping." Musto, the chief of police, was 50 years old and looked a little older. He had light-coloured, lively eyes. Claps realized that he had a Neapolitan accent as soon as he spoke, although it wasn't very pronounced.
Or maybe he was from Avellino, not very far from Naples. Just some details. Thanks. Claps didn't worry about sounding clumsy. He was sure that Sensi had warned Musto about Claps's speech problems and that he was ready to face some challenges. A kidnapping, then a ransom demand, Claps continued.
The request for money sounded legit. The envelope contained a letter with a photo of the necklace that the young girl was wearing the day she disappeared. The sum of money requested was appropriate to the family's wealth.
1 million euros. Why's Denise's father so rich?
He's not really that rich, but his brother, Denise's uncle, is. He owns a cork factory and hectares of woods.
Did he intend to pay that sum?
He couldn't have done so even if he had wanted to. The magistrate froze all of his funds and Cellini's property as soon as the letter arrived. The police chief remained silent for a while. Also,
what?
But all that glistens isn't gold. The uncle didn't really have a lot of cash. The factory was almost bankrupt. He may have realized that sum if he had sold everything, both the factory and the woods, or maybe it wouldn't have been enough, considering that he was indebted to a lot of banks.
The kidnappers had done the wrong maths.
Not really. They didn't know about the financial problems of the factory, and considering the apparent wealth of the family, that was a reasonable amount. If the business had been healthy, the Cellini family would have been able to find the money. Perhaps they would have had to get into debt, but they would have found it. Denise was the perfect victim. She was chosen with care.
How did they take her? It sounds a little improvised.
Improvised? Was that because the kidnapping happened during a barbecue? No way. Musto lit a cigarette, then carried on talking. You see, Mr. Claps, that was actually the best moment to carry out the kidnapping, perhaps even the only chance. Denise Cellini was always with somebody, whether it was with her parents, her sister, or some of her friends. She rarely went out by herself, and when she did, it wouldn't be at times the kidnappers could predict. Also, she would only go out in her village where anybody could have seen any attempt to kidnap her and could intervene.
That afternoon was also unpredictable.
It was very predictable, actually. That's the thing. Let me explain. Denise's father takes care of the maintenance of the entrance shaft to the old mine.
Claps looked visibly intrigued.
I know what you're thinking, Musto said. The mines have been closed for years, that's true. But the shaft has to be maintained, and the main galleries have to be inspected regularly by law to prevent any accidents. That's his official occupation, a job that gives him an awful lot of free time, but Mr. Cellini is also the best cork extractor in the area.
Cork extractor?
Yes, once it's mature, the cork is periodically extracted from the tree. It's a very delicate job, and it can only be done manually by using some kind of pruning hook. The extractor needs a lot of experience and skill to avoid damaging the membrane next to the trunk, which has to remain intact.
So, Denise's father,
he works as a cork extractor for his brother. The cork takes years to form again, and the trees have to be nurtured as they grow. Consider that the Cellini family own about 5,000 cork oaks. Denise's father visits the place every day to inspect a different area.
He took his daughters with him?
Only when the weather was good, not all the time. It was often easy to predict when he was going to take them with him. That's exactly what the kidnappers wanted.
The police chief took a drag from his cigarette.
They left their car near the lake on a dirt road that reaches the edge of the woods. There they waited for the girl to wander off so they could act undisturbed. A few minutes later they were driving away with the young girl in the car.
Did you find traces of Wheels?
Yes, unfortunately they were very common tyres, widely used on medium-sized cars. It's not something we could work on to track down the car.
Denise was with her sister that day.
Yes, Elisa Cellini. Maybe she saw something, but we were never able to ask her anything. Or rather, once we received the authorization, she wasn't able to talk anymore. Schizophrenia, they said. Elisa wasn't having any debilitating problems with her illness straight after Denise's disappearance, but she was shocked, and they had sedated her. The doctors didn't allow us to ask her any questions for days. They were worried about her health. After a while, it was too late to talk to her. Elisa Cellini had retired from the world. Her father told us a few things. They had walked to the lake together, then Denise simply vanished. Claps was visibly tense now. He was keeping his fists clenched and his knuckles were pale.
Did they only send one letter?
Yeah, the kidnappers only wrote once.
You lost hope of finding her alive?
To be honest, Mr. Claps, we'd never been that hopeful from the beginning. The police chief put the cigarette out very slowly in the ashtray. Then he raised his eyes towards Claps. The dogs followed the scent of Denise as far as the lake, where it disappeared. We found some blood there. The soil had absorbed it, but our feeling was that it wasn't just a few drops. We didn't make our concerns public. We didn't even tell the family about it, but we thought immediately about the possibility of a kidnap.
Which ended badly.
It also started in the worst possible way. The victim was either seriously wounded or even killed during the kidnapping. Our suspicion was confirmed by the fact that the family didn't receive a photo of Denise together with the letter, but only of an object she carried with her. Claps lowered his eyes for a while, then stared into the police chief's eyes again.
Do you think that the letter was sent to mislead the police?
Do you mean that it may have been something like a sexual attack rather than a kidnapping? Do you believe that the letter was sent to simulate a kidnapping?
Yes, not only that.
It would have been a useless effort. It wouldn't have really misled the police. We were still on the hunt for one or more kidnappers, whether they had taken her for sex or for ransom. It was an all-round investigation.
I mean, not only that. I know that you considered a family tragedy.
As I said, we investigated all possible angles and considered that possibility. In that case, it would have made sense for them to fake a ransom, but we didn't find any real proof, no hints. We searched the tool warehouse thoroughly, the family car. We interrogated Mr. Cellini and most of his family, and we kept an eye on them for a long time. Trust me, Mr. Claps, it really was a case of kidnapping and ransom. It just went wrong. Claps remained thoughtful for a long time.
Thanks for clarifying, he said eventually. One last thing. I'm sure you're aware of the two bodies found in the wilderness.
Are you trying to find out if there is any connection? The police chief asked, frowning. 2 young African girls who have never been reported as missing by anybody. They're very different from Denise Cellini. Age, ethnicity, and many other things. The police chief stood up from his desk. He was ready to bid farewell to Claps. Those cases are incredibly different, and they're probably not related at all, he concluded. Yes, but they are all unresolved and have no justice. The culprits are still free, and they could strike again any time, Claps thought. However, he didn't say a word. The sun had sunk over the horizon, and the air had become a little chilly. The bus from Siena to Follonica arrived at the stop in Massa Marittima. The only person who disembarked was a tall, bulky black man. He walked a few steps away from the bus stop, keeping his head low. He looked around, trying to find his bearings.
Elagi had been travelling for most of the day. He had taken 2 trains to reach Livorno and then Follonica. Then he had taken a bus. He was dressed as he used to many years ago when he was still an illegal resident in Italy, a worn hoodie, an old pair of jeans, and a very old-fashioned jacket. He had a gym bag taken from God knows where with a few things inside, all of his belongings for the journey. He had very little money in his wallet and none of his documents. He had hidden these inside his trousers with an extra supply of money. He knew Tuscany. For the first few years following his arrival in Italy, he had sold sunglasses on the beach and on the streets. He had never been to Massa Marittima, but he knew the towns and villages on the hilltops. The tourist areas were sheltered, but he remembered the weight of the bag full of sunglasses under the scorching sun, and the steep dirt roads. He walked towards the wilderness. He was looking for a place to spend the night. He would sleep outside, as he had done many times in the past, and he would neither feel the cold nor crave any food. He was aware of only the burning heat of hatred and blind determination. Chapter 10. Trevis had been surprised by the request for a meeting. He had wondered why Claps had been so insistent, but he didn't say a word and welcomed him into his office that same afternoon. He invited him to sit down in the same armchair that Elisa zoned out in every day. "Claps, are you the same man who was involved in that atrocious story? What's the name of that serial killer? Morphy, was that what he called himself in his delirious messages?" "Yes. I followed the story on the news, as many others did. I'm glad to see you recovered. I remember hearing bad news about your health." "I'm like new, almost." "That was 2 years ago, right?" 3, more or less." Professor Trevis took a bottle of cognac from his private bar. "Thanks. No alcohol for me." Trevis poured out a generous amount for himself and sat down again in front of Claps. Like new. These words had been enough for him to understand that he had problems with aphasia. "It's been a little vice of mine for many a year now," he said, and took a first sip. "Very well, Mr. Claps. I wonder, how can I be of help?" "We are evaluating, again, some aspects of the kidnapping of Denise Cellini." "That's another sad story. Did the police find out anything new after so much time?" Claps was now convinced that the kidnapping of Denise Cellini had nothing to do with the kidnapping of Ami and the other young victims. However, when he heard that Elisa was following Trevis's therapy, he had wanted to establish whether it was now possible to ask Elisa anything. "Only small details, maybe irrelevant. Again, I'm still not too sure how I can be of help." "I know you're treating her sister." "Elisa, she's her twin, actually. It's a very sad story. She was with Denise when she disappeared. Can I ask the young girl a few questions?" Trevis grew tense, then shook his head. He gulped down a mouthful of cognac. It was almost as if he wanted to take some time to find the most appropriate response. He didn't want anything to upset Elisa and undo the progress that he had made to date. "That's impossible. Elisa suffers from a severe form of schizophrenia. The outside world doesn't exist for her. She doesn't answer any questions and doesn't communicate with the people around her." "I didn't know," Claps lied. "Her illness worsened when her sister disappeared. Even if she was able to answer your questions, I would probably strongly oppose it. It would be a psychological disaster to take her back to that time." "I See, I'm sure you can understand. You're also a psychiatrist, right? Yes, but I never worked on psychotherapy. I took different routes. It took them a few minutes to relax a little. The atmosphere wasn't as tense anymore. How long has she been following your therapy? Only a few months. It's a long process, and there's no guarantee of success. Any improvements? Small steps. They're encouraging, though. Trevis took one last sip and finished his cognac. He was more relaxed now that he knew why Claps had wanted to visit him, and the problem had been solved. Eliza has recently begun to make drawings, he continued. It's only a very small door to the world that surrounds her, but it's something that I intend to work on in the future. I need to be able to communicate with her to help her regain a normal life. The professor pointed to a spot behind Claps. The drawing that is hanging on the wall behind you, it's the first one that she made, and it represents a human being, herself. Claps turned round and saw a drawing that was little more than a stick figure. She was blonde, and she was floating in the void, her arms and hands wide open, her hair floating in the air. Claps was struck with a vortex of emotions. It was like a powerful electric shock. He turned pale, like a ghost. "Are you okay, Mr. Claps?" "That's not Eliza. It's Denise." "Denise?" "Her left hand." He was almost whispering to himself. He was shaking. "It only has 4 fingers." An electric shock ran through his body again. "The little finger, it's missing." Chapter 11. He fell asleep, eventually. He was exhausted. Elijah found a place to sleep a few steps away from the street. It was reasonably far away from houses, and hopefully no policeman would give him any trouble. He hadn't dreamt his favourite dream that night. He wanted to see Ami. He wanted to hug her and hear her voice. He wanted to tell stories to her and her sister. He wanted to see her eyes open out of awe, a beautiful smile on her face. He wanted to hold her tiny hand with his own. He missed how she tried really hard to hug him well, despite him being way too big for her arms. He wanted to feel her kisses on his cheek. He wanted to stroke her hair, giggling together, smelling her scent and seeing the beautiful colour of her skin. It didn't matter if it was only a dream. It would still be her. They would still be together. The first light of dawn had woken him. He was freezing cold, and the night dew had made his hair and clothes damp. The cold was deep in his bones. He had forgotten how difficult it was to sleep rough, but he didn't care. He waited for the sunshine. Then he decided to get up. Claps woke up at dawn from a short, agitated dream. After seeing Eliza's drawing the night before, he had struggled with speech even more. He could only say very short words now. The sentences seemed to slip his mind as soon as he attempted to utter them. Trevis couldn't understand what had happened to him, and Claps had left the office without saying another word. Then the vertigo. Denise's smile, which he had imagined for a long time, her expression turning into awe, fear, terror, her surrender to pain. Eventually, her face, her eyes, the deadly oblivion in her soul. He struggled to get off the bed. Denise was case 0. She was very different from all the others. Claps was pretty certain about this. The murderer probably acted instinctively, probably without predetermining his actions, when presented with a sudden, favourable situation. He had got excited by what he had accomplished. He had craved more. That was the birth of the monster. He had struck again by planning a different strategy. He had then established a regular method. Claps dragged himself into the shower. His muscles were tense and aching. He felt as though he had run a marathon. His victims were easy, nameless, with no family and no justice. How many had died in the last 5 years? How many trophies did the beast keep in his house? Claps dressed slowly. Then he had chosen Ami. Why her? Was it just to feel powerful, almost invincible? Did it happen just because he had the chance to steal someone else's identity? That couldn't be it. He could have chosen anyone else, not far away from his own area. Why Ami? Because he had seen her, he had been close to her, because he had desired her more than anything. Because he had to make her his, take everything away from her, at all costs. Because he couldn't control himself any longer. Because that obscene fire was burning him alive. He could carry on to rape victim after victim, more and more frequently. Claps walked out into the garden. The air was cold and the sky was grey and overcast. The sea was flat like a table. A feeling of vertigo froze him for a moment. Denise's face, her eyes locked into the oblivion. Ami, Aisha, the creature's heavy breath, the dull sound of the clippers closing together. Claps walked to the seashore, then turned around with uncertainty. Eliza had seen everything. Eliza knew everything. A few minutes later, he was in front of Trevis's office. He waited on the opposite pavement. He looked at his watch. It was 7:15 a.m. He didn't know whether it was better to wait a few minutes before ringing the bell. Then he saw the professor coming out. Trevis walked towards him. Elagi looked much shabbier than he had intended. His demeanour spoke the language of poverty, hunger, exhaustion. Elagi was staring at his reflection in the mirror of the toilets in a bar. The waiter had let him access the toilets almost unwillingly. All that Elagi could see in the mirror was a lost man, a worn-out giant, a black man without any hopes or goals. He bought a bottle of water and some bread at a bakery. His bites were greedy and made his stomach rumble, despite his efforts to ignore the hunger. Elagi sat down on the last step of a small flight of stairs that led to the higher part of the town to eat his piece of bread. Then he stood up, walked a few steps and looked around. He had ended up in a large square where ancient buildings dominated the view. The steps leading to the cathedral swept into the square like a large ship's bow as it sails across the sea. Elagi was too tired to appreciate the beauty of that Italian square. The square was also unfamiliar to him, and he felt confused and even more like a fish out of water. An endless number of streets and small avenues ran off it in all directions. Elagi didn't know where Abedi set up his stand, so he would have to explore all of this maze to find him. He walked confidently up the main street into the oldest part of the town. He stopped when he reached the ancient walls and waited for the sun to rise a little more so that he could enjoy the warmth. He was looking forward to seeing the people in the streets as the shops opened up for the day. A few minutes later, he was on his way back to the square, this time walking slowly with his eyes lowered. From there, he began to wander through the smaller avenues. Then he saw a stall under an old bridge, a few meters away from the main street. Abedi, at least Elagi hoped it was him, was busy tidying up clothes on the stall. Elagi observed him for a few seconds. He had to be in a shanty or a mossi. He almost dragged his feet as he got closer. When Abedi looked back into Elagi's eyes, the two stood still. Elagi nodded slightly, then walked slowly towards him. They greeted each other warmly, as only people from Africa can. They shook each other's hands, then Elagi touched his chest, his lips, and his forehead. Abedi didn't reply in the same way, but he nodded back to Elagi. Mossi, perhaps he's a Christian, Elagi thought. My name's Diop Baye, and I'm from Senegal, the Wolof man said. I'm Abedi Dua. I'm originally from Ghana, but I was brought up in Senegal. Abedi stared at Elagi gravely. "You don't look too good, Diop." "I've been sleeping rough, and I've hardly eaten anything, but I'm a strong man." "You slept rough?" "I'm looking for a job, Abedi, and a place to sleep." "You're old enough to deserve respect. You're not an adventurous young man. What's your story? What brought you here? If you don't mind telling me, what happened to you?" "I arrived 3 years ago from over the sea. I worked in the north, where the brother of one of my wives lives. I've always sent them a share of my earnings, but I've never received the documents. Now I've lost my job, and I decided to travel to Siena, where I was hoping to find one of my relatives who works here, but he's also gone. They suggested I look for a job at the seaside and in the neighboring fields, so I decided to take the bus. However, I only had enough money to get here. It's not the right season to work on the beach yet, and those who might employ you are in Livorno or Grosseto. You wouldn't find anyone at the seaside." Abedi frowned. "You could find something in the fields, maybe." "Do you have any jobs to give me? I'm a strong man." "You don't have any documents. I'm sorry, but I can't. I would lose my own authorization." Elagi lowered his eyes. "Maybe just for 1 day? Anything. I will go to the seaside tomorrow, or whatever you want." "I'm sorry." Elagi put his hands on his chest. He nodded slightly and turned round, ready to leave. He walked 2 steps away from Abedi. "Wait!" Abedi stared at Elagi again. "How long is it since you last ate properly?" Elagi waved his hand in the air. "You can stay over at mine. We'll cook something for you and give you a bed for the night. I'll tell you where to go tomorrow." Elagi waited a short while before replying. He put his hands on his chest again. "I can't accept this if you don't let me work for you." Abedi nodded slowly. He looked thoughtful. "You could do something. There's a town about 4 or 5 kilometers away from here. It's market day today. There's a woman there. Her name's Mudiwa. I send her some of my clothes to sell every now and then. Take some of the stuff to her and bring back anything that she doesn't sell." "I will." Abedi looked more serious. "We don't get a lot of spot checks here, but if anybody stops you, you don't say that the clothes are mine." "I won't say anything wrong, Abedi." "You'll have to walk. The way to town is easy, but the return will be all uphill." "I am a strong man. How do I recognize Mudiwa?" "It's easy. She's always at the entrance of the market, and she has 2 daughters. One is less than a year old, and she always holds her in her arms. She also has a naughty older daughter called Jara." They were sitting at the bar, al fresco, by the seaside. "Aphasia, huh?" Claps nodded. "The sudden burst of emotions that were triggered by the drawing worsened your condition and made it impossible for you to talk." "Yes, but I'm okay now. I knew you would be back. If not, I was going to find you." Trevis drank all of his espresso in one gulp, while Claps was still stirring the sugar into his. "You owe me some explanations. I'll have to tell you confidential information. You can rest assured with me I'm used to keeping secrets in my line of work." "Very well." Clapp sipped at his coffee. "It's a long story. Bear with me." Claps told Trevis everything, with exasperating slowness and great effort. Elisa knew everything. Elisa had seen everything. She kept everything buried inside her and had locked the door. Trevis was the key to open it again. 4 fingers. The professor listened silently without interrupting him. It might be a coincidence. It's only a drawing, after all. You know, most cartoon characters normally only have 4 fingers. The right hand in the drawing has 5 fingers. It's possible that she forgot a finger when she drew the left hand. You've seen how childlike the drawings look, right? Don't focus on the details. Look at the whole content. Of course, drawing 4 fingers may well have been just a coincidence, but their knees had been taken just like the other 2 victims. The place where this had happened was the epicenter of the young victim's tragedy. It was an area very close to the monster's hideout. Eliza was with her, and ever since that day her illness had worsened, as if she had seen something terrible and was running from it. The missing finger from the stick figure's left hand was the little finger, the signature of the predator. Claps explained everything to Travis. "Denise is the girl in the drawing," he concluded. The professor remained thoughtful.
"It's the first drawing that Eliza has ever made,"
he said eventually. He spoke slowly and with a deep voice.
"Her first timid attempt to explore the world again. Maybe you're right. She reproduced the last memory from her previous life, the life she'd lived before the kidnapping."
"You have to let Eliza remember. You have to know what she saw." Clapp stared straight into Travis's eyes in what he hoped was an assertive manner. The professor stood up.
"Come with me, Mr. Claps. Let's go for a walk."
They left the bar and walked along the beach beside the sea without saying anything else. The sun was shining occasionally through the grey clouds and had begun to radiate a pleasant warmth.
"Look,"
Travis began to speak.
"I know what you mean, but for me, Eliza is primarily a patient before being a witness. My job, or rather, my duty, is to cure her. Perhaps the only way to get her to come back to the real world is to let her forget what happened, to negate what happened and what she saw. She must be able to bury her memory, hide it somewhere deep in a corner of her mind."
Claps was walking with his head low, observing the pavement step by step.
"I really want that monster to be in jail, don't get me wrong, but all my efforts and all my attention has to focus on Eliza's mental health. Even if she were able to recall some of her memories, it could be such a shock to her that she could fall forever into a chronic illness. She would be absent all her life. Remember that she's in this state because of what she saw."
For the first time, Claps lifted his head. "But remembering could also free her."
"It's a remote possibility."
"Or it might not have any impact on her condition at all."
"We're fantasizing," Travis added. "The risk is too high to even attempt anything."
Claps looked down at his feet again. "The monster killed a lot of victims. We don't know how many. He began with Denise, and he never stopped." This time Travis lowered his head. "He will strike again pretty soon. We must stop him and save lives. We will prevent a lot of murders if we stop him now."
Clapp stopped. He stared into Travis's eyes.
"We have no choice. There's nothing more worthwhile than people's lives."
Travis attempted to say something, but then gave up the idea.
"There's only one possibility. you should know that. You made one many years ago as well, right?" The professor felt a wave of heat creeping up his body to his head. It was a short while before he could reply.
"You know my story, then?"
"Don't forget that I'm an investigator. Your case is well known, and when I was a student in Milan, I attended the Institute of Psychology. The case was being discussed then."
"Yeah, that's understandable."
"Then everyone stopped talking about you, and yet you were one of the best lecturers."
"It was ages ago."
"I was surprised to see you here in Follonica. Everything began right here, didn't it?"
"Yes, the first 3 of 11 victims. Some of my most valued people were among them."
"The murderer, one of your colleagues from the Institute, a serial killer, the Wolf."
"That's what we christened him."
"He killed to see the soul."
"He was delirious, a foolish man. I was going to be his 12th victim."
"You never stopped hunting him down. You wanted to stop him, right?"
"I had to do it."
"You wanted to save other people's lives." Claps laid a hand on the professor's shoulder. "It's not so different now."
Trevis stared at the horizon for a long time. The island of Elba looked a mere step away. "Okay, Mr. Claps, I'll do my best to help you. I'll try to make Eliza remember, but I'll do it my way. Don't set any deadlines and stay away from managing my attempts. Promise me you'll follow all of the possible avenues to catch the monster. Promise me that you'll keep me informed, and that if you decide to follow a promising path, you'll inform me about it. I want to have the chance to stop a final confrontation with Eliza, if possible." Claps nodded silently and stretched out his hand towards Trevis. They shook each other's hands vigorously. There was nothing else to say. The professor began to walk away. A few steps later, Claps called him.
"You also got stabbed with a knife, just like me."
Trevis showed him his wrists. The scars were still very visible. "I've never been so close to death. An old policeman saved me, Lieutenant Salvadori. He lives here. When I was discharged from the hospital, I thought I would go and pay him a visit to thank him. But then I decided to stay here." Trevis walked away. His mind was immersed in his memories of the past.
The tide flowed slowly into Follonica harbour at the last light of dusk. A fisherman sat by the river. His back was hunched. He was staring patiently at his floating bait. He wanted to make sure that it remained in the current. A light breeze lifted the lingering scents of the fading day into the air. A man walked by, close to the river. "Tonight's going to be a good one for sea bass." Lieutenant Salvadori turned round. He didn't smile back at Trevis. He didn't need to. "Do you reckon? The sea has been flat for too many hours. It will be a good one to teach you how to fish, though. Take a seat. I'll plant a rod for you." Footnote. These words echo the ending to Il riflesso del lupo, Leone Editore Monza 2012. The story focuses on the life of a young Professor Trevis, a lecturer of psychology, and the mysterious murders of an unsuspected serial killer. End of footnote. Trevis had done his best. He had tried to get his old life back. His good old life. To be honest, he had only daydreamed about it. He dreamed of going back to Milan and taking up his old post as a lecturer at the Institute of Psychology. He had rested on this dream just like he had begun to rest on the grass, looking at the bait floating in the water. He hadn't moved out of Follonica for 5 long months. He was waiting patiently, in the same way he waited for the fish to bite, for the wounds of his soul to heal. One evening in late October, under the light of the moon, he understood that he would never catch anything if he didn't learn how to fish properly. In the same way, none of his wounds would heal if he just waited. In reality, he was like one of those worms that floated as bait, stabbed by the hook and too weak to wriggle away, passively suspended, waiting for anything to happen, perhaps even the end, which never arrived. At that moment he understood that catching fish wasn't the final goal of fishing as a sport. He also understood that life is tough, and that some wounds never heal completely. He took down the rod and dismantled it into smaller pieces with extreme care. Then he freed the worms that had been used as bait into the stream. As he walked along the riverbank, Trevis understood something else. He had no idea what to do with himself. The following morning, he wrote a message to Lieutenant Salvadori and took the first train to Milan. He remained in the city for just a few weeks. He found a place to rent and didn't let anybody know where he was. The wolf hadn't killed him. He hadn't managed to fulfill his delusion and attempt to see Trevis's soul, but somehow he had still stolen it, a life without a soul. That was what he had now. He decided to sell his house and moved over to Padova, where he had spent his youth and where he had graduated. Without trying too hard, he made some new friends and met some old acquaintances. He didn't want human warmth. It was just an attempt to occupy some space in the community, establish some kind of connection with other people that he hadn't had for a while. A few months later, he got in touch with one of his old friends who now directed an existentialist psychotherapy center in Switzerland. Trevis surprised himself when he realized how open he was becoming with his old friend. It was the first time in a long while. "Your problem, my friend, is that your misfortunes have caused you to lose the ability to feel emotions. You can't laugh when everybody else laughs. You don't cheer for what everybody else cheers for. You don't suffer for anything that would cause other people to suffer. It's like I've lost my soul." The soul, a spiritual way to define what psychotherapists call the self. You must rebuild your own self. It's the key to help you feel part of a community, with pain, joy, ambitions to be shared with others. In other words, you need to rebuild whatever allows you to connect with other people. Trevis followed him to Switzerland and followed his therapy. 5 years later, it seemed natural for him to use psychoanalysis with his own patients, and he quickly became well known and respected in the field. He had returned to Italy after 3 years when he began to seek a less frantic lifestyle. He chose Follonica as a place to settle down and focus on a smaller number of patients. He began to fish again. After so many years of practice, he was able to catch the fish. Trevis stared at the water, the horizon. He had built a soul for himself again, and he couldn't pretend that he didn't know what he had to do now. Yes, he would have to help Claps and protect Elisa at the same time. Protect. What he hadn't managed to do for Denise. His beloved Denise. The road to the foot of the hill from Massa Marittima was very steep, especially for Elagi, who was carrying the 2 bags that Ebi had given him on his shoulders. He had decided to walk on the road, maintaining a steady pace and concentrating on keeping his balance. He had to be careful not to slip or stumble in case he rolled downhill. Once the road levelled out again, Elagi picked up his pace for the remaining 2 kilometres that separated him from the marketplace. He felt strong, even though he had spent the last few hours like a homeless man. The sunshine gave strength to his muscles, and his powerful stride made his heart pump. Elaji had found the Debi. Now he had to find a way to make him divulge what he knew. He had lied to him. He had betrayed his Ngor, his honesty, and had done so with another African brother who had suffered and lived away from his own people. Just like Elaji, Adebi had spent many years in a country that wasn't always friendly. That was not good for Elaji's pride. Whoever had taken Ami away from him had replaced her presence with evil in his soul, and evil only causes more evil, and it corrupts. He found the market easily. There were lots of colourful stalls. Many African people like him crowded the place around them. Modiwa's was among the first few stalls near the entrance, just as Abedi had described. The woman was sitting on the ground, a mat on which she displayed her goods before her. She was holding a baby girl who nestled in her arms as though in a cradle, wrapped up in a long scarf tied to the woman's neck. Jara was standing a few meters away from her, with her back turned to Elaji. He stopped. All of a sudden, he was struggling to breathe. Ami. For a moment, he believed that Ami was there. For an instant, a wave of vibrating, endless happiness had overtaken him. This emotion was incredibly strong. It stunned and confused him. It lasted only a moment. Then a penetrating, endless kind of pain hit him all of a sudden, harshly and violently. Ami wasn't there anymore. She wouldn't come back, maybe not even in his dreams. Jara turned round. Her facial traits weren't similar to Ami's. When she saw that tall, strong man, she smiled at him. He was looking at her with great joy and pain at the same time, and she didn't understand why. She had the same smile as Ami. Elaji's eyes were full of sweet tears. Ami had smiled at him from the heavens. After he left Trevis, Claps began to walk along the beach. He couldn't just sit and hope that Trevis would manage to trigger Elisa's memories. He had to move on. He had to find new evidence. Claps walked slowly, one heavy step after another. He had always wondered why Ami... But now the question that might lead him to find out more about the monster was another one. Why Denise? Claps tried hard to think carefully. Denise was very different from all the other victims, and the creature had been so hasty and careless. He had left Elisa behind, a witness. Everything was very different. It didn't match the coherent patterns from the other cases. No, there were no doubts. Denise had been the first. With her, the beast had released his desire. The water had broken the dam, and his sick fantasies had come true. Then he couldn't help but carry on doing as he had done the first time. He had developed and perfected a method which allowed him to act without running any risks. The killer had an obsession. He didn't want to challenge anyone. He didn't want anybody to know of his criminal activities. He didn't want to wrap himself in the soiled glory of infamy for his terrifying actions. He only wanted to enjoy the little body. He wanted to own everything, even the soul. He wanted to carry on doing that. Denise, the first one. Had he acted on the spur of the moment? Did he take advantage of an unexpected event and use it to follow his obscene instincts? Claps was unable to see it in his mind. The feeling of vertigo wasn't there. Had he fantasized a lot before acting? Had he planned everything? Perhaps both suppositions were possible. The tire marks on the dirt road seemed to indicate that something had been premeditated. There was some degree of planning. But then why had he let a witness go and run the risk of her talking? If he really had planned everything, assuming that the girls were apart from one another when Denise was kidnapped, how did he know that Denise was going to separate from her sister at some point? Maybe he had followed her only to look at her and to fantasize about her. Then he was tempted by seeing her on her own and couldn't resist. Claps walked more slowly. He looked at the sea on the horizon. The sunshine hurt his eyes. He was back to the main question. Why Denise? He had to find an answer, but first, what is it like to become a monster? What triggers the switch from fantasizing to putting ideas into action? What drives a man so mad? What feeds his insatiable appetite? Having the victim close to him, staying close to her for a long time, desiring her for ages, carrying on building fantasy after fantasy with her as the main focus, until at some point the border between fantasy and reality breaks down and disappears. That's why he had chosen Denise. The creature could still be there, near the house, near Eliza. Clapp sat down on a bench. The sun was now high and full. The sunshine blinded him, but it didn't matter. He would have to close his eyes to make the phone call.
Any news, Claps?
I thought about something. On the other end of the line, Sensi tightened his grip on the phone without realizing.
Go on.
It's just an idea, Claps lied. It's too early to say everything, but the most important thing is that everything indicates Nicoletta as the epicenter.
Can you expand on that?
Claps didn't want Eliza and Trevis's work to be under the spotlight of investigation yet, not even if it was directed by Sensi. It was too dangerous for the young girl and for the professor's task. I still have to verify. I will tell you later. Any news on the results of the search on the hospital? Sensi didn't sound satisfied with Claps's reply, but answered politely and calmly.
We've requested information from all the staff and the patients who were at the hospital back then, with no relevant results. I don't think that Mr. Beatty's driving license was stolen there.
Listen, can we do the search again with a different variant? Change the profile of the suspected person. Find out who lived in Nicoletta or nearby 5 years ago.
5 years ago? Do we have to look for somebody who lived there?
Sensi took a little while to pull the strings together.
Oh, you mean that the Cellini case is related?
There could be a link.
Is this your idea?
It's only an idea. Can we pursue it?
I don't have any reason to say no.
I have something else to ask you.
Go on.
In a way, Ami had also been the first victim. She had been the first who had been caught away from the predator's familiar area, the first that would have caused him to flee the police investigation. He had probably desired her for a long time and spied on her equally as long. Mr. Beatty's identity had to be stolen at the last minute. He must have been close to her with his real face first. Find a man from Nicoletta who lived there 5 years ago, who stayed in hotels, residences near the Demba family's house and Ami's school, at least 6 months before the kidnapping. Claps put down his phone and began to walk back to town. More thoughts, more questions. What had Eliza seen? Was it just the kidnapping? How did she know about the amputated finger? Was it possible that the beast chopped it off on the spot? Claps's phone vibrated again, but only once. It was a text message. It was from the Massa Marittima police chief. The mail you're waiting for has arrived. Chapter 12. It was past 8 p.m. when Abedi took Elagi to his humble abode. The guest sat down to watch TV, while he waited for Abedi to tidy up the house, and then he went to the bathroom. When Elaji came out of the bathroom a few minutes later, the TV had been turned off, and Abedi was staring at the empty screen with a sad expression. "You were on TV a few minutes ago," he said in Wolof, avoiding Elaji's eyes. "I saw you." Elaji didn't reply, but his mask of a rough wild man dissolved immediately. His eyes stared firmly into Abedi's. "I knew I'd seen you somewhere before, but I couldn't remember where. We've prayed for your daughter, Elaji, and we will still do." "What did they say on TV?" Elaji's voice was cold. "They were talking about Ami. They were saying that the police are still after the culprit. They showed a clip. You were with your wife." Elaji carried on staring into Abedi's eyes without moving a muscle. "Why did you lie to me? Why are you here?" "I wanted to find you. I wanted to speak to you." Abedi stood up and headed to the kitchen. He turned on a ring on the cooker to heat up some leftover food. "Why me? Did somebody send you?" "No." "The police?" "No." Abedi began to stir the food in the pan. "A policeman came to ask me some questions yesterday. There was a man with him. He wasn't in uniform. He kept staring at me." Abedi remained silent for a little while, as if he expected Elaji to respond to his statement. "Now," he carried on eventually, "you come over to speak to me." "What did the policeman want to know?" "He showed me the photo of a young girl. He wanted to know if I'd seen her before." "What did you say to him?" "I'd never seen her before." During this conversation, Abedi had kept his back towards Elaji, stirring the food in the pan. Elaji walked closer to him and made him turn round. "I belong to a different tribe." His muscles vibrated under the worn-out clothes. His eyes glared with pride and strength. "My grandfather was the village griot, and his father before him and my father after him. My name is Elaji Demba, and I'm asking you if you know that young girl." Abedi looked away. "Will you tell the police?" "Perhaps the man who was staring at you. He's a good man." Abedi turned off the heat and sat down. Elaji followed him with his eyes. "I've met that girl. She was taken 4 years ago, just like your daughter." Elaji's eyes glared with anger again, and his eyebrows almost touched one another. "The same man killed her, the same monster." "Are you seeking revenge?" "A righteous man never seeks revenge, but sometimes revenge and the right punishment follow parallel paths." "Your words are wise," Abedi nodded. "Take a seat, Elaji. I'll tell you what I know." Professor Trevis poured a generous amount of cognac into his glass. He sat down in his armchair. He warmed the drink up with his hand and made it swirl around in the glass to smell its scent. He had seen Eliza that afternoon. It hadn't been easy for him that day. After the meeting with Collapse, everything had changed. He hadn't prepared any blank sheets for Eliza to draw on that afternoon. As usual, Eliza had sat quietly on the other side of the desk. This time the professor had placed a white sheet in front of himself. The crayons were in the middle, handy for both to take. They had remained still for a few minutes, in silence. Trevis believed it wasn't the right moment yet. Under normal conditions he would have waited a little longer, but now he had to break through. He had to speed up the process. When he had perceived some slight sign of perception from Eliza, he had grabbed the yellow crayon and slowly drawn the sun in the corner of the sheet. Then he had turned the sheet round and handed it to Eliza. While he was turning the sheet, he wondered how the young girl would be feeling. Would she appear indifferent? Would she ignore him? Would she destroy the paper instead of responding to that attempt to communicate? Eliza hadn't shown indifference. She stared at the paper for a long time with her flat expression. Travis carefully followed every movement and noted each of the changes that he saw. It looked like she stared at the white part of the sheet first, or rather, it looked as though she didn't want to move her eyes to the sun Travis had drawn. She's attracted to the white, the empty page, the nothingness, Travis thought. Perhaps she's not even attracted to it. She just feels protected by the oblivion. Her expression had slowly faded, and she had gone back to her state of complete absence. The professor had resigned himself to failure when Eliza had come back all of a sudden. Her eyes moved to the side of the page. She hesitated. Then eventually she stared at the sun in the corner. She had stared at it for a long time. Travis noticed that the young girl had remained completely still, almost rigid all this time. Her expression changed a little and began to show some signs of negativity. The changes were barely perceptible, and the professor wasn't sure how to interpret them. Irritation? Rejection? Was it something akin to suffering? Eliza stared at the crayons and chose one, a black crayon. She began to draw parallel horizontal lines with extreme care and with increasing speed from one side of the sheet to the other. She had been careful not to draw on the sun. She had eventually drawn so many lines that she had filled in all the blank space on the sheet. Only then had Eliza's expression lost the minimal, nearly imperceptible negativity that the professor had noticed earlier. Travis leaned back in his armchair. He lifted the glass to his lips. The sun is there, but it doesn't illuminate anything. He let the cognac tickle his throat. Everything is grey and dark. But the sun was still there. Eliza hadn't erased it. The professor glanced at his watch. It was still too early to prepare for what was going to be a long, sleepless night. He stood up and poured some more cognac. Then the doorbell rang. Claps was on the doorstep. He didn't step into the office. Whoever took Denise had to be very close. I need to talk to her relatives, those that she saw regularly. Claps's eyes shone with a bright, confident light. But I can't do it as a policeman who investigates on the case. I don't want to alarm the monster. I have an idea, and I need your help, Professor. Her name was Afia, and she came from Togo. She had arrived at the camp a month or two earlier. Her father had been there for a year. The police had checked his documents, and he had been charged as an illegal immigrant and had been asked to return to his homeland. She had arrived with her mother as an illegal immigrant, and they had managed to get to the camp together. When the family were reunited, they had begun to save money to move to France, where some of their relatives lived. Afia was a very lively young girl. She was very well behaved and respected the elders. I worked in the fields with her father quite a few times, and we've eaten at the same table many times. The young girl disappeared one night. Her mother was in the old town, in the northern quarter. She owned a small stand near the town walls. It was dark when she decided to go back to the camp. Afia shot off downhill like she always did. She would have waited at the large square, skipping on the steps of the church. Her mother walked slowly downhill with some heavy bags on her shoulders. When she reached the square, a few minutes later, Afia wasn't there. She thought that her daughter had made her way to the camp. She had done it before, and her mother had reprimanded her for it, but children often forget what they're told off for. That night, however, Afia never returned to the camp. Abedi stopped his story. He was struggling with his emotions.
"Did you look for her straight away?"
Elaji asked a few seconds later.
"A whole squad looked for her for many hours along the road that leads to the camp. Then we moved to the old town, inside the walls, and the new town. We didn't find her." "Did nobody see anything that night when she was taken?"
"You know what they say, Elaji? They say that some men steal our children, and they give them to the families of white people who don't have any children. They walk around cities, towns, they observe, they pick up the prettiest one, and they steal them. They had chosen Afia. Her disappearance had been a cause of great distress to her parents, but there was a sweet consolation that the young girl's life in a rich family would have been beautiful and easy. We resigned ourselves to having lost her forever. You asked me if anybody had seen anything. Her mother probably saw one of those men. He was a tall man with large dark glasses and a hat. A while later, she remembered that a few days before she had seen the man looking at her and Afia from a distance. He had never approached them. He had never stopped to look at them for too long. He just looked like one of the people from the streets." Abedi paused for a while. Then he carried on talking. "We thought that Afia was part of a new family. The pain slowly wore off, and the woman got pregnant again. Then, one day, some policemen turned up at the camp. They spoke about the body of a young girl that they had found. They showed us a T-shirt, and they wanted to know if a young girl had disappeared from the camp a few months earlier. We understood immediately. Afia had no new family, no new life, no life at all."
"Did her mother talk to the police about that man?"
Abedi shook his head. "She didn't say anything, but they understood that she knew something. They would have been back again. The woman didn't have any documents, and her husband had been issued with a deportation order. They fled the camp the same night."
"Where did they go? Do you know where they are now?"
Abedi shrugged. "No idea. I know the woman wanted to go to France."
"Would she be able to recognize the kidnapper?"
"Glasses, a hat. She only saw him from a distance. Even if you found her, it would be pretty much useless." Elaji looked over Abedi's shoulders for a while, thoughtfully.
"You know more, right?"
"Well, a few months ago, in the summer, another young girl disappeared from the camp. And a few years before that, 2 more girls disappeared from another camp near Siena, soon after Afia." Elaji shivered. There had been 5 girls then, including Ami.
"How do you know?"
"I'm well informed, Elaji."
"Do you know anything else about these other victims?"
Abedi shook his head again. "Only that they disappeared." Elaji remained silent for a few seconds.
"Tell me about the other young girl from the camp then."
"By then I wasn't at the camp anymore. I had my own house. All that I know was told to me by others, and it's no different from Afia's kidnapping."
"Did they see the tall man again?"
Abedi spread his arms. "I don't know."
"Is there anybody at the camp who could be of help? Anybody who knows exactly what happened?"
"Maybe, but not the kids' parents."
"Can you ask around? Can you do this for me, Abedi?"
Abedi sighed. "You're not going to leave tomorrow, are you?"
"No. Will you do that for me?"
The beast was in his hideout. He had made sure that everything was in place. He would be hosting a new guest very soon. He adored the emotions that he felt in there. He adored the air that filled the place, the noise of his own quiet steps on the floor, the glittering darkness that surrounded him. He adored looking at his small trophies, touching them, holding them between his lips, rolling them on his naked skin. He chose Ami, his favourite. He dropped his clothes. He got ready for pleasure. Chapter 13. The following morning Elaji went out when the sun was high in the sky. Abedi had been out for about an hour. He had left more clothes for him to carry to Mudiwa. Elaji set off on the road. He looked forward to seeing Jara's smile, which reminded him of Ami's. However, he had been barely a kilometre when 2 policemen appeared from nowhere and stopped him. "Give us your documents, please." There was nothing friendly in their tone of voice or the way they were looking at him. Elaji pointed to his jeans without showing any sign of fear.
"They're here. I've sewn them inside my jeans, just in case."
"Of course. What about these clothes?"
"I found them on the road a few minutes ago."
The younger of the 2 policemen looked nervous because of Elaji's size. "Of course you did."
"If you let me, I'll give you my documents."
"You'll do it at the police department. Come with us and keep calm," the elder policeman ordered. "Don't even try to mess around." 10 minutes later, Elaji was shown into a small office. Claps was sitting behind the desk and greeted him with a nod. He invited him to sit down. "I'm sorry for the lack of manners, Elaji," Claps said as soon as they were alone. "I didn't want to be seen talking to you." Elaji didn't show any surprise at the fact that Claps was sat in front of him. "I gather that you didn't reveal your real identity to Abedi," Claps said, and he pointed to the worn-out clothes that Elaji was wearing. "This seemed the best way to meet. Abedi knows me." On the one hand, Elaji hadn't shown any emotion. On the other hand, Claps seemed very comfortable. It was as if finding Elaji in Massa Marittima and having planned that show to get to talk to him was the most natural thing in the world. Claps went straight to the point. "You spent most of the day with him and then you slept at his house?"
"Yes."
"Did you manage to get any information?"
"He remembers the young girl in the photo. She was there at the camp. Her name was Afia."
Elaji's voice was low. It reverberated on the office walls. "Afia, what else? Did the man tell you?"
"She was taken one night. She was with her mother. She didn't notice anything. The little girl was taken from the main square here in town."
"Did anybody notice anything?" Claps was focused on Elaji's face, his wrinkles, his changes of expression.
"No."
Elaji was impassive. His face was an impenetrable mask.
"No one saw anything."
"What about the previous days? Was there anybody who observed Afia, even from a distance?"
"No, I promise. Nobody."
Elaji lied again. Claps remained silent for a few seconds. "Did Abedi tell you where the young girl's parents are right now?"
"In France, but he doesn't know where."
"Did he mention any other kidnappings?" Elaji didn't mention the other young girl who'd been taken from the camp a few months ago.
"He spoke of 2 girls who were taken in Siena."
Claps felt a knot in his stomach. How many victims had the creature killed? How many graves were still hidden in the woods? Would they ever find him? "When did it happen?"
"The second one a few months before my little Amy.
Do you know anything else?
He heard some information.
Claps was a little nonplussed when he realized that Elaji's expression wouldn't change at all throughout the whole conversation. Thanks, Elaji. You're being of great help. Now we know that Afia was taken here. Claps stood up. I'll ask my colleagues to accompany you back home.
I'm not going home yet,
Elaji hissed. Claps sat down again slowly. He was staring into Elaji's eyes. Why do you not want to go back home? You said that Abedi doesn't know anything else. Claps noticed a small, faint wrinkle appeared for less than a moment on Elaji's forehead.
I'm going to Siena, to the camp, where the man took the two girls. I want to talk to people there.
I see. Claps's eyes narrowed a little. I'll ask my colleagues to accompany you there.
No, I'll make my own way.
Okay. Claps stood up again. Will you keep me posted? Elaji walked towards the door. His eyes were intense.
Of course. Yes.
As soon as Elaji walked out, Claps picked up his phone. Claps here. Please keep an eye on him. Elaji took a back road and left the old town on foot. He was heading towards the supermarket near where Mudiwa and her daughter were working. The bags full of clothes that Abedi had given Elaji had stayed with Claps at the central police station. He would have to make up a story to explain how he had been freed so quickly if somebody had seen him being taken away by the police. More lies. They were necessary, but Elaji couldn't get used to them. His face was beginning to reflect the lies. His beard was long, dark glasses covered his face, a large ethnic hat shadowed his forehead. He couldn't show himself as he really was. The hunting lion had to stay hidden in the savannah. Abedi had recognized him. It could happen again. Then he saw Jara. He followed his instinct and walked faster. He wanted Ami's smile. He needed it. The entrance to the supermarket was very crowded. Mudiwa saw Elaji when he was still about 20 meters away from the entrance. She waved at him. Elaji had his eyes fixed on Jara and didn't realize, as he crossed the road, that he brushed against the shoulder of a tall man with sunglasses standing facing the supermarket entrance. Claps was driving to Niccioletta. From inside his car he was oblivious to the beauty of the scenery alongside the roads that led to the hills. These roads went through deciduous woodland and pine forests, branched off into rolling fields of wheat and sunflowers, and crossed quiet dirt roads lined with endless cypress trees. The only emotion that Claps felt as he made his way through all that magnificent scenery was distress. He felt trapped in a green tunnel where the sunlight had suddenly disappeared and the scents were moist and wild. They were the scents of the monster's filthy hideout. Claps was heading into his territory. He couldn't appreciate any beauty. A few kilometers later, he turned left towards Niccioletta, where the road wound sinuously uphill. His destination appeared almost unexpectedly as he rounded a corner. He had expected to see a little town, a bunch of houses scattered around a church, but instead he found a square, or rather a large open space that looked a bit like a square. The town centre hosted a small church, a monument to the soldiers who had passed away during the war, a few buildings, a small grocery shop and a large square building from the 20s, which contrasted with the other structures. It was used as a cinema, meeting place and social club. Claps slowed down. Behind and beside the large open space, 3-story buildings were lined up next to each other like English terraced houses. They were all identical and looked as though they should be in an old working-class area of a city rather than in a small town. Of course, that was the mining settlement. What else could he expect? The workers would have slept in those houses during the few hours they had away from the mine, and there were also places where people could get together, buy food, and pray, simply leading their miserable lives. Claps drove slowly past the houses. The asphalt was worn and the road was full of potholes and ruts, making it difficult for anyone to drive around. The atmosphere was almost surreal. There were only a few hints that people still lived in the houses, just the occasional pedestrian and a few suspicious faces behind the windows. The houses, for the most part, looked abandoned, and perhaps they actually were, because after the mines closed, there was little employment in the area. More agitation. Was the monster observing him behind one of those windows? Claps drove towards a group of rather newer houses which looked inhabited. The Cellini family and all those who still inhabited the town most likely lived there. He saw a sign which indicated the direction of the old mines. The road became wider and smoother. It was overshadowed by woods which dominated the left-hand side, whereas on the other side, in contrast, there was little vegetation. Then, beyond the curve, the bushes on the right side gradually gave way to a large open area with the abandoned ruins of old mining structures. That was the main entrance to the mine. Claps drove to the large open area and parked by the only building that didn't look abandoned. Mr. Cellini walked out of it and waved to him.
"Professor Claps,"
he said as he stretched out his hand towards him, almost cautiously. "I'm not a professor. No."
"Professor Trevis told me that your help is important in treating my daughter."
"We've often collaborated for the most difficult cases."
"I'll be honest with you. I was a little surprised because those who suggested I seek the professor's help never mentioned any kind of teamwork."
Claps wondered whether the expression Mr. Cellini pulled was one of suspicion. "A team only occasionally." Cellini smiled, clearly out of politeness.
"I trust Professor Trevis. He'll have my support whatever he decides to do to help my daughter."
That morning, Trevis had told Cellini on the phone that he needed more information about Elisa's childhood, and especially about the time when her illness had manifested itself in all its severity. It was important to gather this kind of information from those who had been around the little girl at the time, relatives, friends, acquaintances, and also through photographs and videos. This type of information could appear very generic, but it could be useful for an expert in the field, such as Trevis, to understand the origins of the illness in order to know how to treat it. Trevis didn't have the right to collect this kind of information personally, which was why he said he had asked Claps to help him. Claps had been introduced as a skillful psychotherapist.
"So, are you also an expert in curing illnesses like Elisa's?"
"Not directly." Claps feigned a disheartened expression. "My struggle with words doesn't let me work as I wish."
"Yes, that's understandable. I'm sorry."
Cellini smiled with a hint of embarrassment.
"I'll put you in touch with everyone who's been close to Elisa."
Maezza stretched out lazily in front of the computer at his desk. He had been working for a few hours on the new search that Claps had commissioned through Sensi. He was investigating whether anyone who had lived in or near Niccioletta 5 years ago had rented a hotel room in the area, frequented by Ami during the 6 months before the kidnapping. Sensi hadn't mentioned Claps's suspicion that there was a link between Ami's case and Denise Cellini's murder. Nevertheless, Maetza had wondered why Claps had decided that there might be a link between such different cases. Maetza's search had begun with Crema, where Ami had gone to school, and her small town. Then, the policeman had extended his search to the whole area near Milan. It was a laborious, difficult job, and the chances of finding anything were like those of finding a needle in a haystack. The search had to be carried out for everyone on the list of suspects. He had to find out their accommodation history for the previous 5 years. This would have been an easy job if he had used a database and an interactive piece of software to analyze the results. However, that only happened in American thrillers. Maetza had to note down each person's details, collect all the information manually, and find their accommodation history himself. It would take him days. He had decided to begin his search by focusing on all those who still resided in Tuscany, and especially the provinces of Siena and Grosseto. He had been working on that for a few hours when he became more confident about a name. Shivers ran up and down his body when he read more information about that particular person. He ran down the corridor and barged into Sensi's office without knocking. "I have a name. He stayed at a guest house in a small town outside Milan 3 times. The last date was during the period of the kidnapping. At the moment his official home address is in Siena, but 5 years ago it was Nicoletta. That's not all." Sensi took the file that Maetza was handing to him and began to read it. "You can compare his personal details from his identity card with those of the suspect." Sensi almost jumped out of his armchair. "They are both the same height." Chapter 14. I'm most interested in the onset of Elise's illness. Claps lowered his eyes, then he carried on talking. "I know it was triggered by a tragedy, and it's difficult for her to talk about it." Cellini slowly lit up a cigarette and inhaled deeply a few times. "No day goes by without me feeling the shadow of that afternoon which ended our happy life with Denise, Mr. Claps. It's not going to make any difference if I talk about it." Cellini threw away his cigarette while it was still half unsmoked. He glanced at his watch. "I have to go to work. Come with me, Mr. Claps. I'll tell you anything you want to know while I work." They walked through the large open area towards a building surrounded by a metal framework. "It's the Wells Castle," Cellini said. "Industrial archaeology. They used to attach a winch to that metal framework to pull up the precious metals that they extracted hundreds of meters underground." "Mining is difficult and dangerous." "The workers risked their lives every time they went down the mine. Many of them got lung cancer. There were no health checks back then, and there was minimal attention to safety. Very few of those workers are still alive today." They walked through some kind of tunnel on the side of the building. It was a dimly lit corridor a few dozen meters long with a small rail track running along the walls. "This is where the trolleys would come out of the mine," Cellini explained as he pointed to the trolleys. "The miners went down this tunnel to get to the cage." "The cage?" The air inside the tunnel was very damp, and each step they took echoed several times. "The lift that took them underground." Claps felt sick at the thought of it. "I would struggle to breathe." "It can't be easy for anyone. Most of the workers didn't have a problem with it after a while, but some of them, even some of the oldest miners, felt sick just at the thought of getting into the cage." Claps felt the need to breathe in deeply. He filled up his lungs with air. "Did any accidents happen here?" They had reached the end of the tunnel, which opened into another yard in front of what had to be the entrance to the building. On one side, the rail carried on towards the extraction castle. From the other side, the rail ended up in a large garage attached to the building. It was the cage, the underground lift.
Accidents.
Cellini froze and stared into Clapps's eyes.
Did you not notice the monument in town? Don't you know about the Niccioletta martyrs?
Claps shook his head.
It wasn't just a mine accident. It was something worse than that.
Cellini paused to light up another cigarette and stared into the horizon.
It was during the war. It was a fairly warm June back in 1944. The Nazis had begun to retreat towards the north without any organization. About 200 families lived in Niccioletta back then. Most of them had family members who worked in the mine. Some of them came from Mount Amiata. Others resided near Prata and set out before dawn every morning while it was still dark. They walked through the woods for 5 kilometers to get to the mines. Ubaldino Mori, who was the director of the mining project, was a fascist, just like most of his collaborators.
Cellini smiled bitterly.
He quickly changed his mind after the 8th of September, though. On the other hand, most of the workers, apart from a few exceptions, were against fascism, but there were no partisans among them. During those difficult years, making sure that one had a job, bringing home the bacon for their family was the highest priority.
Cellini remained silent and took greedy drags on his cigarette, then carried on talking.
The partisans arrived on the 9th of June and rapidly defeated the Republican Army. They placed signs so that the Allies would not bombard the mines. They spoke of how the Nazis were on the retreat, warned of gangs of possible saboteurs, and of the need to guard the mine constantly. They left the area on the 12th of June, and that night the Nazis arrived. They weren't just a gang, though. It was an army of angry men who wanted revenge for their sudden reversal of fortune and their imminent and final defeat.
Another pause, another glance at the horizon.
They made the men go out onto the streets, and they penned the women and children inside their houses by barring the doors and windows. Some miners had managed to hide rifles that the partisans had left, together with a list of all the people who were supposed to be guarding the area. The Nazis didn't take long to find the weapons and the list. All the workers were forced to gather on the large open area outside the mine. The first 6 miners were taken to the recreation room and beaten up. The Nazis wanted to know who amongst the miners were partisans and whether they had any other weapons hidden in the mines. But there was nothing to say. There weren't any partisans or weapons. The 6 were dragged out into the open area again, and they were shot in the head. A bunch of men who were over 50 were freed and sent back home. All the others, 77 miners, aged between the ages of 20 and 40, were loaded onto trucks and taken to Castelnuovo overnight. 77. Half of the families had at least one of them on that truck. The following day, at sunset, they were all lined up on the road to Lardarello. They were forced to march in single file for 1 kilometer along the road, then to turn on a dirt track leading to a large industrial area.
Cellini lifted up his eyes towards Claps.
Have you ever been there? All the energy is channeled through underground pipes now, but back then it was all in the open air. There were dozens of geysers which blew out gas at extremely high temperatures and formed grey steam clouds that could deafen anyone. It was hell. They got to that dark place at about 7 p.m. The howling geysers covered up anything the prisoners might have wanted to say to one another. A farmer saw everything from a distance. He said that the Nazis split the prisoners into 3 groups. The first one was ordered to line up by a dirt road which ran next to a pit, When the prisoners went round the corner and were out of their companions' sight, the Nazis mowed them down with machine guns they had hidden behind the bushes. The second group met the same fate. Finally, the group made up of the youngest men were told to walk to the opposite side of the road, where they saw their friends and family in the pit covered in blood. They attempted to run away, screaming, but they only managed to run a few steps before they, too, were mown down by the machine guns and pushed into the pit. Some fascists slid down after them and stole the few belongings the miners had in their pockets. Then those who were still breathing were shot in the head.
Cellini stopped talking. He put out the cigarette and crushed it, almost with anger, under his heel.
77 men, plus the 6 killed in the large open area. Those are the 83 martyrs of Nicoletta.
Another pause.
It took months for those bodies to be given back to their families, to their sons, to their wives. Among these, my mother received the body of her husband. She was 18, and she had only just got married. Both my parents were originally from Santa Fiora on Mount Amiata. Other mines.
So, your father...
No, Cellini shook his head. It wasn't my father. My mother didn't want to leave Nicoletta, and she later got married to another miner. Sometime later, my brother was born. And then... me.
It took some time for Cellini to shake off the negative emotions that those memories had caused him.
Very well,
he said as he pointed to the cage.
Have you ever visited a mine, Mr. Claps?
The tall man with glasses had often changed position to observe Giara, in front of the supermarket, from one side and from the other side, sat at the bar, pretending to read a newspaper. He was skillful and experienced. Nobody would have noticed him. He had been studying her movements for a while now. It was time to decide how to act. Excluding market days, Giara was always there with her mother and the baby girl. She rarely went any distance away from her mother, and then only a few times throughout the day. At night she walked back to the camp by her mother's side. There was a moment, however, where he could probably act. In the evening, a little before their return to the camp, when it was already dark, Giara would usually leave her mother. She would zigzag through the parked cars near the supermarket, cross the road, and enter a small shop. She would come out again a few minutes later with a couple of cartons of milk and a smile on her face. The parking lot was on one side of the supermarket. It didn't have any lights or CCTV, and it was hidden from Mudiwa's sight and also from the supermarket entrance. If Giara were to walk through the parking lot where nobody was around... The tall man with glasses scratched his chin. He had to be patient and wait for the right moment. A grin appeared on his face. There's nothing better than the moments of anticipation before the pleasure. The cage gate closed behind Claps with a metallic clang. The cage wasn't as spacious as he had imagined. It could only hold 6, maybe 8 people at most. Cellini seemed to read his mind.
They would have had to dig out wider to build one that could hold more miners, he said. It would have been very expensive.
The cage jolted off its position and began to move slowly downwards. Claps noticed the lights fading because of the low electrical tension, and then darkness enveloped the 2 men underground. The air began to feel cooler and damp. Claps could smell a mixture of rust and water. The cage moved slowly, jolting disconcertingly every now and again. Claps felt suffocated by the dark walls of the well, unable to breathe. His hands began to shake slightly. The air was definitely more difficult to breathe. He closed his eyes and broke into a cold sweat he could feel on his forehead. How long was the descent going to take? Once again, Cellini seemed to read his mind.
We'll get to the first station soon. It won't take long. It's only 28 meters down. After that, the well goes down for hundreds of meters, down to the extraction tunnels.
Claps inhaled deeply. 28 meters, a little less than a 10-story building. Underground. Are we going to stop at the first station? Do we have to carry on going down?
We'll stop there. Don't worry. I won't force you to go further down.
Claps thought he'd seen a smile on Cellini's face in the darkness. A few minutes later, which to Claps seemed an eternity, the cage stopped abruptly and opened. Claps was glad to see that the station, which occupied about 100 square meters, was well lit. 2 corridors in semi-darkness branched out from the station.
Basically, the descent to the mines begins here. This was the gathering area. You see those corridors? They lead to large storage rooms for all the equipment, the engine, the fans, and even the infirmary, and an office.
Claps managed to regulate his breathing, and his hands stopped shaking, but his legs were still trembling a little. He turned towards the cage. What if it breaks?
You mean how would we manage to get back to the surface? We won't get stuck waiting for help. There's an emergency shaft down one of the corridors, but there's no cage. It's a 28-meter-long ladder. You'd better not slip off while you climb it.
Fuck. Cellini looked at Claps. He was still pale.
Please don't worry.
He sounded very gentle.
It's normal to feel like that the first time you go down the mine shaft.
Claps nodded. He wanted to reassure him that everything was okay. The realization that Cellini had noticed his emotions while they were going down in the cage annoyed him. He was also annoyed with himself for having felt that way. He had survived much more dangerous situations in his life.
So you wanted me to talk about Eliza and the time when she got ill. What exactly would you like to know in particular?
What was she like just before? Who were her friends? Who did she know?
Eliza has always been a little reserved. I mean, perhaps reserved isn't the right word. She and Denise were always together. It was like they were a couple. They were, what's the word? Reserved. I can't think of a better one. They were always happy. I never saw them grumpy or sad. But it was like they were the only ones to enjoy their own happiness, and everyone was excluded. Nobody was allowed to step into their private world.
Including you, as parents.
Of course, it wasn't quite as extreme with us as with everyone else, but they had even begun to be more reserved with us as they grew up. My wife didn't like it.
Your wife?
She died a year after Denise was taken. She had become ill 2 years earlier. She had leukemia.
Did Eliza struggle with this?
The twins didn't know anything while Denise was still with us. Soon afterwards, my wife's condition deteriorated, but Eliza wasn't able to notice anymore. She didn't struggle, seeing her mother die slowly.
Claps remained silent for a few seconds. Cellini's face appeared to have faded. There's often a more dominant twin of the two. Cellini nodded.
It was Denise. She was the first to talk. She always took the decisions. Eliza followed her.
Did they ever have a disagreement? Did Eliza ever show any form of rebellion?
Only very occasionally during the last few weeks, but they had to be the first signs of the illness. She would be aggressive with her mother, yet a moment later it was as if she didn't remember saying or doing anything.
Who did the girls see? Who did they spend time with?
Almost nobody, I would say.
Cellini spread his arms.
Did you notice how small the town is? Even at school they didn't have many friends. As I said, they tended to exclude everyone else. We never had any of their classmates sleeping over at ours. and they never went to anybody else's house.
The school, where was it, and how did they get to it?
In Prata. It's a few kilometers away from here. There's a school bus service, but they never used it. Me and my wife took them to school and then picked them up every evening.
Claps made a mental note that he would have to ask Sensi to run a search on the school staff, and as a second step, all the other pupils' parents. Somebody among them might have noticed Denise. They never used the school bus?
No. Cellini looked puzzled. I'm sorry, but what's the school bus got to do with Elisa's illness?
Claps couldn't tell him that it was to make sure that he could exclude the bus driver from the list of all the people to investigate. Nothing in particular. It's for a better overview.
Cellini looked a little suspicious. Nevertheless, he carried on talking. Ask me anything you want, Mr. Claps.
Going back to their friends, did they really not have any friends at all? Did they ever meet with relatives or family friends?
Yes, just as in every family.
For example,
their uncle, my brother. He had a short, unhappy marriage with no children. He loved his nieces, and he's still very close to Elisa. He helps me out with her. He took her to meet Professor Trevis this morning, for example. There's also Auntie Mira, who's not her real aunt, but she used to work as a babysitter for us. She helps me out an awful lot. We used to have a few friends come over to...
You've been listening so intently now is the perfect time to take a deep breath. Close your eyes and let the music wash over you. We appreciate your time and support.
visit us, long-standing friends, hunting mates, and if it wasn't too late for the girls, they would be with us.
Do you hunt?
Almost everybody does here. Our parents and our grandparents were hunters. We're surrounded by the woods, the trees. We organize hunting sessions for boar, pheasant, hares, and even wolves.
Cellini closed his eyes.
Are you perhaps one of those World Wildlife Fund supporters?
That's not important, Clapp said. Do you think I might be able to talk with...
You can talk to my brother and Auntie Mira today if you want, but I don't think they'll be able to tell you any more than I have already.
Cellini's tone sounded a little hostile now. I'd like to talk to them anyway, and if it's possible, I'd like to see your house, Elisa's room, if it's the same as back then, and photos, all the photos that you have.
Cellini seemed to struggle to understand the reason for this request. As you wish, he replied curtly as he walked towards one of the corridors. Clapp started to follow him, but Elisa's father stopped him with a quick hand gesture. Wait for me here. It's best you don't follow me. I'll do a quick inspection, and then I'll show you Elisa's room, he said. Then he disappeared, swallowed by the darkness. Professor Trevis took a few minutes to finish off his drawing. He sensed Elisa's eyes on him. He drew a bunch of trees on the same sheet that he had used the day before, covering Elisa's black lines. They were oak trees, chubby trunks, knotty branches, green and brown. They covered about half the sheet. The other half was for Elisa. As he had the previous day, Trevis turned the drawing towards Elisa when he had finished it. A yellow sun, a bunch of green and brown trees. Half of the page was covered in grey. The young girl remained still for only a few seconds. Then something completely unexpected happened. Trevis almost jumped out of his armchair. Elisa pointed to the crayons. "The blue one," she said, in the most faint, expressionless tone. It was as if those 3 words had exploded and echoed throughout the room. Trevis felt shivers run through his body. She had spoken. Elisa had spoken. That was the first time he had heard her voice. It was the first time he had seen her attempting to connect with the surrounding world actively, with another person. Trevis forced himself to look impassive. He took the blue crayon and handed it to her. She almost snatched the crayon out of his hands without looking at him, and she began to draw on the grey area that she had made the day before. Chapter 15. The Cellini family lived in the higher part of the town, the area that had once been middle class and which was inhabited by the mine's managers. There weren't any anonymous, identical blocks of flats, but humble, detached houses and a few 2- or 3-story buildings scattered around. The house where Denise had lived was reasonably comfortable, clean and tidy. However, Claps immediately noticed the absence of a female touch in her room. There was a background scent of damp in the room, a vaguely stale smell, but not so much because nobody had let any fresh air into the room. It was almost as if time had suddenly stopped in there, frozen in a moment where life had suddenly disappeared for good. Elisa's room was large and painted with bright colours. There were 2 beds, a large multicoloured wardrobe and 2 small desks, shelves full of books, notebooks, soft toys, and posters of singers who had been popular a few years before on the walls. Again, time was frozen, even for Elisa. Was this a shared room? Cellini pointed to one of the 2 beds. Yes, it's all like it was when she disappeared. Can I take a look? Claps asked as he pointed to the notebooks on the shelves. Cellini shrugged. You're not the first one. When Denise disappeared, the whole room was sifted through in search of clues. Anyway, that's Denise's desk. I'll leave you to it," he said. Then he left the room and closed the door behind him. Clapp stood still for a long time. He touched Denise's notebooks. He looked at a framed photo in which the twins smiled at the camera. They looked identical. He couldn't really tell them apart, but one of them smiled more brightly and obviously, while the other one's smile was a little weaker. He closed his eyes, waiting for the vertigo. He pictured that smile again. He heard the laughter, the joy of that moment. That was Denise's smile. He was sure of it. The dominating twin, the most extrovert, the one without shadows in her mind, the one who didn't have secrets to write in her notebooks, the one who had been observed, desired for a long time, without her even noticing. No, he wouldn't have found any hints in her notebooks. The vertigo became stronger. Denise's smile wore off. Her breathing faded away. The predator's heavy, rasping breath. The cold, hard snap of the clippers as they crushed the bone. Clapp snapped his eyes open. It took him a few minutes to take control again. He walked towards the window. It was wide and let a lot of sunshine into the room. He pulled the curtains open. A small garden, the woods behind the houses, a neighbouring house with the shutters rolled down, similar to the Cellini's house. Clapp frowned and half closed his eyes. There was something in what he was looking at that somehow alarmed him, although he couldn't quite put his finger on it. What couldn't he see, even right in front of his eyes? His mobile phone vibrated in his pocket. Clapp ignored it as he was focused on trying to disperse the shadows in his mind. Eventually, he shook himself awake. He walked to the door and glanced at his phone. The call was from Sensi. It could have been important. He would return it when he was back in his car and alone. When he touched the handle, however, he suddenly froze. The shadows had disappeared and let him connect some of his thoughts from the previous day. He turned back and picked up the photo. It had been taken at night in that same room. The twins were smiling in front of the large open window. Behind them, in the neighbouring house, a window was lit. The background was out of focus, but he could see a shadow through the window. Was it just a coincidence, or was somebody observing them? Clapp leaned out of the window again. The neighbouring house was just a few meters away, the shutters rolled down. If they hadn't been, it would have been easy for him to see anyone in the house and to follow their movements. And, of course, vice versa. He stared at the photo again. Was that really the shadow of a person looking at the girl's window? He walked out of the room. Cellini was standing in the small garden. "I'm done. Thank you for—" "No need to thank me." Cellini didn't let him finish the sentence. "I just hope it will help," he added, with a bitter, disenchanted tone. Clapp forced himself to smile. "My brother should be here with Elisa in a minute or so. Do you want to stick around to meet them?" "Maybe another time," he answered, and then he glanced again at the neighbouring house. The two houses were separated by a chain-link fence which was less than 1.5 meters high. Blades of grass from the two gardens intertwined with one another. Those from the neighbouring house were much taller and wilder. "Does anybody live there?" "Not for a few years now. The owners died some time ago, and their son used to live there. He still comes around every now and then and stays for some time." "Do you know him?" "Benj? Of course I do." Cellini didn't make any effort to hide how silly he thought Clapp's question had been. "He grew up here. It was him who helped me to decide to take Elisa to Professor Trevi's." Clapp looked at Cellini questioningly. "Benj suffered from the same illness as Elisa, although not as badly as her. He was young when he began to show some problems. He was happy, extroverted, and he loved to play the trumpet. Then, all of a sudden, He became lethargic, sometimes even aggressive and evil. I remember that his parents feared him. He closed in on himself within a few months. For years, medicine and specialists made little improvement. They helped him manage on his own, but made him passive and absent most of the time. Then he met the professor and began therapy with him. He's 40 years old now, and he leads a normal life. He's a little weird, but he's definitely better than he used to be.
Cellini lowered his eyes and the tone of his voice.
I don't have so much hope for Elisa now, but I wish that she would at least show some improvement, that she could manage to become more independent. She needs full nursing now, and I'm not going to live forever. I don't want her to end up in some kind of hospital in the future.
Claps lowered his eyes too, trying to find something to say.
Professor Trevis told me that Elisa is making some progress. We need to have faith and patience.
Yeah.
A few seconds of silence, then Claps spoke again.
Bench, as you called him, wasn't he—
Bench is a nickname, Cellini interrupted him. That's how everybody knows him. His real name is Bencivenga, Tommaso Bencivenga.
Yes, I wanted to say, did Bench come here, even during his illness?
Yes, as I said, he was able to manage on his own. He was hospitalized several times during his illness, but he returned home when the doctors said he was doing better.
Even when the parents weren't there?
Yes, then he moved to Siena about 3 years ago. He still comes round to stay over every now and again.
Did he speak to the girls?
He didn't speak to anyone. Bench didn't even wave back at people. He stayed there alone, and sometimes he looked out of the window for hours.
Claps pretended to glance at his watch.
Was he here during the days when Elisa had the fits?
He asked, pretending to look unconcerned. Cellini paused for a moment to gather his thoughts. Then he spoke again.
Yes, he was here when Denise disappeared. But even then he didn't have any connection with Elisa or with anybody else in the family, if that's what you want to know.
Claps's phone vibrated again in his pocket. Probably Sensi again. Claps quickly took his leave of Cellini. He needed to talk to Sensi now. When Abedi got back home, he found Elagi waiting for him, sitting on the steps outside the front door. He greeted him warmly.
You don't need my permission to go in, Elagi. You have the keys. Thank you for being so welcoming, Abedi. This is your house, and I'll only walk in with your permission.
Abedi nodded kindly and opened the door with a quick gesture.
Please make yourself at home. Did you see Mudiwa and little Jara?
Abedi asked once they were both inside. Elagi saw Ami's smile for a moment, and Jara running to him with her smile.
I saw them, but I couldn't give them your clothes.
Elagi quickly told him what had happened to him that morning. Abedi listened quietly, but he looked distracted, as if he was thinking of something that worried him.
So, the stuttering man now knows that I lied to him. He knew it already, Abedi. That's why I came here. Did you tell him everything that I said to you? I didn't tell him about the other girl who disappeared from the camp a few months ago. I let him assume that it happened in Siena. I didn't tell him about the tall man with glasses either.
Abedi looked more serious. He looked straight into Elagi's eyes.
Why didn't you tell the stuttering man about him, Elagi?
Elagi stared back into Abedi's eyes coldly.
Because you have to be the man who finds him, don't you?
Abedi spoke again. Elagi's voice had become a cold hiss.
I'll find him before the police do.
Abedi looked away. He remained silent for a few seconds. He was unsure of what to say. "I was at the camp this morning," he said eventually. "I did it for you, Elaji." Elaji felt the blood suddenly rush to his head.
"Did you find somebody I can talk to?"
"Yes." Abedi hesitated, then he carried on talking. "Somebody who saw something." As soon as he had driven out of the town, Claps parked in a large open area near the woods. He took his mobile phone and called Sensi. Then he closed his eyes.
"So you're still alive, Claps? Everything okay?"
Sensi sounded excited.
"I have some important news."
"Yes, now listen to me first. I need information and some search about somebody. I also need a blueprint of his house."
"A blueprint? Do you think I'm an architect? Listen to me, Claps. We have a name.
"So do I. Bench."
"Bench? Another Englishman as well as Beatty?"
"It's a nickname. The real name is Bencivenga."
"Bencivenga? Fuck. Tommaso Bencivenga."
"Yes."
"It's the same name that we have, Claps. The same fucking name."
"It was summertime," Abedi began. "It was a warm July, when the streets are full of tourists and sales go well. When you just have to keep working until late at night. This story isn't very different from all the others. Her name was Mika, and she was beautiful, like a little princess. She disappeared one night in Follonica, near the skating track. It's behind the pine trees, if you know the place." Elaji shook his head. "It's a very crowded place during the summer. There's a mini golf area nearby, a casino, a promenade along the seafront. Everybody wants to buy stuff there. The sun had gone down a few hours ago, but the air was still sticky and warm when Mika ran off to go and buy some ice cream from a bar near the pine trees. She used to do it every night. It was her reward for having behaved all day. She had to walk through the pine trees to get to the bar, but she never made it to the bar, and of course, she never made her way back." Elaji saw himself coming home that November night, when only little Alisa ran to him. He closed his eyes for a moment and swallowed. The pain was overwhelming. He struggled to speak again.
"You told me that the person who told you this saw something."
"That's right, Elaji."
"Tell me, Abedi, what did he see?"
Abedi shook his head. "He didn't tell me what he saw. He wanted to know why I was asking about Mika. I told him about Ami and then about you. He will talk to you in person. He'll wait for you this afternoon near the large square in town. I'll take you to him." Chapter 16.
She spoke. She spoke for the first time today.
Trevis sounded incredibly excited.
It's a huge step forward. Elisa has begun to perceive the world around her, and she's beginning to feel the need to connect with people through speech. She's never been able to speak so far. Words have always failed her. She's been unable to express her thoughts through speech, maybe only partly by drawing. Speaking allows her to connect the representation of things to the representation of words. To connect the representation of things to the representation of words. That was an exercise that Claps knew very well. How many times during his rehabilitation exercises had they laid a blank sheet in front of him? How many times had he tried to connect his thoughts with language? The sunlight coming through the office window was fading as the sky clouded over.
Claps leaned over the desk towards the professor as shadows took over the office. "What did she say?" "Just a couple of words. She asked me to give her the blue crayon, and then she completed a drawing that we began yesterday. Here." Professor Trevis handed the drawing to Claps. "We drew this together," he continued, "half each, an attempt to communicate. I began by drawing the sun, and she replied by shadowing everything off. She left a sun with no sunshine, a world immersed in shadow." "Maybe she's the shadow," the professor nodded. Then he carried on talking. "I drew a clump of trees this morning on the grey area, a thick clump of trees." "Something symbolic?" Trevis nodded again. "Yeah, most often a thick clump of trees represents the impenetrable mind of the patient, their confused psyche. In a way, I asked Eliza to tell me more about that, but not only that. Denise was taken in the woods. I wanted to give her a way to remember, to tell me about that moment if she wanted to." Claps was staring at the drawing thoughtfully. "She drew a pond instead, a pretty blue pond. I still can't put my finger on it." "You never saw the place where Denise was taken, right?" "No." "There's a pond, trees and a pond. Eliza is trying to tell you about the kidnapping." Claps breathed in deeply. He felt excitement vibrating through his facial muscles. "You have to insist, make your way through if necessary." "Insist?" Trevis leaned back in his armchair, almost as if he wanted to maintain a certain distance between Claps and himself. "Eliza has spoken for the first time in ages today. It's a momentous event for our therapy. If I insist now, I would really put her at risk this time." "It was Eliza who chose to communicate through the drawing. It's important that you insist. Please." "Do you have any other routes of investigation? You had promised me that you would keep me posted. Did you speak to Cellini?" Claps tried hard to conceal the fact that he was about to lie. "I've talked with him, and I'll talk with others, but for now, Eliza is our only real chance." "Insist," Trevis repeated. "The monster could strike again, really soon." Professor Trevis sighed. He paused for a second. Then he hissed, "Okay, I'll do something." The clouds became thicker early in the afternoon, and the sky was now fully covered. It would rain very soon. The air had become almost cold in town. Abedi and Elagi walked across the large square silently, before taking an alley which led them to the ancient town walls. Abedi indicated a small porch which was the entrance to a restaurant with rolled-down shutters. A man sat on the steps outside. He looked thoughtful, as if he was meditating. "His name is Bechir. Go and talk to him," Abedi said. Then he began to walk away. "You can tell me all about your conversation with him tonight, if you want." Bechir was from the Maghreb, and although he looked around 50 years old, he was probably a lot younger. He was overweight, and he wore a long tunic under an old fabric coat and a white hat. They greeted each other with kindness and mutual respect. "No one deserves to experience so much pain. I'm sorry about your daughter." Bechir lifted his eyes to the sky. They were big and brown. "That was God's will." Elagi lowered his eyes without saying a word. "I'll tell you what I know, Elagi. Listen to me." They sat next to each other on the steps. Elagi felt his heart pumping faster, and his mouth getting drier.
It was a warm night, and I was walking through the pine woods to get to the promenade. I walked past a man who was a little more than a shadow in the darkness, about 20 meters away from my right-hand side. The man was carrying something that looked like a bundle on his shoulder. He was walking very fast, which I thought was a little unusual when it's so warm and when you're carrying a bundle on your shoulder. I walked a little further, and then I turned round to look at him. I don't even know why. He passed under a lamppost on his way to the promenade. I can see very well from a distance, Elaji. I saw that there was a young girl wrapped up in a cloth, a black girl. I thought that she was asleep, and he was taking her home. She was still and apparently asleep on the man's shoulder, but something inside, perhaps the fact that he was a white man, told me that I should stay and watch. He came to a car which was parked close to the promenade. He didn't head to the car door. Instead, he opened the boot quickly and placed the little girl in there. Then he closed the boot again. He stood still for a few seconds and looked around. I instinctively went towards him. He saw me. He jumped into the driver's seat, turned on the engine, and set off. I ran after him, but the car disappeared with the headlights off before I could get to it.
Bertier remained silent for a few seconds, and then he concluded with a grave tone,
"That's what I saw that night, Elaji. A short while later, I learned that the little girl was called Mika."
Elaji's heart was aching with anger. His muscles were trembling again.
"Did anybody else see anything?"
"Just me."
"Do you remember the man's face?"
"He wasn't that close. It was dark, and he walked past that lamppost for half a second, maybe." Bertier lowered his eyes as he was racking his brain. "I lived those moments again and again for many nights. Every time that I walk through the pine woods, every time that I hear a child cry, all that I can tell you about him, Elaji, is that he wasn't a young man and he didn't have a beard. He was wearing a light-colored hat, the type of hat that men from this part of the world like very much. They call it a Panama hat. He looked to be tall and thin. He moved with ease, but not like a young man." Bertier lifted his eyes towards Elaji. "Allah's will was that I couldn't do anything for Mika that night. May he want you to find that man and punish him for the evil that he's done." Elaji almost said something, but Bertier stopped him with a hand gesture. "I haven't told you everything yet, Elaji. I haven't told you about his car. I worked in a garage for a long time, back in Sfax, the city where I was born and where my family wisely educated and raised me. That man was driving a white Volvo, an estate car. It had a diesel engine. The noise was unmistakable." Elaji barely let Bertier finish. "The number plate, did you note down the registration number?" "If I had," Bertier smiled gently, "that man would already be in jail for a long time, and he wouldn't have killed anyone else. It was dark, Elaji, and he didn't turn the headlights on. It was impossible to read the number as he drove away. I can tell you one thing, though. The image of that man driving away is imprinted in my memory. The rear windscreen had some stickers on it. I wasn't able to see what they represented, but they were all around the windscreen. They almost looked like a frame." regarding my meeting with Mr. Cellini. Claps had only just sat down in the armchair in front of Trevis's desk. He told me that he found you through one of your patients. He said that his name is Bench.
Yes, he told me about Elisa. I had him as a patient a few years ago.
The therapy worked really well, or that's what Cellini said.
It wasn't a difficult case, but the results are excellent, yes.
Schizophrenia.
Yes.
Healed?
Healed. Trevis pulled a face to indicate that that word was inappropriate. He's healed from the phase that didn't allow him to relate to others socially. He's become able to make decisions now, and he's become fully independent. He even takes care of others sometimes.
Claps looked into Trevis's eyes intensely. Can you explain to me what you mean?
Bench has connections with the community, but he's emotionally insensitive. He's unable to feel empathy towards others. In other words, he's unable to build meaningful relations with others. Everything that happens around him leaves him completely indifferent.
Okay, when did Bench begin to undergo the therapy?
3 years ago. He'd just come back to Italy.
Claps thought carefully about the connections between this piece of news and what he knew already. He had come back 2 years after Denise's kidnapping.
Why do you want to know so much about Bench?
He used to live near Denise back then. I wondered if I could talk to him.
I don't know what he would say to you, or if he would even remember anything. He was sedated back then, or maybe he was in hospital.
Yes, but it would still be useful to see what he says.
Claps looked away. Elagi was feeling disheartened for the first time in a long while.
After hearing Becir's story, the weight of the terrible series of events was almost crushing him. How could he have thought that all by himself he could find the man who had killed his daughter? What was he doing so far away from home? Why wasn't he close to what remained of his family? A tall man, a white car with stickers on the rear windscreen. That was all the information that he had managed to get. It was impossible for Elagi to hope to find the man by himself. Perhaps Claps would be able to make the most of that information with the means at his disposal. Claps was a man of honor.
Maybe he could convince Claps to keep him informed, but nothing more than that.
Of course, Claps wouldn't let him catch the man all by himself. Elagi was overwhelmed by anger. He was disorientated. No, it couldn't end like that. He had to be the one to kill the man. He had to find a way. He found Abedi waiting for him at home. "I need better clothes, please, Abedi, and a car. Do you have one?"
Claps found Sensi and Maezza waiting for him in the hotel lobby. "I didn't think it would take you so little to come."
"A little longer than 3 hours. Maezza put his foot down a little on the motorway." Sensi smiled. "You know, we don't have to pay any speeding tickets. Shall we take a seat? We have a lot to talk about, and I want to hear what you have to tell us."
Claps pointed to a small room with more privacy. It took him about an hour to explain everything. He told them how he had found some links between the monster and Denise Cellini, the importance of Professor Trevi's therapy, and how this could enable the surviving twin sister to make her statement. He also spoke of Elagi's trip to Tuscany, and finally his visit to the Cellini family and how they had talked of Bench.
Bench. Sensi looked excited, like a hunting dog that had just detected the scent of his prey. He lived in the area where young girls were taken. He was close to Amy when she was kidnapped, and we could say the same for Denise Cellini. He's tall, exactly like the man who stole Mr. Beattie's identity, and he was living in Siena when the Englishman had a stroke and was hospitalized.
We still have no clear evidence, though.
No, we can't arrest him just yet, but we can consider him a suspect. I still can't quite figure out why you want to have a blueprint of the man's house.
There's something that doesn't sound quite right to me.
Claps remained silent for a few seconds. He was trying to sort out his memories to enable him to speak more fluently.
I think I've been basing my theory on the wrong assumption.
What do you mean?
I've always thought that Eliza saw her sister's kidnapping, but...
That thought had taken shape in Claps's mind a few days earlier. Eliza had drawn her sister without her little finger. She had to know. Maybe she had even seen the moment of amputation. Now, even though no traces of blood had been found on the scene, was it possible that the monster had cut off the girl's finger on the spot, while Eliza and the girl's father were so close? That was difficult to believe. Claps was more convinced that the amputation was part of a ritual, the last event before he dug the grave.
What if Eliza didn't see the kidnapping, but she witnessed the amputation later on?
Sensi frowned. Are you saying that Eliza
Was traumatized.
Claps didn't let Sensi finish his sentence.
After her sister was taken, she wouldn't have gone far away from home.
Bench lives next door?
Cellini has confirmed that Bench was at his house during that time. He wasn't at the hospital.
Claps inhaled deeply.
I wondered if his house had a cellar.
Where he could hide Denise, Maetza asked. Where he could abuse her any time he wanted.
The creature's hideout,
Sensi exclaimed.
Claps nodded. But if Bench really had taken Denise down to the cellar and had kept her locked inside, how could Eliza have seen anything?
Claps explained that the two houses were only separated by a low fence, which anyone could step over with little effort. If there really was a cellar, it was likely that there were also some basement windows from which Eliza could have seen inside without actually entering the house.
Yeah, Sensi almost muttered to himself. She may have heard something, a noise, a choked shout, her sister's voice, something that drew her to the house and made her look into the cellar.
It's only a hypothesis. We don't even know if the house does have a cellar.
We're going to get the blueprint tomorrow morning. Will you take care of it, Maetza? I'll make it a priority.
Chapter 17. It was a wet morning. The sky was cloudy, and a light shower of rain was kept at bay by the windscreen wipers. Claps had given Maetza a lift to Massa Marittima for the blueprint. Sensi had left for Milan before dawn with the aim of reconstructing Bench's movements during the days following Ami's disappearance. Claps drove slowly on the wet road and pulled up on the hard shoulder next to the cork oak woods, a few kilometres away from town. It was likely that Cellini had parked not far from there, the day that he had taken his daughters to the woods and Denise had disappeared. He stayed thoughtfully inside his car for a few minutes. He observed the rain and the oak trees, thoughts clouding his mind just as the grey clouds were covering the morning sky. Were they close to an end? Was Bench the monster? A man with mental problems,
who had let the delirium which had eaten him away inside also devour the world outside? Was it possible that Professor Trevis hadn't noticed anything during all those years of therapy with Bench? The rain grew heavier. The wind caused the rain to lash against the windscreen in interminable waves. Cellini and Elisa had stayed in the woods for a long time, trying to find Denise, before they had gone back to town and alerted the police. Bench may have had all that time to hide the little girl inside his car and get to his hideout without much effort, a few meters away from Cellini's house. It was so close that nobody would probably have dreamed that the little girl could be next door. Claps wrapped himself in his trench coat and got out of the car, then headed towards the oak trees. The trees blocked the little remaining sunlight and created a nocturnal atmosphere. Their foliage provided an almost complete shelter from the rain. The scent of the woods had become very pungent and almost stunned him. He had studied a map of these woods, and he knew where he was going. He walked on the dirt track for a long time, making a mental note of some reference points in case he got lost on the way back. Eventually, he found the lake. There, the oak trees had become sparser, and a cliff separated the lake from a white road which ran beside it. Clapp stepped out from the shelter of the foliage. He let the wind and rain buffet his face. He turned round to look back at the trees. He closed his eyes. The scents became more difficult to identify. The noises gradually disappeared. His head had become very light. There, the monster had taken her there. He had followed her. He had waited for the right moment when the other sister was far away. He had stunned the little girl. He almost choked her to prevent her from screaming. His hands were enormous compared to the girl's little mouth. Perhaps he had hit her. He had lifted her off the ground as though she were simply a twig from a tree. He had walked away swiftly, creeping through the bushes like a large snake. He had begun to climb down the cliff, but something must have happened. They had found Denise's blood there. Perhaps he dropped her, or maybe Denise had wriggled away from him and then rolled away amongst the stones and bushes. She was wounded. She had cut herself or broken a bone. He had picked her up again. She was most likely unconscious. The car was there, a few meters away. In a few seconds he had locked her inside the boot. Claps opened his eyes again. His vertigo slowly wore off. He began to feel the wind and the rain on his face again. Was Bench the monster? He walked back into the woods with his mind full of thoughts and headed towards his car. He drove to town. He drove past Cellini's house, but he didn't pull up there. He drove more slowly towards Bench's house. On the side of the garden that was hidden from Cellini's sight, there were steps leading to a trapdoor. And if there was a trapdoor, there had to be some kind of cellar. Clapp stopped the car and lowered the side window. He wanted to see if there were any windows, but he couldn't see anything from where he was. He drove a few meters forward, then a few more meters again, until he was at the far end of the property. He stopped again to observe more carefully and more decisively. He would have to get out of the car and cross the fence if he still couldn't see anything. While he was thinking this, a voice made him jump in his seat.
"He's gone out. You won't find him in the house."
Cellini had appeared on the street out of the blue. He didn't seem to be bothered by the rain. Rather, it was Claps who seemed to annoy him.
"I don't understand why you're so obsessed with talking to him. I told you already that he didn't have anything to do with my daughters," Cellini said, as he leaned in the side window.
It was only then that Claps realized that the shutters in Bench's house weren't lowered anymore.
"Anyway, you could have just tried to talk to him yesterday instead of coming here again today."
Was he here yesterday? The shutters were rolled down.
"He's been here for a few days."
Cellini lit up a cigarette. He sheltered the rain from the wind with his hand.
"He's still a little weird. Sometimes the shutters are down when it's sunny, and other times they're up when it's pouring down with rain, like today. He's not at home now anyway. I saw him drive off about an hour ago.
Okay, I'll call in another time, Clapp said. He restarted the engine. He had succeeded in letting Cellini believe that he had driven there to talk to Bench. One more thing, please. Cellini had already pulled back from the side window. He leaned forward again. When Elisa felt ill, during the days when your daughter had disappeared...
Yes?
Did she carry on living here, or did you send her to friends or relatives?
To prevent her from sharing the same pain that we all felt, to prevent her from seeing the police and the journalists come and go.
Cellini threw away the cigarette that he had only just lit, far away on the pavement.
I've already told you that Elisa didn't perceive the world around her back then. She was here. This is her home.
Claps thanked him and drove slowly away. To insist. Trevis didn't like that word, but it explained precisely what he was about to do, in fact, what he had begun to do already. When he was treating his patients, Trevis tried to adjust himself to them. Whenever he managed to communicate with his patients through the drawings, he copied some of them, then he would move them around, join them together, and only eventually would he integrate them with his own elements. With Elisa, however, he had imposed a theme from the beginning, the sun, the woods, and he had to push her even further now towards what her mind could recall of the tragedy. To insist. Elisa would be there in a moment. Trevis began to draw, the woods and a tall man walking through the trees with two young blonde girls on either side, the pond in the corner of the paper.
I'd like some information about the owner of a car, please.
Elagi had patiently queued up for a little while. He had shaved his beard off and he was wearing a coat and a new pair of trousers. He didn't look homeless now. The woman at the service desk stared at him for a moment, then she handed him a paper to fill in. You'll have to fill in this form and make sure you write down the registration number. There's a €5 fee for this service.
Elagi straightened up. I don't know the number, he said, lowering his voice. I know that it's a white Volvo diesel station wagon.
The woman took off her glasses and stared at Elagi with an expression that was somewhere between amusement and astonishment. Do you know that there are 30 million cars in this country? How do you think we can identify one of them by knowing only its brand and its fuel type?
It's from here, from this area.
The lady became more serious. Was this car involved in an accident? If that's the reason, you'll have to go to the police and explain everything to them.
No, it's not an accident. I just have to get in touch with the owner. It's very important to me.
From this area?
The lady peeked at the queue behind Elagi. There were just two people.
We don't normally provide this service.
Elagi leaned over towards her. He almost whispered, Please, I beg you. It's really important to me.
The woman sighed. Let me help the two customers behind you. Then I'll see what I can do. Claps had gone to the central police station as soon as he'd received the call from Maetza. They had a plan of Bench's house. The old head of police had stopped him in the corridor.
Elagi was seen talking to somebody from the camp yesterday, Mr. Claps.
Do you know who he was talking to? The old policeman spread his arms.
We only know that his name's Bachir, but we know where to find him if necessary.
Also, we saw Elagi drive away from town and obeyed his car today. Siena. He probably went to the camp in Siena.
Do you want to ask them some questions? Shall I bring them in for you?
Claps wanted to see the house plan.
Not yet. I'll let you know.
So there's a cellar after all. Maetza pointed to a spot on the plan of Bench's house. It's quite large as well, see? He carried on, and he followed the perimeter of the cellar with his finger. It's here, close to the auto workshop. Claps examined the map carefully. There are also some windows. They were at the back of the house. Claps would never have been able to see them from the car that morning. Eliza, on the other hand, would have just needed to climb the fence between the two gardens and turn the corner in order to see the little windows and look inside the cellar. Claps's eyes became very intense. Bench had locked Denise, who was likely to be unconscious, in the boot of his car. Then, while Eliza and Cellini were looking for her in the woods, he had returned home with his prey. He didn't run any risks. When the police were alerted, he was already at home. Denise was in his hands. It was already dark, and the search was being carried out far away from his house, near the cork oaks. The police had believed that the girl was still there. He could have done anything to her. Eliza was at home with her mother and a few people who were there to support them, but she was frozen and shocked. She didn't talk. She didn't express her emotions. Her actions were only addressed to her mother. Maybe she went out into the garden. She heard something, a cry, far away. She recognized Denise's voice. She jumped over the fence. She walked towards Bench's house. Whatever she had heard seemed to have come from there. She turned round the corner. She saw lights from the cellar windows. She walked towards them. She looked inside. She saw something terrible. She didn't scream. She didn't cry. Her weak mind decided to shut itself off from the world. Nothing else existed in the world apart from herself. Nothing could make her happy. Nothing could make her suffer. Nothing. Mr. Claps? Claps shook himself awake. Just a hypothesis, he muttered to himself. Excuse me? Nothing. The monster had not stopped since. He was drunk with excitement. He had planned a fake kidnapping and ransom demand to confuse the police. He had sent out a letter with the photo of the necklace Denise was wearing the day she had been taken. Then he had gone to live in Siena, and he would return every now and then. He would return when he wanted to strike again, when he wanted to take a young victim that nobody would miss and take her to his house. The cellar. They could find all of the proof they needed right there. Call Sensi. We need to inspect the house. Let's call the LAFOD. So we have more than 70,000 registered vehicles just in the province of Grosseto. She was typing swiftly on the keyboard. 805 of these are Volvos, and 642 of those are diesel-fueled. How many white estate cars are there? She spread her arms. We would have to open all of the files one by one to find out. I have time. I have all the time in the world. The woman pulled an exasperated face. Do you also have 3,000 euros? It's €5 for each file, sir. I'm sorry, but I can't help you with this. 3,000 euros. Elagi rubbed his face with his hands. Are you sure that the car was from this area anyway? Where did you see it? Volonica, Massa Marittima. The provinces of Siena and Livorno are very close. The search would have to be at least 3 times broader. The woman leaned over towards him and lowered her voice. Listen, I know this is not my business, but the police could request this search for you, and you wouldn't have to pay a penny. Did the owner of this car really not cause any accidents? Can you really not report him to the police? Elagi looked away. No, the police aren't interested in this. They won't do it for me. A few minutes later, he was in Abedi's Fiat Panda on the road to Massa Marittima. He was wondering how much Claps could have helped if he told him what he had heard from the Muslim witness. How many estate cars could there be out of 642 cars? It was a very common type of car. let's say 500. How many of those were white? That was definitely not a popular colour, maybe 2 out of 10, if he had stretched it a little. That meant that if he had 3,000 euros, he would have had to investigate about 100 Volvos. Too many for him alone.
You can't stretch the bow beyond the length of your arm.
That number, however, wasn't too large for the police. Elagi followed his instinct and touched his wallet. He kept Klaps's business card there. He pulled his hand away again. He still had one last shot. The white Volvo made its way into the parking lot slowly. It bounced lightly over a bump and then stopped completely. The headlights were turned off. The monster's movements were calm and slow. His breathing was a little heavy. He didn't get out of the car. He stared at the lights inside the supermarket, his hands on the steering wheel. He had parked between 2 cars and there was a wall behind him. Jara would almost certainly zigzag past his car, like a flying bird that only knows one direction. He would grab her with one movement, a swift movement, quickly, harshly, almost invisibly. She wouldn't realize what was happening to her. The monster pulled a gruesome smile. Elagi had just driven into Massa Marittima. He had spent the whole day visiting car retailers and authorized Volvo dealers. He had asked everyone the same questions about the white estate car with a rear windscreen full of stickers. Some of the retailers had been helpful, others rude, but the answer had always been the same. Nobody had ever seen that car. He had driven through the whole southern part of the province, and he was going to go through the northern area the following morning. He would drive to Siena, where he wanted to find 2 big retailers. If he failed again, he would go to Klaps and tell him everything, and then he would go home to Rama and his little girl. He had made his decision. The monster was still staring at the entrance to the supermarket. It was nearly closing time, and the crowd of customers had grown thinner. Jara was close to her mother. Her big eyes seemed to reflect the neon lights of the parking lot. He saw her take something. Perhaps she had taken some coins to buy the milk. The beast's hands gripped the steering wheel. His breathing became hoarser. It was nearly time. Elagi locked himself inside the Fiat Panda that belonged to Abedi. He knew that nobody would have wanted to steal such an old car, but he felt safer anyway. He observed the walls of the old town in front of him. They looked even higher in the darkness of the night. He thought about Alisa, waiting for him at home. Then he remembered Ami and her smile. The supermarket was a few hundred meters away, but perhaps Jara was already at the camp with her mother at that time of the night. Elagi pondered upon what to do for a little while. Then he drove off in the opposite direction towards Abedi's house. Jara walked towards the parking lot. She was half running and half skipping, like most children do. The monster silently slipped out of his car. He clicked a button to unlock the boot. He hunkered down between his car and the one next to it. His muscles were tense. He was ready. Jara was so close. Nobody was around. He was invisible in the shadows. A few meters down the road, Elagi changed his mind. He really needed to see Ami's smile again. Jara might still be there, after all. He got out of the car. The supermarket grew closer and closer as he strode forward. Jara ran across the parking lot and described a wide curve between the parked cars. Her arms were spread like the wings of a plane. She turned again in the opposite direction, towards the monster. She was so close. A few more meters. The monster leaned on his heels with all his weight, ready to spring out. Elagi saw Mudiwa from a distance. He waved at her. All of a sudden, the headlights of a car entering the parking lot illuminated Jara. The monster froze. For a split second he felt unable to move, then he stood up and left his hiding place. His muscles ached from his attempt to keep still. His heart almost skipped a beat. Jara skipped so close to him that he could smell her scent, while an unforeseen event was spoiling his plan. Elaji spoke to Mudiwa for a few seconds. Then he walked to the parking lot towards Jara. He didn't see the white Volvo speed nervously away. Chapter 18. It was 7 o'clock in the morning when Claps glanced distractedly at his watch. It wasn't raining, but the air was cold and damp. A couple of policemen had rung the doorbell at Bench's house. Claps stayed a few meters behind them, together with Sensi and Maetza. Sensi's eyes were surrounded by dark bags. As soon as he had received permission to inspect the house, he had driven through the night, all the way from Milan to Massa Marittima. An indistinct voice sounded through the buzzer, and the two policemen introduced themselves. A few moments later, the door opened and Bench came out of the house. Maybe it was because he was so thin, but he looked much taller than the height declared on his identity card. He was barefoot. He was wearing a pair of baggy tracksuit trousers and a worn-out T-shirt. He didn't look surprised. When the two policemen informed him that they had permission to search his house, he simply stepped back and let them in, without saying a word. Claps looked around one last time before stepping over the threshold. There was still nobody around who had been attracted by the police cars. Cellini seemed not to have noticed the police that morning. It was only a matter of time, however. The news would travel across the town very soon. Sensi had been very strict with his instructions. The police mustn't let out the fact that their inspection was somehow connected with the kidnapping of Denise Cellini. The house smelled very damp. There was a pungent smell of wet wood and smoke from logs that had burnt reluctantly. Was that the smell of the monster's den? The furniture was years old. Bench probably hadn't changed anything since his parents had died. The house wasn't untidy, but there was a general sense of carelessness and neglect. It was exactly what one would expect in a house inhabited only occasionally by a single occupant. Bench sat down in the corner of the lounge, his head low and his grey hair covering his forehead. He looked indifferent to what was happening around him. After a brief survey, Sensi spoke a few words to Maetza. "Do you know how long it will take for the LAFOD team to be here?" "I called them a few minutes ago. They should be here soon. They were about 20 kilometers away when I spoke to them." "Okay, let's make our way down to the cellar. I'd like to go with Claps and, you," Sensi said to the older of the two policemen. "Wear your shoe covers and gloves," he ordered. After they put on the covers and gloves, they began to descend a narrow, dark staircase in single file. Claps felt his heartbeat accelerate with every step down. The smell immediately grew stronger. The air down there was damper and more pungent. Claps stopped on the last step, and Sensi went to turn on the light. The light bulb hanging from the low ceiling weakly illuminated a sparsely furnished area. There was an old wardrobe, a large wooden table covered in CD-ROMs, music magazines and leftovers from a meal, a few shelves on the wall, and an unmade bed. Bench probably slept down there. In fact, perhaps he even lived in the cellar from what the policeman could see. There was a trumpet on the bed, wrapped in the sheets. "Don't touch anything," Sensi said as he looked around. "Let's move as little as possible. Let's make the LAFOD team's job easier." Claps was still on the last step of the staircase. In the meantime, Sensi and the old policeman began to inspect the cellar, illuminating every object with the help of a handheld torch. Claps closed his eyes and inhaled the damp air deeply. Was this the place where Denise had been killed? Was this the place where the monster had taken his victims? Was this the place where he kept his trophies? He opened his eyes as Sensi moved towards the wardrobe, grasped the handle and began to turn it slowly. Claps held his breath in dread at the thought of what the wardrobe could contain. For a moment he heard the terrible noise of clippers crushing a little finger. The wardrobe didn't open, however. Sensi tried more vigorously, only to realize that it had been locked. Sensi began to curse while he was looking around for a key. His curses were immediately interrupted by the old policeman, who sounded excited despite his hoarse voice. "Hey, look!" He pointed to a necklace hanging from a shelf. "I was around during the investigation that we conducted for Denise Cellini. This one, that's the necklace that the kidnappers photographed when they asked for a ransom." "Fuck, are you sure?" The old policeman peered more closely at the necklace. Claps felt shivers run down his spine. "That's the one," the old policeman repeated confidently. "Holy cow." Sensi stretched out his shaking arm to take the necklace, then changed his mind and pulled out a pen from his pocket. With this, he let the necklace slip into a plastic bag without touching it. "Take that motherfucker to the Central Police Station. Now. I'll deal with him," Sensi hissed. The LAFOD team arrived 20 minutes later. Sensi had carried on inspecting the cellar. He was irritable because he hadn't managed to find anything else, apart from the necklace, that could be used as evidence to incriminate Bench. Dr. Manara smiled kindly as soon as she walked into the house. "I'm sorry for being late. We left really early in the morning." Dr. Portanova appeared behind her, more or less at the same time that normal people go out clubbing. "Yeah, he still goes clubbing, would you believe it? I knew he needed some fresh air, so I thought I'd bring him with me. You know him already, Claps, don't you?" Dr. Manara was on top form. "Now, I hope you haven't disturbed the site before our investigation."
We did our best not to, but we trust your expertise.
"That's good." Dr. Manara looked more serious now. "It's not going to be a crime scene where the crime was perpetrated a few hours or days ago. It's going to be difficult to find anything in a room where something happened so long ago." "If the cellar is the monster's lair, the last time that he struck was between a year and 6 months ago. A young girl taken from the camp in Siena," Claps said. 6 months? A year? It's not long, but it's not all that recent either. If there's something here, we'll find it, Dr. Manara said. She sounded quite confident. "How long will you need?" Sensi asked. "We might need some time. I'm afraid we won't finish until late tonight," Dr. Manara replied. "Okay." Sensi glanced at his watch. "I'll give you a call this afternoon, and we'll arrange a briefing for tomorrow morning. One more thing. There's a locked wardrobe down there." "I'll take care of it. I love playing the thief," Dr. Portanova said happily, in a tone which was definitely inappropriate now. Sensi replied with some kind of grunt. "Let me know if you find anything interesting inside," Sensi concluded as he walked towards the front door. He was looking forward to seeing Bench at the Central Police Station. Elagi had gone out early that morning. He had driven Abedi's fragile car to the far end of the province of Siena. He still had a short list of places where he could ask questions about the white Volvo. He had decided this would be his last attempt. He knew that it was unlikely that he would find out anything, but he still felt very determined. "Your hand shall not shake when you're about to shoot your last arrow." He didn't want to have to go back to Elisa and tell her that he hadn't been able to find the monster who had taken her sister away from them, to tell her that he had let a policeman do that for him. He didn't want that to happen. Elagi's hands gripped the steering wheel tightly. Maezza was nervously overtaking other cars on the way to the Central Police Station in Massa Marittima. Sensi was sitting by his side, and Claps was in the back seat. Claps was immersed in his thoughts. Now that he had seen Bench and everything seemed to come together, he had an awkward thought that wouldn't leave him in peace. He had to find a way to talk to Trevis. Sensi, instead, was eerily excited. He turned towards Claps, holding onto the door with his right hand.
"We've received some corroborating information from Milan. Bench was there to record a CD. We checked the times, we interrogated the staff of the place where he stayed, and also the recording studio staff. He doesn't have any alibis for the hours when Ami was kidnapped, when the Golf was rented, and when it was taken back. He wasn't at the guest house on the night when the young couple crossed paths with the Golf along the river. On the day of the kidnapping, Bench was at the recording studio between midday and 3 p.m. Nobody saw him after that time. The doorman saw him get in late at night, at roughly about 3 in the morning."
Sensi lost his balance as they went round a tight bend. Then he carried on talking.
"Basically, Bench went to Milan multiple times during the last year and always stayed at the same place. We don't know how yet, but he must have bumped into Ami during one of his trips to Milan. He must have found her very interesting. She was so similar to his habitual prey, but so far away from his usual choice of victim. This girl was integrated into society. She had a family to support her. Basically, she was impossible to get. There was something about her that inevitably attracted his depraved mind. He began to develop fantasies that would soon turn into obsessions. He wanted to take her, to possess her. He needed to do it, but he didn't know how. And when the perfect opportunity presented itself, he could still beat his identity. After that, everything became more feasible. He developed a plan day by day until everything was ready. He got up early that morning. He went to snatch Ami at the bus stop, took her to his hideout, and left her tied up during the recording session. It probably didn't take him more than 4 hours to get to the studio, do the recording session, and then get back to the hideout. It was probably 4 p.m. when he returned to her. He had all the time he needed to do whatever he wanted. The young couple saw him driving the Golf at 11:30 p.m. He decided to go back to the hideout, to clean everything and wipe away any trace that he had been there. He went back to the guest house late at night, and the following morning he returned the rented car after he had cleaned it carefully. He was then ready to go back home.
"We are kind of still assuming a lot."
"We're reconstructing the scene, Claps. That's what we're doing. We will find any evidence down in the cellar with a little bit of luck, especially now we've found Denise's necklace. We've got him now. It's all a chain of events, Claps. The monster's signature, the finger amputation, is what links the chain together. The person who took Ami is the same one who took Denise. All we have to do is to prove that he kidnapped even one of these girls, and it's game over for him. Do you remember what you told me that night over dinner, when you told me about Ami? Well, you were right. In order to find the person who took Ami, we'll have to find who kidnapped the young girls in Tuscany."
Dr. Manara and Dr. Portanova had finished bringing all the equipment into the cellar and were putting on their protective clothing in the lounge. "I'm ready to go when you are, Christina," Dr. Portanova said as he pulled up the zip of his suit. "Okay, we'll split the cellar into smaller areas and we'll examine them one by one, beginning with the staircase that leads to the cellar and working towards the opposite wall," Dr. Manara said as she descended the stairs. Her face reflected a degree of anxiety. "Are you worried?" Dr. Portanova asked. He had noticed her expression. "It's not going to be an easy job. We're usually here when there are still bodies, bones, and traces. We don't have any bodies or bones here, and we don't even know if the place that we are going to inspect has been a crime scene. In fact, that's the question that we're going to have to answer." Dr. Portanova began to put on his latex gloves. "It's not going to be easy. The murders took place some time ago now. I'm not expecting to find any obvious traces. It's been a while, and the room was certainly cleaned multiple times, and the sheets were changed and washed. Hopefully we'll find something, even the tiniest trace." Dr. Manara forced a smile. Let's get on with it. It's going to be a long day.
Eliza was sitting at the desk in front of Trevis.
The professor was waiting for a sign that she was receptive again. She had been very engaged the day before. Trevis had perhaps let his imagination run away with him, but he thought that he had seen a faint smile on the girl's face. She had definitely looked blank for the rest of the evening, though, even after she had seen Trevis's drawing of a tall man in the woods holding two little girls by their hands. She had stared at the drawing for a long time. Then she had rejected it with a slow, calm movement of her hand, and taken another copy of the previous drawing. "What colour?" the professor had asked. He had tried to conceal his disappointment, and pointed to the crayons that he had placed on Eliza's right-hand side, far away from him. She hadn't said a word, despite Trevis's hopes. She had just leaned over to get a crayon, and had begun to colour the pond with a light blue. She had done it calmly, without expressing any emotion. She had taken care over the details, the bushes and the papyrus canes on the one side, the treacherous cliff and the woods all round. Nothing else. No human presence. Why? And yet he was sure that he had drawn the crime scene, the place where Denise had been taken. Why nobody? Trevis kept wondering. Was it because she didn't want to remember, because nothing existed since her sister had disappeared, not even herself? He had to insist. That morning, Trevis noticed that Eliza was particularly alert. He decided to push the drawing towards her, and he tried to encourage her to contemplate it. "What colour?" Silence. Eliza was still. "What colour do you want?" Silence again. The clock ticked relentlessly, and nothing happened. The professor then decided to take a piece of paper for himself and began to draw. He sketched the same figures that he had drawn before, a man holding two young girls by their hands and walking through the woods. He was certain that Eliza was looking at him while he was drawing. When he finished, he turned the sheet round and showed it to the girl. Eliza hesitated for a few seconds. Then she carried on drawing on the sheet from the night before. She took a few minutes. The two young girls held each other's hands now. They were alone and at the edge of the woods, close to the cliff. For a moment she stared at the drawing with her expressionless eyes. It wasn't complete. She had drawn lightly until then, almost with grace. Then she grasped the black crayon and held it tightly. She pressed the tip on the sheet, almost breaking the crayon into pieces. She drew a thick cross on one of the two young girls. After this, she laid her hands on her stomach and remained still and absent for the rest of the session. Sensi had forced himself to not interrogate Bench straight away. He wanted to let him experience the anxiety of the wait, in the hope that Bench would become more receptive to the idea of talking. It was late afternoon when he decided to face him. Bench sat in front of Sensi and Claps. Another policeman stood behind Bench, ready to write down anything he said. He hadn't asked why the police had wanted to inspect his house, or why he had been taken to the police station. Sensi took the necklace out of the plastic bag. He didn't touch it with his hands, pulling it out using a pen instead.
"Mr. Benchivenga," he said calmly, "can you tell me where this came from?"
Bench lifted his eyes towards Sensi, then towards the necklace that was swinging close to his face. "I've had it for a while. I like it," he answered after a few seconds, with a mechanic, expressionless tone.
"Why do you like it? Does it remind you of anything?"
"No, I just really like it."
"Did you buy it?"
"I don't remember."
"You like it, but you don't remember where you bought it?"
"No, I didn't buy it. I found it."
"Where did you find it?" Sensi asked.
"In the garden, I think."
"In the garden? Who lost it there?"
"I don't know."
"Do many people visit your garden, Mr. Benchivenga?"
"No, nobody."
"Then how did it get there?"
I don't know. Sensi paused for a few seconds. He glanced at Claps, then carried on talking.
Did somebody take it off for you?
Maybe.
Did you see this necklace before you found it?
Maybe.
What do you mean, maybe?
Sensi was beginning to sound impatient.
Did you see anybody else wear it?
Bench didn't seem to notice that Sensi's approach had changed. He answered in his expressionless tone. Yes.
Who?
Maybe one of the twins?
The Cellini girls?
Yes.
Elisa? Do you mean Elisa?
No. The dead one.
The dead one? Claps felt shivers run through his body. Dead? How do you know that Denise is dead, Mr. Benchivenga?
She never came back.
Sensi paused for a long time. Are you sure that the necklace belonged to Denise Cellini?
Yes.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Sensi glanced at Claps again, then carried on talking. You're certain? Elisa and Denise were twins. They were almost identical, and yet you're certain that the necklace belonged to Denise. How come? Did the girl give it to you? Sensi's tone became even harsher. It was a metallic hiss. Or did you take it forcefully from her, Mr. Benchivenga? What happened in the cellar?
Bench's face didn't betray any emotion. No, I found it in the garden. I could distinguish between the twins.
Sensi inhaled deeply.
Why didn't you take it back? Claps asked. I liked it. I kept it. Do you have anything else that belonged to Denise?
Claps stared into Bench's eyes in a futile attempt to detect any emotion, trying to spot a sudden wince, a small muscular movement.
No. Okay. Claps pulled Aisha's edited photo from his jacket. What about her? Do you have anything that belonged to her?
Bench took the photo in his hands. He ran the tip of his finger over the girl's face.
She's pretty. Very pretty. Her name was Afia. Do you remember her?
Bench lifted his eyes towards Claps. Once again, there was no trace of emotion.
I never remember anybody. Ever.
Nobody spoke for a few seconds. Then Sensi resumed his questioning of Bench. Let's make a fresh start, Mr. Benchivenga. Did you find Denise Cellini very pretty?
Yes.
How pretty?
Very, very pretty.
More than Elisa, considering the fact that you could distinguish between the two.
Yes, Denise was more beautiful.
Did you desire her?
What does desire mean?
Come on, Mr. Benchivenga, it's between lads. Did you ever wish to touch her, to kiss her? Bench remained silent for a while. It was as if that question didn't make sense to him. Sensi spoke again, hissing his words harshly. Did you ever want to fuck her?
I never desire anybody.
Bench hadn't changed his expression, even though the tone of the conversation had changed considerably. Sensi made a gesture to indicate that he had given up. Then he sighed and carried on talking. Let's move on again. Do you remember the last time that you went to Milan? It was about 3 months ago.
Yes.
Why did you go there?
I was recording.
A music CD?
Yes.
Jazz?
Music.
Of course, music. Do you remember the last day that you were there to record?
Yes.
Very well. We found out that you were at the recording studio between midday and 3 in the afternoon, but you didn't get back to the place you were staying until 3 in the morning. That's 12 full hours, Mr. Benchivenga. Where did you spend them?
I don't remember. I was around.
Around where?
In town, I can't remember. I think I played.
Where did you play?
In the car.
In the black Golf?
No, I don't have a Golf.
You didn't eat anything for 12 hours. You didn't need to go to the toilet. Did you sit in your car playing the trumpet all the time?
No, I was at a bar.
Which bar? Is there anybody who can confirm what you're saying?
I don't know. Maybe I'm struggling to remember.
Try to remember, then. It's for your own good. Sensi sprang up from his chair. Enough for now. I'm afraid we're going to have to keep you in custody because you're suspected of the kidnapping of Denise Cellini. You can contact a lawyer if you wish, and we can let any of your relatives know that you're with us.
Bench remained impassive. It was like nothing really mattered to him. Clapp stood up to follow Sensi. He turned towards Bench before walking out of the office. "Do you hunt, Mr. Bench?" "No, I don't like hunting." "A white Volvo?" "Yes. The Volvo garage Pianigiani, which belonged to the Fiat and Renault chain, was in Roccastrada. It was the 10th garage that Elagi had visited that day. An estate car. The mechanic had greeted Elagi whilst approaching him, wiping his greasy hands with a cloth. He was a middle-aged man with a receding ginger hairline. He didn't look particularly happy to see Elagi or answer his questions.
"Yeah, it has stickers on the rear windscreen, all around it."
A car was suspended on some kind of ramp. Underneath it, a young man was fiddling with the exhaust pipe. "Why do you want to know?"
"Because he lost this."
Elagi showed the mechanic a man's bag.
"It fell off the car roof when he set off. He had put it on there for a moment and then he forgot it."
"That's not very clever of him, is it?"
"There's no money or documents, just some of his belongings. I just wanted to give it back to him."
"And hopefully get a reward?"
"Of course."
Elagi forced himself to pull a wry smile. "You didn't see the number plate?"
"No, I just saw it fall off the car."
"Then why did you come here? You have to report it to the police. I'm just wasting my time with this."
"I was nearby. I saw your garage sign. I thought—"
"Go," the mechanic interrupted him. "Go to the police station. We have work to do here." "Hang on." The young man slid out from under the car and placed part of the exhaust pipe on the floor. "We worked on that car about a month or two ago, if I remember correctly." The mechanic looked at the young man questioningly. He was obviously very impatient. "Yeah," the young man carried on. "He's not one of our regular clients. The car had an oil leak and we fixed it. I installed the new filter."
"Since when were you so good at remembering things?"
"The stickers. They were all from hunting clubs, mostly boar hunting clubs."
"Were they all around the rear windscreen?"
Elagi's voice had begun to shake.
"Yeah, they were all around like a frame."
Elagi took a deep breath in a desperate attempt to control his emotions.
"And do you remember the name of the—"
"I changed the filter in a couple of minutes and then he drove off. I didn't ask his name," the young man interrupted Elagi. "He was kind of in a rush. He was very tall. I think he said that he was from Prata, or maybe Nicoletta." Elagi's heart had begun to beat uncontrollably fast. He turned towards the mechanic.
"Do you have a list of clients, some kind of receipt?"
"For a 5-minute job, come on," the mechanic said, no longer attempting to hide his irritation. "Go to the police."
Bench may not be the culprit, then.
Professor Trevis was visibly shocked by Clapps's story. "He was close to Denise," Clapp spoke incredibly slowly this time. "And he was close to Ami Demba when she was taken. We also found a necklace that belonged to Denise at Bench's house.
It must be a series of coincidences. There must be some kind of explanation.
Clapp sat still. He was staring at the professor.
Bench is not the culprit, the professor repeated confidently. And I'm not saying that just because I can't explain the inexplicable. There are solid reasons behind my deduction.
Claps wasn't surprised to hear those words from the professor. He nodded to invite Trevis to carry on talking.
Look, I didn't know Bench at the time Denise was taken, but I was seeing him as a patient when Amy and the other girls were kidnapped. It's psychotherapy, Mr. Claps. Psychotherapy. I can understand a lot more about my patient than any other relatives could. I would have known if he had done anything similar to those things. The therapy sessions have never failed me.
That was exactly the same doubt that Claps had, a problem that had troubled him since that morning. And yet Bench seemed to be the culprit.
Are you sure? Did you see Bench regularly, like with Eliza? No, I used to see him often at the beginning. Then the number of meetings per month lessened. Did he interrupt the therapy every now and then? Yes. Was that for a long period of time? Sometimes only for a week. And recently? I just see him 5 or 6 times a year now. He doesn't need the therapy anymore. Is it possible that during the periods where everything seemed under control, Professor Trevis interrupted him. I would have noticed anyway, the professor said confidently. Claps remained silent for a few seconds. What if he forgot what he did and acted like it was someone else who did it? Some kind of multiple personality disorder? It sounds unlikely. Bench's illness is schizophrenia, I'm certain.
Schizophrenia, Claps muttered to himself. It's 10 times more likely for someone to commit crimes if they suffer from that illness. Another few seconds of silence. Have any patients ever misled the psychologist? It happens during psychotherapy, especially at the beginning. It's not uncommon for a patient to mislead his psychologist. They do it because they mislead themselves in the first instance, and it's this kind of misleading that causes them to be ill. Let me word my question more clearly. Has anybody ever managed to mislead their psychologist all the way through the period of therapy? It may have happened, Professor Trevis admitted, almost unwillingly. I know a more honest answer. Yes, there are many cases of patients who seemed inoffensive in the eyes of their psychologists, and yet they... Okay, the professor interrupted Claps. Let's imagine. In fact, let's even assume that I didn't notice anything during the sessions due to my own limitations. There are still other factors which suggest that Bench isn't the author of those murders. I'm talking about objective factors. Which factors? You're a criminologist, Mr. Claps. I'm sure you know them well. Tell me, what kind of characteristics are common in murders committed by schizophrenic individuals? They're disorganized. Exactly. They're extremely disorganized. They become aggressive out of the blue without any real reason. There is no concern whatsoever about being caught. The schizophrenic person doesn't worry about being caught, hiding the evidence, and denying his guilt. Professor Trevis paused for a little while he carried on talking. I don't think this applies to the person who committed these murders. In fact, it's the complete opposite. Claps tried his best to remain impassive. That's not all. These murders are motivated by a burning sexual desire, a delirious need for possession, and a search for power. Trust me, Bench is free of these things. He's not the culprit. Claps was still dubious, but he nodded in agreement.
Maetza was surprised to see Claps's phone number on his mobile screen. They had been together for a quick dinner at Sense's only a few minutes earlier. I have a question. Go ahead, Claps. You know when we began to suspect that Bench was the culprit, do you remember? Yes, of course I do. Did you personally do the search that I had commissioned? Yes, sir. Did you finish the search after we had identified Bench? Are you asking whether I've inspected the remaining files from the hotel? Maetza began to feel embarrassed. Yes. No, to be honest. I didn't have time, because we had to hurry to meet you soon after. Were there still a lot of names? Quite a few, Maetza admitted. All the names related to the hotels in the outskirts of Milan, near the area where Ami was taken, and also near Crema. Okay, can anybody take care of this search tomorrow? I'll call the office and I'll commission someone. Tomorrow morning, please? Tomorrow morning. When the call ended, Maetza groaned with annoyance. Dr. Manara dropped herself on Bench's sofa. She was exhausted. What time is it, pal? Dr. Portanova sat straight-backed on the other end of the sofa. He looked less tired than Dr. Manara. It's about 10, Dr. Portanova said, trying to take off his gloves to glance at his watch. The last time I checked was when we began to illuminate the last area with the CrimeScope UV. Here, it's 10:32 p.m. Did we even have anything for dinner? Dr. Manara lay on the sofa with her eyes closed and her arms stretched out and spread wide. Yup, you had a couple of sandwiches and a Coke. I had some bread from Tuscany with some prosciutto ham and a glass of Chianti a few hours ago. Don't you remember? I can still smell that ham. All I know is that I'm starving now. Despite the stench of methylbenzidine and methyl salicylate, she pulled one of her faces to emphasize her words. How long have we been awake? She continued, keeping her eyes closed. I would say 20 hours. And what have we found in that fucking cellar? Nothing. Dr. Manara opened her eyes and lifted up her chin. No fucks were found, my friend. That's how we say it scientifically. No fucks were found. The full moon was shining that night, and it illuminated the Cellini family's garden. It was windy, a cold, hissy wind. The grass had grown uncontrollably thick and wild, and trembled in the wind. Claps was walking through it, and it was almost as tall as he was, opening and closing pathways as he made his progress. He was struggling to move forward. It was as if a giant octopus was holding him back from attempting to reach the house. And yet he didn't surrender to it. He had to carry on walking. He had to find what he was looking for. But he couldn't see anything in front of him apart from the trembling green wall. Claps's breath had grown heavier as he opened up a way forward by moving the grass to the sides with his hands. He had expected to find some kind of sign at each step, an indication that he was following the right path. Then, all of a sudden, he saw the fence. It wasn't the chain-link fence that he had seen before. This was Denise's necklace, which was stretched to an incredible length and shimmered in the moonlight.
Claps wasn't surprised and crossed over the necklace with ease. He saw a bright light shining in front of his eyes. The green octopus seemed to have forgotten about him now. He walked easily towards the light. That light filtered through the windows at the entrance to Bench's cellar. He walked towards the windows. He tried to look through them, but the glass was opaque and he couldn't figure out what was happening inside the cellar. I have to go inside, Claps thought, and he was overwhelmed by a sense of anguish. The dark cage was there, one step away from him. Claps closed the grating behind him, and the cage began to descend slowly. It was pitch dark. The stench of the mine hit him almost immediately, soil and iron. As he made his way into the centre of the earth, the walls of the shaft began to shrink. They moved slowly at first, then their inclination grew sharper until they tightened on the cage, which struggled to make its way down, creaking and screeching. The cage jerked and jolted. It was almost as if he wanted to free itself from the grip of that dark monster. All of a sudden, Clap saw a grave. It was illuminated by a dim light, and it was right in front of him, dug into the walls of the mine. The cage moved slowly past it as it descended. Claps held his breath, and then he saw Ami. She was laid snugly inside it and was wrapped in cellophane. Her face was uncovered. Her big eyes were wide open in an eternal expression of terror which he couldn't understand. Then, a little further down, another grave. It was Aisha. She was wearing her red top and didn't have any cellophane round her. She didn't have a face. Then another grave, and another one. They were getting closer to the cage. They were almost invading it. They spawned suddenly. There were more than Claps could count, and they were introduced by the deafening crack of the clippers. Bones, skeletons, small bodies. Closer, bigger. Claps was terrorized and scrambled towards the opposite side of the cage to escape from the multitude of bodies which seemed to want to roll inside it from one moment to the next. An arm, a cold hand, touched his hair lightly. The descent was slower, more and more difficult. Claps was struggling to breathe now. The silent screams of the little bodies. Then, eventually, when he began to believe that he was going crazy, the insane swarming ceased. The cage, which had been crushed and deformed by the narrowing of the walls, stopped suddenly. A few seconds later, Claps managed to stand up and force the grating open. He was in the station hall where he had spoken with Cellini. It wasn't as well lit as last time. There was something different in the air, something more dense. The stench of the mine had disappeared and had given way to a more pungent, sweet smell. Claps moved forward. The anguish slowed him down. His heart felt like it was about to explode inside his chest. It was an evil stench, vaguely vile. He lifted up his eyes. There were no bricks on the ceiling. It was a tunnel made with plain soil, just like a gallery inside a mine. A tiny trickle of soil began to fall down from the ceiling. Then it grew thicker. The ceiling above him began to tear apart, and he could see the rays of the sun making their way through it. He saw a hand emerge from the soil. Then Denise's whole putrefying body fell down on him, attaching itself to him. Claps broke out into a desperate scream. He tried to wriggle away from the body. He could feel the decaying skin crumbling from Denise's body, and the bittersweet smell of the putrefying flesh made him retch. He screamed. He carried on screaming, even when he realized that he was in bed and had woken himself by sitting up. He was covered in cold sweat and wide awake. Chapter 19. There's no trace of blood in the cellar. Dr. Manara got straight to the point. It was 8 in the morning and the tiredness had now disappeared from the faces of the two scientists. It doesn't necessarily mean that there has never been blood in the cellar. Sensi didn't want to give up so easily. It might have been cleaned up carefully. Yes, that's possible, especially if the blood was in a small area of the cellar. He must be good at cleaning,
There's nothing where he's supposed to have taken Ami.
He used some cellophane. Clapp spoke in an expressionless tone. He was absorbed in his thoughts.
He might even have this wrapping still.
We would have found it, even in the other graves, like the one where Ami was found.
Maybe.
The gist of the story is that we still have no evidence, Sensi. There's no trace of blood in the cellar. Dr. Monaro wrapped up the conversation.
Are there any traces of organic fluids?
Some traces of sperm and urine on the bedsheets. Dr. Monaro carried on talking, preempting a question from Sensi. Only sperm and urine, nothing else. They're recent traces, most likely the fruit of masturbation or involuntary nocturnal secretions. We would have needed to analyze the bedsheets from months ago to be able to find anything, maybe before they were washed. Sensi took off his glasses and put them on the desk. He looked disappointed.
Any hairs, fingerprints, fibers?
It's full of fingerprints. We compared them with Bench's fingerprints, and they're all his. There's not a single fingerprint that belongs to anybody else.
Any hairs, fibers?
Sensi insisted. Just white and grey hairs. They clearly didn't belong to a young black girl. We can do a DNA test on them if you want. Sensi shook his head and groaned. What did you find in the wardrobe? Clapp sounded tired. He sounded like he knew the answer already.
Just randomly scattered clothes and a couple of suits hanging up. Nothing else.
Silence dominated the room for a few seconds. Then Dr. Monaro broke in. I might get back to work if we're done talking, she said with a hint of a smile. I'll do one final check to make sure that I haven't missed anything.
She won't find anything,
Claps commented as he was looking at a spot on the horizon, as soon as Dr. Monaro went back to the cellar.
Why?
It's not him.
What the fuck are you on about, Claps?
Bench is not the monster. He didn't do anything. That cellar isn't the hideout. That's why there's no blood or anything else.
Are you crazy?
Sensi looked at Claps as though he was an alien. You saw him. We talked to him. Do you think he would be able to plan something this complex? Do you think he's interested in this world? Bench might be able to kill, but he would do it instinctively. He wouldn't fake a ransom. He wouldn't steal someone else's identity.
But it was you who suggested that he might be the culprit. I mean, it's obvious that he's acting. He must be working on recruiting an army of lawyers so that he can avoid prison by demonstrating his mental illness. We have proof. He took Denise and Ami and all the others.
What proof? That he was in North Italy when Ami was taken? We only know that it happened a few kilometers away from him.
He doesn't have any alibis.
There's nothing that links him directly with her. No evidence.
His body characteristics match those of the murderer. He was in the same city where Beatty got his driving license stolen.
These are not evidence.
Denise's necklace.
The necklace. What if he really found it in the garden?
Come on, Claps.
Sensi lost his temper. Maybe the monster chucked it away after he took a photo of the necklace to simulate the ransom.
That's absurd. Even if this had happened, why would he choose to drop it there, when there are trees and woods all around the town where he could hide it?
Because he wanted to mislead the investigators and let them believe that Bench was the culprit. He's the perfect victim, a man with a mental illness. Sensi turned away from Claps. He didn't want to accept that hypothesis.
That doesn't make sense, Claps. If it was true, the necklace would have been found back at the time when the murder was committed. We only found out about it very recently.
That's because the real monster was never suspected. Otherwise, he would have found a way to let Bench find it earlier. The monster is a clever, cautious man. There was still a bunch of nosy neighbours standing in front of Bench's house. Claps parked behind the police car. As soon as he got out of his car, he saw Mr. Cellini walking towards him. He was frowning.
"Who are you really, Mr. Claps?"
"I'm sorry, I don't have the time now."
"No," Cellini blocked him off. "You have to find the time to explain everything now."
Elisa's father pointed to Bench's house with an angry gesture.
"That man is in prison, and while he's there, they're turning his house inside out like a glove. What's this all about? You introduced yourself to me as some kind of support therapist for Elisa, but you seem more interested in Bench. Then, today, this shit happens. Are you a policeman?"
"I work for—"
"Professor Trevis," Cellini interrupted him. "You've already told me this story. I'm not going to believe any of it."
"With the police. I work with the police." Cellini seemed to calm down. He remained silent for a few seconds. He pointed to Bench's house again.
"Is that about Denise?" he asked more calmly.
"I can't say anything. I'm sorry." Claps moved sideways, but Cellini did the same, still blocking Claps's way. Cellini's voice was angry again.
"You have to tell me. I need to know. Is it about Denise?"
"No, we wanted to know more about Bench, his movements. Even when Denise was killed, we wanted to know if he was here."
"And you've turned his house inside out to find out. I welcomed you into my house. You asked me about Denise. You've no idea how much it hurt me to talk about her." Cellini was yelling now. "Couldn't you just ask about Bench?"
"It was important that nobody knew."
Cellini moved sideways to let Claps step forward. "Fuck off, Mr. Claps," he hissed, while Claps walked on. Fuggiano's voice was breaking up. Maezza was beginning to get irritated about that. "I can't hear you."
"Wait, I can hear you now, but very badly. About that search. Hello? That search. Did you finish it? How long do you need? Can you... Hello? For fuck's sake. Let me know when you're done with it. I made a fool of myself with Claps. Call me when you... Hello?
Fuck off,"
Maezza hissed, and he slid his mobile angrily into his back pocket. Trevis was waiting for Elisa to come over. He had prepared a new drawing for her. A man in the woods who was working with some kind of axe, and one little blonde girl who was far away on the edge of the woods between the lake and the cliff. It hadn't been easy for Claps to tell the truth, even though he had imagined that Cellini would demand to know it sooner or later. Claps walked into Bench's house and then headed down to the cellar. There he froze for a while, thinking about his conversation with Cellini. Why had he asked if the investigation was about Denise? Why hadn't he asked whether Bench was the culprit, as Claps would have expected him to? "Mr. Claps," Dr. Portanova greeted him. Claps focused back on reality. I've never had the chance to ask you if my work on Aisha's face was of any help to you. Yes, very useful. It was excellent work. The little girl's real name was Afia.
That's a good name, Dr. Portanova commented.
It won't take long until I finish the second facial reconstruction, but this one's going to be a little less precise, because I'm going to have to base it on the skull alone. It might not be necessary. I won't do it just out of duty, Mr. Claps. Rebuilding a face, being able to give back to one their identity, it's kind of like giving them a reward for what they had to endure in life. It's respecting them. It's making sure that they're not just a bunch of nameless bones, anonymous lives like they've never existed. Claps lowered his eyes slightly. Anyway, Dr. Portanova said after a few seconds, breaking the awkward silence between them. Did you want to talk to Christina? Yes, please. She went to the hotel to get the luggage. We're done here. We're heading back to Milan. Did you check again? All morning, very carefully. Any news? None. The most logical conclusion is that no one has visited this place for years, apart from Bench himself. Yeah, that's what I thought, Clapp said, as he walked towards the front door. Eliza had begun to compliment Trevis's drawing with her own input. The professor was overwhelmed by anguish as he gradually saw what Eliza was drawing. Surprisingly, the little girl spoke again. Red. Trevis handed the red crayon to Eliza, and he understood immediately that she needed it to colour Denise's blood. What she began to draw soon after left him speechless. Claps was about to get out of his car when he saw a woman with grey hair stepping out of Cellini's house. She was in her 70s, a little overweight. She walked slowly and she glanced quickly at Claps first and then at Bench's house. Claps had an intuition. "Excuse me," he called her as soon as he stepped out of his car. "Are you Mrs. Mira?" "Yes, I am. I know who you are." She sounded very confident and calm. "You asked way too many questions about poor Denise," she said bravely. "Was it him?" she asked, as she pointed to Bench's house. That's the question I would have expected from Cellini, Claps thought. Why had Mr. Cellini never asked this question, despite it being the most natural one in the circumstances? "No, it wasn't him. I would kill him with my own hands if I could." "It wasn't him." "Okay, but find that monster, please. I can't even call him a person. Poor little Denise." "Were you here when it happened?" "Of course I was. Night and day. I was here to support Eliza and her mother. The rest of the family needed help, or they would have crumbled to pieces." "Do you remember Denise's necklace? The one in the ransom photo?" "Of course, poor little girl. She must have been so happy to have found it again." "Pardon?" Claps jumped with surprise. "Found again?" "She had lost it a little while before, and she was so sad about it. She'd become obsessed by this loss." "Hang on. You mean that Denise had lost her necklace before she was kidnapped?" Claps wished that he could speak faster. Mrs. Mira nodded. "It disappeared a few months before." "When did she find it again?" "I don't know, but obviously before she was kidnapped." Claps tried to calm down. "Tell me, was Denise very attached to that necklace?" "Oh, yes. It was a birthday present from her uncle. She always wore it." "When did you last see Denise? 2 days before the kidnapping. I remember it well. She was so joyful. Do you remember if she was wearing the necklace? No, she wasn't. Are you sure? Of course. I would have noticed if she was wearing it, and we would have talked about it. She knew that I thought that she was way too obsessed with the necklace. She must have found it at least 2 days prior to the kidnapping. I think so. Claps had a sudden idea. A birthday present, you said? Yes. What did Eliza receive for her birthday instead? She also got the same necklace. They're twins, you know. The birthday presents always tended to be the same for both the girls. Did Eliza used to wear the necklace? Always. She liked it as much as her sister did. However, when Denise lost her necklace, Eliza wore hers for only a little longer, and then stopped. Her parents thought it was better this way, so that Denise wouldn't have been sad about it. They took the necklace away. Claps had goosebumps. That would explain why Bench was so sure that the necklace had belonged to Denise. He had noticed that her sister Eliza had worn her necklace for a little longer. Claps was shocked about something much more important. Many of the pieces of the puzzle had now come together suddenly. Claps dived back into his car, and his mobile rang before he could turn on the engine. "Hey, Claps, are you free to meet right about now?" Professor Trevis sounded both excited and worried. He almost screamed his words. "Eliza has drawn something. I really need to talk to you, Claps." Chapter 20. "You're not going to say anything to the stuttering man?" "No, Abedi, not for now, at least." Elijah's eyes glowed with some kind of dark light. "I know where to look for him now." "What are you going to do?" "Prata and Nicoletta are the 2 places where the white Volvo must be. I'm going to move there for a while, until I found it." "They're both very close to each other. They can only be a few kilometers away from each other. Are you going to play the same game that you did when you came over here? Are you going to pretend that you don't have any documents and that you're looking for a job?" Abedi asked. "No, I want to be able to move around without any issues. I have money with me. I'll look for a cheap place to stay." "When are you going to leave?" "Probably tonight. I want to say goodbye properly to Jara and her mother first." Elijah wished that he could take Jara's beautiful smile with him on his travels. "I have another favor to ask you, Abedi. I might need your car, just for a few more days." "Please use it as though it were yours, Elijah." "I don't need it for now. Use it as much as you want. Patience is like a tree. The roots are bitter, but the fruits are most sweet." When Claps walked into the professor's office, he found Trevis sitting behind his desk. He looked overwhelmed and shocked. But Claps didn't give him time to say anything. He began to speak immediately. "The necklace in the ransoming photo isn't the one that Bench found in the garden." "Listen, Claps. The necklace from the photo," Claps ignored Trevis. He just couldn't contain his excitement about what he had learned from that casual conversation with Mrs. Mira. "That probably belonged to Eliza." "Claps, look." "Denise had lost her necklace months before. She lost it in Bench's garden, somehow." "Hey, Claps," the professor struggled again. "You know what this means? Whomever took the photo had to have free access to Eliza's things And to that house.
They lived in it,
Trevis said, in a surprisingly calm, patient tone.
The man simply lived in the house.
Clapp stopped talking suddenly.
What I've been trying to tell you is that Eliza has drawn the story of what happened that day. Look.
Trevis showed the drawing to Claps. Eliza was standing on the edge of the cliff at the edge of the woods. Denise was lying on the ground at the foot of the cliff, her arms spread wide. Trickles of blood ran from her head and her left hand, near the little finger, and flowed into the lake. A man was hunkered down in front of Denise. His weapon was on the ground next to her.
What the...
Claps's mobile rang.
Look here, Claps. There's another character in the woods. I drew this before letting Eliza finish off the story.
Mr. Cellini? Claps ignored the call.
Yes. Can you see what he's using?
Some kind of axe? The mobile was still ringing. The ringtone seemed to grow louder and louder. Trevis nodded.
It seems so. Now, look what Eliza has drawn on the ground next to Denise.
Claps pulled out his mobile while the professor was still talking. He wanted to turn it off, but when he saw Maetza's number on the screen, he answered the call instinctively. In the meantime, he stared at Eliza's drawing. I'm glad you've answered the call. They've called from Milan. They kept breaking up, and I'm still waiting for a fax with the full details. But we have another name. I understood that part of the conversation without any problem. You're not going to believe this. It's Mr. Cellini. Maetza's words echoed in Claps's head, while Trevis was still pointing to the weapon next to Denise in the drawing.
The two weapons are the same. That man is Eliza and Denise's father.
Claps was driving faster than ever before. His mind, however, was racing even further ahead. The nightmare that he had had the night before. He knew where to go. He had to make it in time. He wanted to look into his eyes. He had decided not to call Sensi for now. He wouldn't have been able to utter a single word, and he knew that he would have needed to find a lot of words to convince Sensi that a drawing had helped him find the culprit, and yet he wasn't even sure that Cellini was the culprit. He had to make sure of that in person. The road to Nicoletta wound through the woods with turns here and there. The asphalt was illuminated by yellow lights. The car screeched around the turns, the tires squealing on the road. He reached the town. He drove past it in a few minutes. The headlights finally illuminated the mine, the hideout. How had he not thought of it before? His nightmare had spoken to him. The large open area was deserted. There was not a single movement in the dark, not a single car, nobody. Claps got out of the car. He was already struggling to breathe. His movements were stiff. He almost had to force himself to carry on walking towards the cage. He turned the switch on to give power to the whole area, as he had seen Mr. Cellini do. The monster. The man who had taken his own daughter as the first one. An electric buzz echoed in the air, then some lights turned on. The cage seemed to rattle. Claps's heart raced when he closed the grating in front of himself. He closed his eyes as the cage jolted and began to descend. The stench of the mine invaded his throat. He hunkered down while memories from the nightmare became more vivid in his mind. His forehead was covered in cold sweat. The air was getting thicker. The descent seemed never-ending. Maybe he had demanded too much from himself. He should have warned Sensi and Maetza first. Going alone had been a crazy idea. He craved light and fresh air. How long to the station now? The cage jolted again, then stopped. He didn't expect it that quickly. He had almost begun to believe that he would drown in that dark abyss. The station was lit. The neon lights were buzzing. Just as in his nightmare, Claps took a while to decide to take the first step out of the cage. His legs were shaking. His hands felt incredibly cold. He felt just like the first time that he had come down there. This time, though, It was for a different reason. He walked towards one of the corridors. The darkness was enveloping him. His heart rate had begun to slow down and his breathing was more regular now. He felt some strength return to his muscles. Claps felt more determined now, more confident of his abilities. He found 3 doors. He pushed the first one, and it opened slowly and easily. The room was softly lit. There was a collection of mining tools. They were all tidied up into boxes, which in turn were stacked up on shelves attached to the walls. The room smelled of iron. Claps ignored the second door and headed to the third one, the only one with a lock. He stared at it, then he weighed it with his hand. He walked back to the first room and picked up an axe. He couldn't believe that it was so heavy. He struggled to lift it up. A strike, another one. A loud bang echoed down the walls. The lock broke at the third strike. The white Volvo was once again being driven by the monster. He was driving swiftly and carefully. He couldn't afford to get involved in an accident and thus be noticed by someone. He had to take her. No one would stop him this time. Jara. A turn. The headlights illuminated his way to the large open area in front of the mine, and then shone on Claps's car. The room was lit by an even weaker, yellower light. The smell was different. There was a different scent mingling with that of the mine. Candles. There were a lot of them. There was a large box in the middle of the room. It was rectangular. A chair was placed next to the box. There was nothing else. Claps remained motionless on the doorstep. The buzzing of the neon lights seemed to have grown noisier. The sound was drilling into his brain. He took one step forward, then another one towards the box. He knew what there would be inside the box. Ami, Afia, Denise, and all the other little trophies. With frozen, shaking hands, he opened the lid. No trophies. His eyes didn't immediately focus on what he was seeing. It took a few seconds for his mind to accept it. The blonde hair looked like silk. It was very fine. It framed a dehydrated face. It was as though it had collapsed from the inside, but it wasn't corrupted. The facial traits were delicate and small. Her expression was almost tranquil. Denise was wearing a white dress, which covered her down to her ankles. Her arms were crossed on her chest. Claps's eyes focused on her left hand. He began to cry when he noticed that the little finger was missing. It was a sudden, uncontrollable cry, a wave of pity, pain, and anguish in front of that small body which had once been alive. He imagined a smile on her face. He kept weeping for a long time, hunkered down in front of Denise. He would have prayed, if only he knew how. How long had he been down there? Claps had lost all sense of time. The tears had dried on his cheeks. The stench of the mine had become stronger again. It was as if he had woken from a trance. He closed the box with incredibly slow, gentle movements. He looked at Denise's face one last time before it disappeared. He wished he could stroke it, but he didn't. He went out of the room. He was thinking lucidly again. Sensi. He pulled out his mobile as he walked towards the station. There was no signal, obviously. He was many meters underground. Then, suddenly, something startled him. Why? What had he seen? What had he heard? What had he subconsciously noticed for a moment? He realized just in time. He stopped breathing a few meters from the cage. The axe. He had dropped it on the floor soon after breaking the lock. He should have walked past it on his way back, but he hadn't. It wasn't there. He heard a noise behind him. Cellini, the fire of hatred in his eyes, appeared from the shadows. He was holding the axe with his right hand. Claps stood still. Cellini walked 2 steps forward and stood in front of him. Claps felt a scream die in his throat as he held up his hands in a futile attempt to protect himself from the axe. But the expected blow didn't come.
I saw the lights and your car in the open area.
Cellini sounded calm, almost emotionless.
The cage wasn't there. I climbed down the emergency ladder.
Claps could hear his own heart beat at a crazy speed in his throat. His lungs wouldn't work anymore.
She's beautiful, isn't she?
Claps lowered his hands and nodded.
It's the air here in the mine. Something preserves her down here. I didn't know when I took Denise down here. I came back many days later. I was busy with the police and the journalists. I thought I would find a decomposing body.
Denise's father lowered the axe, though still gripping it with his right hand.
She's still so beautiful, right?
Yes, very beautiful, Claps managed to articulate. Why did you... Why? He asked soon after. Denise's father's eyes stared to a point behind Claps's shoulders. Mr. Cellini's mind was travelling back to his memories.
I was full of anger that day. The bank had refused me a loan. The branch director had talked down to me. He had used condescending language, as though I was some kind of annoying person that he should get rid of as quickly as possible. I have always paid my debts, and I never had any problems with loans. He said that the fact I owned a house wasn't enough as a guarantee. I had only recently learned about my wife's illness. I knew that she only had a year or so to live. I needed the money to seek treatment for her. I wanted to travel abroad to find the best specialists. I was blind with rage. I wanted to kill that man. I wanted to be alone that day, but my wife was exhausted, so I decided to take the girls with me to let her rest. When we got to the woods, Denise insisted on going to the lake, so I took her there. I didn't want them to run too far away by themselves. Denise was happy, but demanded all my attention, and I was getting more and more impatient. I had to find a way to vent. I told her off for something silly. I was very harsh with her. She gave me a nasty reply. We were on the edge of the cliff near the lake. I slapped her cheek once and then twice. She lost her balance and fell down the cliff.
Cellini's grip on the axe had become so tight that his knuckles were white.
I heard the bang. She had hit her head on a large stone.
Silence. The stench of the mine had become unbearable for Claps.
She was dead when I climbed down the cliff to help her up.
Cellini relaxed his grip on the axe. He seemed to lose all of his strength for a moment. His face betrayed his anguish. Time froze. Claps knew that this was the time, the only time when he could have attempted to hit Cellini and run away from the mine, but he didn't do anything. He was frozen. He wanted to know everything, more than he wanted to save his own life. Why did you carry on?
Carry on?
The black little girls, Ami, the others.
The black girls? I'm confused. What do you mean?
Cellini looked genuinely confused. Why did you carry on killing?
Killing?
Cellini's eyes were wide open. Claps had gotten it all wrong. The girls that you took from the camp, then Amidemba, a few months ago, near Milan.
No!
Cellini screamed an angry lion's roar. He threw the axe aside, took Claps by his shirt, and pushed him violently against the wall.
Kill?
He screamed in Claps's face.
Kill?
Claps was frozen. Cellini had almost lifted him off his feet with his fury.
How can you think that I would be capable of killing after what happened to my daughter?
Slowly, almost in slow motion, Cellini loosened his grip on Claps, and he slid to the ground with his back against the wall. His face was pale, and his arms had no strength.
Amidemba.
Cellini's tone was much less angry now. It was more like a whine.
I know her story.
Cellini turned towards the gallery.
You saw my daughter. You saw her. How can you think that I would be capable of murdering someone else?
Clapp struggled to utter his words. You were in Milan when Amy was taken.
In Milan? What are you talking about?
Cellini's tone became aggressive again.
Who else were you referring to apart from Amy?
Other young girls were murdered, apart from Amy. Cellini glanced again towards the room where Denise was laid. He sighed. Then his body seemed to lose all of its strength for a moment. Cellini almost struggled to speak.
Why do you believe that I did that?
Elagi stopped at the crossing lights. He was impatient. The Fiat Panda's engine was rather elderly, and it threatened to die while he waited for people to cross over. The headlights cut through the darkness and illuminated the road. A few minutes earlier, not too far away from Prata and Nicoletta, Elagi had taken a sudden turn in Abedi's car. He hadn't realized how tight the turn was, and he had almost crashed into the car coming the other way. It was a split second. The car was a white Volvo. With a glance at his rear-view mirror, he noticed that the estate car's rear windscreen was framed by a series of stickers. A rush of adrenaline took over his body. Elagi didn't know how he had managed to turn his car round so quickly. The road was too narrow for such a manoeuvre. He had shot towards the white Volvo, screaming like a warrior running down an escarpment towards his enemy. His scream had turned into a wild roar, which echoed in the car and became deafening when Elagi managed to see the rear lights of the Volvo. Elagi was getting closer. His heart pumped so much blood into his muscles that he felt invincible. The road had opened into a long stretch. The Volvo had increased its speed. Abedi's old Fiat couldn't keep up. Elagi saw the red rear lights grow smaller and smaller and then disappear after a turn. When Elagi took that curve, he found many others in quick succession, and then another long stretch which ended at a crossroads. The Volvo had disappeared. Elagi glanced at the direction signs. The road in front of him led to Massa Marittima, the one on the left to Siena, and the one on the right to Cecina. He had one chance in 3. Elagi put the car in gear. Then, as it began to move, he thought about how lions hunt their prey.
Why do you believe that I did that?
Cellini repeated. Claps had resumed breathing normally. He could think clearly again now. He knew that Cellini wasn't playing a game. The man looked like he had no strength left. He had sagged slowly against the wall. He was unable to fight and kill to hide his secret. No, he couldn't be the monster. Clapp's thoughts were running away with him, faster than his words could express. I will tell you, but I want to know what else happened that day.
I told you everything.
You didn't tell me what happened later. Cellini didn't seem to hear the question.
That's it now, he sighed. I'm going to pay for what I did. I'm going to pay for it.
Cellini seemed calm, almost relaxed.
I need a favor from you. I promise that I'll go to the police station tomorrow to tell them everything, but I need a few hours for myself first. I have to sort out a few things. I can't leave Elisa alone all of a sudden.
After some hesitation, Claps nodded slightly, and then insisted with his question. What happened later?
I took her here, as you know.
Why didn't you tell the truth straight away? It was an accident. You didn't mean to...
You can't imagine the struggle of a father during those moments. My wife was ill. They had said that she would have a year, maybe 2, left to live. I didn't want to hurt her with what happened. I also thought about myself. I couldn't stay by her side anymore. She wouldn't have wanted me to live under the same roof with her anymore. I would have been her daughter's murderer. We also had to deal with Elisa's illness.
Cellini started shaking suddenly, but he regained control of his body soon after.
There was so much pain already in my family. My wife's physical illness, my daughter's mental problems. This kind of struggle kept us together. It made us help each other. We faced it all together. I would have destroyed everything if I had told the truth.
Clapp still didn't quite understand everything. Elisa had seen everything. In fact, it was exactly what she had seen that had caused her to slip into the state where she was now. Cellini couldn't know back then that Elisa's illness would become so much worse. How could he not think that one day, maybe even a few hours later, his daughter would have told the full story of what she had seen? He struggled to put his thoughts across to Cellini, but eventually he did.
As I said, we already knew that Elisa had mental issues. She had been in the state she's in now for a good while, at least 3 months. We'd kept it hidden from anybody else. We didn't want people to know. We were hoping for a miracle. We hoped that we would wake up one day and she would be normal again.
Cellini's eyes locked on an invisible spot in front of him.
It all happened so quickly. One day she was fine, the next day she wasn't. She shut herself off, as you do, with a switch. Elisa had gone. She wasn't there anymore. We wanted to protect her from people's curiosity. We took her to the best specialists, Rome, Milan, and even Trieste. The answer was always the same. There was basically no hope of getting our old Elisa back. Elisa was there that day, but it was like she didn't see anything. She wasn't in this world anymore, and even if she had woken up one day, she wouldn't have remembered anything of what she had seen or done. That's what the doctors said, at least.
The lights faded for a moment, then the buzzing noise started again. The little finger. Denise doesn't have it.
She probably broke it when she fell down the cliff, because it was disjointed, and it hung down. When I closed the boot to bring her here, I was nervous. I laid her there with her arm in an awkward position, and I almost chopped the finger off with the boot lid. The finger was only attached by a little bit of skin. It was horrible. I couldn't stand seeing it. I instinctively detached it completely.
Claps felt a wave of shivers run up his spine as he saw the scene in his mind. The feeling of vertigo took over for a moment. He felt the crack of the boot lid on the finger. It was a similar sound to that of the clippers in his mind. He saw Denise's body in the boot, her blonde hair still stained with blood, her arms so close to the edge of the boot. Claps was still doubtful, however. How was it possible that the police hadn't found any traces of blood when they had inspected Cellini's car? Claps was pretty sure that he had spoken with Musto and that he had specified all that. And then, why did the real monster, if it wasn't indeed Mr. Cellini, amputate the same finger on his victims? Then a sudden idea. Everything became clear in a moment. You and Elisa weren't alone that day. Somebody else was with you. Is that correct? Cellini lowered his eyes. He looked elsewhere. He desperately wanted to lie.
I'll never tell you who it was, he said eventually, and he lifted up his eyes. He doesn't have anything to do with this. I pleaded with him to help me, and he did. I don't want him to be involved in any of this.
Cellini's words seemed to echo in Claps's brain and on the mine walls. The air was getting thicker again in that underground station. Claps was so close to the truth. He wanted to jump on Cellini, put his arms around his neck and choke him to death, but not until he heard the man's name. But Claps remained still, apparently calm. "Did the car belong to this man?"
"Yes."
"Did he lay Denise in the boot?"
"No, I wanted to hold her in my arms like I used to when she was little. He closed the boot."
"So he also detached the little finger?"
"Yes, I couldn't do that."
Claps's words were stuck in his mouth now. Cellini spoke again after a few long seconds.
"My daughter was in front of me. She wasn't breathing anymore. She would never breathe again. She would never smile or cry again. It was my fault. I wanted to die there and then. I wanted to give my life to her. Eliza was always there, always indifferent. She stared with her transparent eyes. She whispered a nursery song. I didn't know what to do. I saw my life, all my relationships fall apart. I was all alone with an unbearable burden. I called that man on the phone. I asked for help. He arrived soon after. He left the car near the lake. We thought about faking a ransom together.
The necklace in the photo.
It belonged to Eliza. She didn't wear it anymore. I took it from her when I found out that she had thrown her sister's necklace who knows where. Jealousy, envy.
Cellini raised his hand desperately.
Maybe just a sign of her illness.
That was how the necklace had fallen into Bench's garden.
We discussed where we should hide Denise for a long time, Cellini continued, and eventually we decided on the mine. It was safer than the hunting hut that he had suggested.
Claps felt his voice come back to him, and he cried out, "A hut! The man who helped you has a hut?"
"Yes, it's not far from here." Claps dived on Cellini.
Where is this hut? What's the man's name? Tell me his fucking name." Jara didn't notice anything. She was skipping joyfully through the parking lot. She kept her arms spread like an aeroplane. She imitated the sound of an engine with her mouth. She wasn't afraid of the darkness, or the fact that the parking lot was deserted. She was happy, Jara. She knew that the lady in the shop would give her a sweet when she bought the milk. It was as if a fleshy wall had suddenly appeared in front of her. She hadn't seen it. It was dark and dense. She ran into this wall, and she couldn't skip any longer. She was surrounded by the wall, and she couldn't move. She was afraid for a moment. She understood that a hand was pressing on her face. Then, a moment later, everything went black. The last thing she sensed was the strong smell that had invaded her nose and her mouth. "Mum," was her very last thought. Chapter 21. Claps had finally tried to call Sensi on the phone. The mobile had rung for a long time, but Sensi didn't pick up the call. He tried a second time, then Claps threw his mobile on the front passenger seat in exasperation. Claps finally felt better, a lot calmer. He had taken control of the situation again. Cellini had explained everything in detail to Claps. He drove confidently towards the narrow dirt road which connected the motorway to the woods. 2 kilometers straight, no turns, only a bunch of pits every now and then. An open space. The hunting hut. Claps got out of the car. He kept the full beam of the headlights turned on so that he could see around. A large padlock joined the links of a thick chain wrapped round the door. Claps would have to force his way inside. He walked away from the beams of light coming from his car and headed into the darkness, trying to find a way around the problem. The natural noises from the woods seemed to have become louder. The hut was rectangular and about 8 meters long. He walked down one side, then the other one. There were 2 windows protected with iron bars. He walked down the third side. There were no weak points. He had to call Sensi,
ask him to come over there and tell him the name of the monster. A ray of light from another set of headlights illuminated a corner of the hut. Claps walked quickly towards it. All of a sudden, it was as if a powerful electrifying light exploded in front of his eyes. Somebody had hit his back violently. Claps lost his balance. He staggered a few steps. Another blow. Claps rolled down onto the grass. He got up, stunned, then another one to his chest. He was on the ground again, leaning against the front door. He couldn't get up again. Claps raised his eyes slowly. The first thing that his eyes managed to focus on were the twin barrels of a shotgun. The man who was pointing the shotgun at his head had an evil grin on his face and was tall, very tall. The man's face was very similar to that of Elisa's father, Giuliano Cellini, Denise's uncle. The monster. He didn't shoot. He stood still. His monstrous breath condensed in the cold air of that night. Claps's head was buzzing. Why didn't he just shoot him and end his life there? The monster told him to get up. He seemed in no hurry. Claps struggled to obey him and got up slowly. Once Claps was on his feet, he found it hard to keep his balance. He leaned on the hut's front door. The monster touched his shoulder with the shotgun. "Get away from the door." Claps understood. The monster didn't want to leave bullet marks on the front door. He began to move, but he didn't have any strength left to react. He resigned himself to his fate. Trevis would have talked to the police, and Sensi would have spoken to Denise's father. He would have told Sensi everything. The monster would be caught. He wouldn't kill any more little girls. That was the most important thing, after all. The monster ordered Claps to stop. He lifted the shotgun up towards Claps's head. The shotgun was aimed at his forehead. The noises from the woods seemed to disappear, leaving a surreal silence. The monster's finger pressed lightly on the trigger. The end, Claps thought for a moment. Then a terrible scream, almost like a lion's roar, tore up the night. A huge dark shadow leapt upon the monster. The shotgun fell to the ground. Giuliano Cellini was hit so hard that he flew a couple of meters. The black mass of vibrating muscle leapt upon him again and began to beat him mercilessly. He was roaring. He punched the monster with his bare hands. It was almost as if he had paws. Claps couldn't guess how long that torture lasted. It may have been a few seconds, or an eternity. Then everything froze. The monster had passed out and lay unconscious on the ground. Elagi was still sitting astride him. Everything went still. That scene would remain impressed in Claps's mind forever. Every noise had ceased. Only Elagi's deep, heavy breathing remained. Then, after what felt like an eternity to Claps, Elagi straightened up on the monster's body and screamed his last terrible roar to the night sky, with his mouth wide open. His pearl-coloured teeth shone in the moonlight. "Elagi! No!" A moment later, Elagi sunk his teeth ferociously into Cellini's throat. Claps saw his head jolt to one side and his legs convulse frantically. Elagi's body vibrated. His incredible strength was powered by hatred. When Elagi pulled back, the monster's legs were still shaking, whilst the blood sprang from his neck in a violent, uncontrollable geyser. It all lasted but a moment. The rest of the world seemed to have been stopped in the meantime. Then the monster lay still, forever. "I know. I just had to do it." Elagi's deep voice was emptied of its usual vigor. "Do you think that I'll be able to see Alisa?" Claps didn't reply. "I mean, every now and then." "How did you get here?" "I was following his car, but then I lost it at a crossroad." Elagi closed his eyes. How does a lion hunt his prey in the savannah? He doesn't chase the gazelle because it's too fast for the lion.
Instead, he hunkers down in the tall grass and waits for the gazelle to move closer to the lion. He had driven back to the long, straight stretch a little before the turns where Abedi's old car might have had a chance of catching up with the monster. He had waited there. The man would have to drive past that section in order to get back to Prata or Nicoletta. I waited for him. He led me here. Claps nodded to the man who had saved his life. Elagi pointed to the dead body. I know that this is wrong, according to your laws. Will they let me see Alisa? Claps looked into his eyes without saying a word. After all, Elagi had saved his life. He wouldn't have to stay in jail for long. However, Elagi was the father of one of the victims, and he had bitten the man to death. The media would go crazy about that. His life would not be the same. People might accept his reaction, but life wouldn't be easy for him and his family afterwards. He would be known as the Black Giant, the man who killed with his bare hands. He would struggle to find employment. Clapp stood up slowly. He picked up the shotgun. He pointed it at the monster's neck. He shot him. Twice. The bullets tore the man's neck apart. Go back home. Go back to your Alisa. The hut was now illuminated by the lights of the police cars, and a crowd of people were gathered around. The blue lights of the patrol cars lit the area unnaturally and blinked on and off regularly. A few flashes from cameras, metallic voices from the patrol walkie-talkies. There was an ambulance, but it wasn't for the body of the monster, which would remain there for a good while. Giara had been found in the Volvo's boot. She had been sedated, but she was alive and would have to go to the hospital just for a checkup. Claps didn't have the courage to enter the hut. The door had been unlocked, but he had no energy left and felt incapable of experiencing any more strong emotions. He sat at the passenger seat of a police patrol car with his feet on the ground outside, holding his head in his hands. Maezza was beside him. Sensi stepped out of the hut. He looked around and walked towards Claps as soon as he saw him. Sensi looked pale. His voice was little more than a whisper.
There's everything in there.
A deep breath.
Huge clippers. They're good enough to break a chain. The fingers are there, too.
Another deep breath.
12 Claps. There are 12 of them. They float in small pots. Each pot has a finger and a name.
Sensi looked away and swallowed, then back at Claps after a few seconds. He was holding a wallet with earth on it.
Tell me again what happened.
He pointed the shotgun at my face. I just jumped on him. I don't know how. I managed. He dropped the shotgun. We fought for a while. I almost gave up. I was on the ground. He was ready to finish me. The shotgun was next to me. I stretched out to grab it. I shot him.
You fought for a while?
Yes.
How long?
I don't know. Sensi stared at Claps.
You don't look like you fought with anybody. Your clothes are clean and tidy.
Claps remained silent.
We found this. Sensi lifted up the dirty wallet, not far away from the body of the monster. There. We found traces of a fight.
Silence.
There's a driving license in the wallet.
Sensi carried on talking. He almost sounded amused.
Do you know anything about it?
Clapp stared into Sensi's eyes. Then he looked away and answered as indifferently as he was able to. Somebody must have lost it there earlier. Sensi closed his eyes and pondered for a few seconds.
Yes,
Sensi said, eventually.
He was speaking very slowly. I agree with you. It's more like a coincidence. No need to investigate further. Sensi threw the wallet to Maetsu, who caught it in flight. Send it back to Mr. Demba. Don't speak about it, please. Oh, and something else, Sensi said, as he leaned over towards Maetsa. He whispered something into Maetsa's ear, and then went back into the hut again. When Sensi had disappeared, Maetsa looked at Claps. Come here, please. I have to show you something. Claps followed him to the edge of the open area, where there was total darkness. Nobody was looking at them. What do you have to show me? Claps didn't have time to finish the sentence. Maetsa punched him on one side of his face, and then he scratched his other cheek with his nails. What the... Claps almost fell over backwards. He touched his sore cheek. I'm sorry, Mr. Claps. Maetsa lifted up his hands to reassure him. Now tear up your clothes a little, make sure that nobody's looking, then soak your clothes with some of the dead man's blood. Claps held his face. Fuck off, Maetsa winked at him. It's better this way, you know. It's for the newspapers. The end. A few days later. Warm sunshine filtered through the window into Sensi's office.
Giuliano Cellini used to go to Crema about 3-4 times a year. His factory produces cork for a building establishment in Crema. They make environmentally friendly insulation panels. The administration offices are opposite the school where Ami used to go.
That's how he saw her?
Yeah.
When I went down the mine shaft, I was convinced that Denise's father was the murderer.
Sensi nodded. Maetsa had inadvertently led you astray when he told you that he had found somebody called Cellini in Milan amongst those who had stayed at a hotel during that period.
He called me on the phone when he found out. He didn't know Cellini's first name.
Everything went well eventually, though. We solved 2 cold cases in one.
Claps pulled a grim face. There are too many victims, too many dead children to say that everything went well.
Sensi also looked grim. We managed to save Jara, at least, but you're right. It's a terrible story. Thank goodness it's all over.
Sensi sighed.
Denise's story is also a terrible one, and sad at the same time. It touches one's heart, that's for sure.
Her father?
We made sure that he didn't know anything about his brother, but he could still be charged for a good number of reasons. The court has decided he should stay under house arrest for now, but he's going to pay for what he's done.
What about the murderer?
Remember the document that you wrote on your way back from your first trip to Tuscany? I must have it here somewhere. It matches the profile you wrote about him.
Sensi looked for the manuscript on his crowded desk. When he found it, he began to flick through the pages.
This is what you wrote back then.
It is most likely that the man is over 30, probably closer to 40, quite tall, with a fulfilling job or activity, single or divorced, with no sons or daughters. He most likely owns paedophilic or pedopornographic material, but doesn't necessarily have a criminal record for paedophilia. Perhaps he was a victim of sexual abuse in the past. He's a hunter. He knows the wilderness very well and hunts down his victims. He's a traveller. The choice of Ami had to be planned carefully. He most likely saw her multiple times. He familiarized himself with the place where she lived, perhaps while he was working there or visiting the area. Sensi took off his glasses, which he had needed to read the extract.
Giuliano Cellini was married for a short time in the past. It was a marriage with no children, and it ended after about a year.
He was a self-made man. He created the factory from scratch and provided many people with employment. His factory wasn't always successful. He was going through a period of crisis when Denise died. You know how he made it through? By selling cork to the establishment in Crema. Sensi paused for a moment in order to inhale. Then he carried on. He's never been incriminated before, but we found a lot of pornographic material in his house, and that's not all. Together with magazines and CDs of every kind, his computer is full of videos and photos of naked children and horrible images. There are bodies chopped up by helicopter rotor blades, decomposed bodies, beheadings. Sensi pulled a disgusted face as he was talking. His psyche was rotten. When he held Denise's body in his arms, when he felt that obscene excitement from cutting a finger off her left hand, he decided to turn his sick fantasies into reality. Sensi paused once more for a few seconds. He was trying to pull himself together after evoking such horrible images. Then he continued again. I said that he was never incriminated. That's not quite true. We discovered a police report that was handed in and then quickly cancelled by his parents when he was only 12 years old. It was about an affair that he seems to have had with a school teacher. Apparently, this teacher was quickly moved to a different school. Sensi looked at Claps, a wry smile on his face. I'll have to ask you to fill in the lottery card for me one day, Claps. I almost forgot. Giuliano Cellini was a hunter, of course. He had an obsession with his hobby. He was a member of a few hunting societies. He loved to hunt wild boar, but he shot many animals. He used to go abroad quite often to hunt when the season was closed in Italy. Claps had remained still, listening carefully to Sensi. Beat his driving license? You mean how did he manage to steal it? We can imagine it, but we have no way to prove anything with certainty. We know that Giuliano Cellini was in Siena on the day Beatty had his stroke. Do you know where exactly Beatty had the stroke? Claps shook his head. In the hotel lobby, as he was about to walk out of the main door. And you know who was staying at the same hotel back then? It must be Giuliano Cellini. No, not him. All the names of the hotel guests were checked thoroughly, along with the hospital and hotel staff. We would have identified Giuliano Cellini a lot earlier if his name had appeared among those on any of these lists. Then who? One of the people who bought cork from Giuliano, the owner of a firm in Bologna. They sell hunting bullets. Apparently, bullets are also made of cork, apart from the obvious metallic components. Wadding, that's what it's called, I think. Carry on. Giuliano went to pick up his client from the hotel that morning. Guess what time? Exactly the same time as when Beatty had the stroke and collapsed to the floor in the lobby. So, Sensi didn't let him speak. Even if we can't prove it, it's easy to imagine how Giuliano took advantage of the confusion in the lobby to steal the driving license. Neither of them spoke for a minute. So, what are your plans now? Are you going to return to your happy, retired life? Claps smiled. I wouldn't mind helping out every now and again. Light commissions, you know, stuff like this. Listen, Claps, you've been close to kicking the bucket twice now. I'm going to oppose any other missions that might put your life at risk. Did Elagi get his driving license back? Yep, he got everything back. His name doesn't appear on the official reports. Sensi shook his head. You're a nutter, and I'm equally as crazy, because I decided to support you. Then, despite everything, a satisfied smile appeared on Sensi's face. I got permission to visit you. Cellini let Trevis into his house without replying. They both sat down on the sofa in the living room. The house wasn't that big. The furniture looked reasonably cheap,
and it had to be the same age as the house which the family had bought during happier times. There were many photographs of Denise and Eliza. There were no photographs from the time following the tragedy of only Eliza.
They took Denise to the cemetery yesterday evening. They didn't let me be there.
I know. That's harsh. Cellini moved his hand a little to say that it didn't matter after all.
I hope that I'll be allowed to go and visit her one day, just to bring some flowers. It's silly, but I miss her. I've missed her so much.
Trevis lowered his eyes. He didn't say a word.
Did you see Eliza, Professor? How is she?
Trevis remained silent, his eyes lowered. He felt so old and tired. He struggled to look up. She pushed Denise off the cliff, didn't she? Cellini froze, his eyes wide. He sprang to his feet.
Go away!
Trevis didn't blink. He carried on talking gently.
She did it, didn't she?
For a few seconds it was as though time had stopped. Then Cellini, who looked visibly pale, sank onto the sofa. It was as if he had lost all of his strength.
It's going to be a secret between me and you, Trevis said.
Cellini hesitated. Then he began to speak, so faintly that he was almost whispering.
I was crouched down by a tree when I heard the screams. Eliza screamed first, then Denise. They screamed like nutters. Eliza had attacked her mother twice, for no reason. Moments later, she was calm, and it was as if nothing had happened. It was too late when I arrived. Denise was already at the foot of the cliff. Her eyes were wide open. I still see them every night.
Cellini covered his face with his hands. A couple of hiccups interrupted his breathing, but he had no more tears to cry.
Eliza was on her feet on the edge of the cliff. She was like a porcelain doll. She was singing a nursery rhyme to herself, some kind of lullaby. She was holding a stick in her hand. I took it from her and saw blood on it. And blonde hairs.
Cellini remained silent for a second.
You know everything else already.
They both remained silent for a little while.
How did you guess, Professor?
Trevis took a short while to reply. I read the reports of her medical history. Eliza seemed to have been aggressive quite often. Then you seemed very concerned about her aggression when you came to tell me about the reappearance of some of the symptoms. Do you remember? Dangerous to herself and those around her, you said. But that's not really what triggered everything for me. Trevis struggled to find the right words. Your daughter's drawings. There was something that I couldn't quite put my finger on. Then, suddenly, everything happened so quickly that my suspicions lay dormant in a corner of my mind. When I began to think about it again, you see, it's a matter of chronology. In the last few drawings of hers, the way Eliza drew her characters over time, when she drew herself on the edge of the cliff, when she drew a heavy cross on her sister to indicate that she had died, she only drew herself. You weren't there, Mr. Cellini. According to your version of the story, you had to be there in the drawing, if you were guilty. Cellini lowered his eyes. Eliza added you last in her last drawing. She hesitated for a long time, and then she drew you crouched down. Denise was already at the foot of the cliff. You were crouched down like somebody who was trying to rescue somebody else, or who was praying. That's because you arrived later, too late, after Eliza had killed her sister. It was a while before Trevis interrupted the long silence that hung in the air after he had finished speaking. Why did you make up this story, Mr. Cellini? The court won't be clement and understanding. You are going to face some tough years. Eliza won't be charged according to the law. She would end up in a mental hospital. That's possible, but there are a lot of very good hospitals where
I prefer it this way, Cellini interrupted him abruptly. It's better for her to be entrusted to somebody who can really take care of her. She'll also have you on her side. You'll take care of her, won't you, Professor?
I will.
Is she ever going to? Cellini's voice trembled. Remember, they told me that it would never happen, but she seems to have remembered a lot with the drawings now that she's doing better. Is she destined to carry the burden of memories forever?
No, those drawings are only flashes from the unstable memory of the dissociated part of herself. If she ever got her memory back, she wouldn't remember anything of the past few years.
Cellini stood up and headed towards the window. He looked to the horizon.
I'll pay for it all. I can't let people know the truth. It's better for the Cellini brothers to be marked as monsters and for her to be loved and cared for by everybody. Believe me, I prefer it this way.
Trevis nodded slightly.
Is it going to be a secret between me and you, as you said a few minutes ago?
Eliza is following my therapy. Anything that I discover about her life from herself or from anybody else will be kept confidential.
Before walking out of the front door, Trevis turned back again and looked at Cellini.
It's going to be a secret between me and you.
He felt so old and tired. It was windy out there. He almost wished that the wind would carry him away. Alissa sat on her father's lap, ready to hear a story.
What story do you want me to tell you?
Elagi asked.
Tell me about the City of Gold.
Same old?
Yes, please. Same old.
Elagi smiled. After so long, his heart felt warm again.
Timbuktu was the most beautiful city in the world. The buildings were all made of gold. And...
Thank you for listening to Missing by Monty Marsden, read by Leighton Pugh. Produced by Rushforth Media for Saga Egmont. Egmont is a charitable foundation that donates €13 million to vulnerable children and young adults every year. We are working hard to ensure as many children as possible get invaluable access to education and social resources. Thanks for helping us make a difference. To find out more, please visit our website www.egmont.com.